Part 5. Penetrating Experience. Chapter 17. Recognizing Self-Survival in Your Own Experience. 17.1. Your head is probably swimming from your encounter with Chapter 16, which has a great deal of information directly relating to you and your entire experience of life. But this particular area of the human condition is virtually never addressed anywhere in our culture at any time. Even though what was said is true, it is nevertheless very difficult to understand, let alone experience. I suspect that it will slip easily from your grasp as soon as you return to the job of day-to-day living. It's just too difficult for the mind to retain once the immediate glimmer of understanding has faded. 17.2. To provide a more grounded way for you to comprehend self-survival, I want to shift the focus now to the results or effects of the survival principle as it manifests in your current awareness. Grasping how this dynamic operates in your life as you live it will help you begin using your daily experience to work your way back to the source of the principle. In this way, you can make a connection between your experience and what seems to be a very abstract principle, making it easier to recognize and study self-survival, and possibly to transcend it. Getting from here to there. 17.3. To set out on a journey, we need to know a few things. We need to know where we are, and we need to know where we're going, or at least decide on a direction in which to travel. Relative to our work here, where we are is in an experience of a self-surviving. Where we want to go is toward a greater consciousness of the nature of being, free from the influence of self-survival. Understanding the relationship between where we are and where we're going helps us move from one to the other. 17.4. We've read a lot about the major dynamics and forces that presently dominate our experience, so we have an idea of where we are, and since we've talked about being, we also have an idea of where we need to go. But for the most part, these are probably still just ideas, and perhaps not very clear ones. 17.5. We assume that we're already experiencing where we are, while where we want to go must always remain a concept until we get there. This concept might be a memory or just a picture in our imagination. In either case, if we want to go there, this means we don't perceive being there now. 17.6. Before looking into being free of self-survival, we need to fully experience this force in action, dominating our mind and perceptions. But like a fish in water, it is hard for us to isolate and study the matter when everything we think, feel, and perceive is ourself surviving. We need a contrast so that we can better appreciate this activity as it takes place, and more clearly see it at work in our everyday experiences. So how can we recognize this core operating principle in the day-to-day minutiae that fill our lives? It's easy. 17.7. Recall the deepest sense of inner freedom that you've ever had. Some time when you felt at peace and free from any stress, reactions, desires, fears, judgments, or any feeling that you must be some way or do something. Sit for a moment and produce a sense of emptiness, freedom, non-attachment, stillness, and a feeling of inner peace. 17.8. Now compare this to your daily experience. Throughout your day, what in your experience isn't simply free and at rest? Usually a great deal. Actually, it may well be all of it. This should reveal just how forcefully your self-concerns impose themselves on everything you do, think, and feel. Their effect can be subtle, but creating a sense of inner peace will provide a useful contrast with which to more clearly recognize your self-survival at work. In order to recognize self-survival dominating your experience, you simply have to notice that everything you encounter, even your own thoughts and imagination, has an effect on you. What is being at effect? 17.9. It isn't hard to notice that we're reactive creatures. If Jack calls me an idiot, I may feel hurt and could get angry. If a big spider jumps out of my shoe as I reach for it, I'm likely to be peeling myself off the ceiling. If my lover speaks to me in soothing tones late at night, I might become a puddle at her feet. Whatever we see, hear, think, feel, or in any way recognize, this perception affects us. The hammer hits my toe. I feel pain and yell. I see a beautiful flower, and I'm delighted. I hear fingernails on a blackboard, and I shudder inside. No matter what we perceive, it produces an effect, meaning it results in some sort of reaction or condition occurring in our internal state. And this is the work of self-survival. 17.10. The reactions mentioned above are easily seen as reactions, but when you study your moment-to-moment experience, you'll begin to notice many minor effects and even background effects. You will also notice that there is also some sort of mood or disposition going on. This, too, is an effect. Subtle or not, these effects always arrive in the form of a feeling sense. Although many of your reactions may register just below the radar, when there is clear evidence of an emotion, this feeling sense isn't hard to find. It shows up as the emotion. 17.11. It may appear as if the circumstances cause your reactions, but this just isn't so. Your mind relates the perceived circumstance to the self, and pulls up the appropriate effect for the occasion. This process is so automatic and smooth that it seems as if the circumstance is causing the reaction, but with enough consciousness on the matter, you can recognize that the reaction is actually something you do, rather than something that happens to you. It's the same dynamic as the pouting child in Chapter 14. You're engaged in a game of manipulating self and others to have your needs met, simply on a more all-encompassing scale. It is the unconscious and reflexive nature of this activity that leaves you oblivious to your participation in the process. If you watch your reactions carefully, you can observe the mental actions you generate that produce these effects. 17.12. Within the context of self-survival, mind and perception work together, constantly generating what we call experience, all that we recognize within our awareness. While this appears simply as an observation of reality, what we are actually experiencing is the effect or result of this ongoing self-survival process, occurring for us at what seems to be the speed of light. In relationship to each interpretation, a self-survival disposition will arise. Some feeling activity will occur within your body-mind. This is what we're calling an effect. 17.13. But you needn't grasp all of that before noticing how everything perceived has some influence on you. As you become more and more sensitive to the activity of being affected by what you perceive, you begin to notice that effects aren't just evoked in relation to significant circumstances. They are occurring with every circumstance. Each and every perception you have, including everything you perceive occurring within your own mind, affects you. If you perceive it, you are at the effect of that perception. 17.14. In order to create an automatic yet sophisticated response mechanism, self-survival produces an experience, an awareness, that is like a magnetically charged field, constantly polarizing everything that enters this field. It is why we are attracted to or repulsed by anything. The charge and specific orientation to each encounter can be seen as a sort of polarized feeling reaction. Whenever you are affected by anything, which is always, the effect is manifesting that magnetically charged field of self-survival. This is what effects are. 1715. Notice that just in the act of looking at the color yellow, some effect or feeling reaction will occur. It may be hardly noticeable, but it's there. In contrast, looking at blue feels different, doesn't it? How about brown or orange? When you begin to notice that even the mere perception of a color has an effect, you are ready to notice the realm of subtle feeling reactions that you have to everything perceived. 1716. Any time we run into a circumstance that we find significant, it will evoke a significant feeling reaction. Love, disgust, anger, joy, delight, irritation, nausea, fear, or what have you. These clearly affect us, as do all of the little reactions or feeling states that occur that are not so clearly defined. It's as though our experience swims in a sea of effects, moved this way or that by the ceaseless sway of diverse currents that we may or may not notice. 1717. An upsetting emotional reaction is easy to see, because it demands so much of our attention, but even the most insignificant perception will produce some effect. Whenever the interpretation is that the matter or object needs little or no attention, the effect is overlooked, since it is also seen as insignificant. The effect may occur beneath our notice, but it still occurs because it's necessary for us to determine what is significant and what is not, so that we can relate accordingly. Of course, there are many other distinctions made beyond relevant or irrelevant. Each perception we have is infused with these kinds of interpretations, plus a whole lot more, and so effects are numerous and constant. This charged field of effects isn't elsewhere or rare. This is it. The experience you are having right now is a self-surviving. 1718. It isn't easy to grasp that human experience and human perception are always a function of self-survival. There is nothing outside of it in your perception or mind. This is why directly experiencing the true nature of being is so uncommon. Entertaining the possibility of being free of effects only emphasizes how difficult it is to be free of them. This is not to suggest that you attempt to suppress your feeling sense. On the contrary, you simply need to notice what fuels it, what the purpose is behind it. If you want to create a realm of feeling that is free of the domination of self-survival, you must first get free of the domination of self-survival. 1719. By becoming very conscious of this whole mess and making a distinction between an effect-dominated experience and the possibility of an experience without effects, you begin to recognize in more concrete terms the activity of self-survival, and so the possibility of freedom from it. Becoming more conscious of effects. 1720. Now, take some time and watch your experience as you move through various circumstances. It makes no difference what you perceive. You will be affected by it. You could be sitting alone in a room. What is the effect? As you sit there, from moment to moment, the effects will change because from moment to moment, your thinking and perceptions will change. You could have a theme of effects, though, like a flow of feeling reactions that are in the same general category: boredom, moodiness, anger, giddiness, etc. And this could shift to something different at any time depending on what comes into your mind or your sensory perceptions. How many subtle changes in your feeling experience can you become aware of? How does it feel to be among those people, or in that place, or having these thoughts? With careful attention, You'll start to notice that your internal state exists in a condition of being constantly influenced by whatever fills your awareness, that you are in some way always affected by everything. 1721. For a moment, stop reading this book and take a look at something around you. When you've done that, come back to the book. What changed in your experience when you did that? If you didn't notice any effect, look again, and then look at something else, something clearly different from your first observation. Can you tell some difference in your experience when you look at one and then the other? Do you notice some change in how you feel, even if it's very subtle, or some change in what you think, or your mood or attitude? 1722. At first, it may take some work to get this, since the effect of the thing is most often confused with the perception of the thing. When you realize that your experience of an object always includes a feeling reaction that tells you what it means and how to relate to it, you can better recognize the effects that occur from simply viewing an object. Whatever shift occurs within your experience when looking at one object or another, this is the effect of that perception. What other effects do you notice? When you look at a chair, how are you drawn to relate to it? What do you feel like doing? Or what feeling sense arises in relation to the chair? How about a keyboard or a light switch, a tree or a cat? Notice there is a feeling sense accompanying the mere perception of these objects, containing information that determines your relationship to them. 1723. Try spending much of the day being attentive to everything that affects you, and what those effects actually are. Start with the most obvious, which are usually emotional reactions. For example, if someone says something to you and you get upset, notice this relationship and call the upset an effect. If you find yourself feeling upset, but don't know how it is you came to feel that way, trace it back and try to discover what perception caused this upset. Remember, the perception could be a thought, or something barely noticed. It could be an association with something past, or a combination of mental activities and situations. See if you can uncover exactly what it is you're relating to, such that a particular effect arose in your experience. 1724. Keep making these observations over and over. All fear, anger, upset, worry, joy, hurt, boredom, relief, greed, lust, anxiousness, and every other feeling should be clearly observed as effects. For every emotion or feeling of any kind you have throughout the day, become conscious that it is an effect of something perceived by you. Ask yourself what your self-mind is doing or trying to accomplish by generating this effect. 1725. Once it becomes easy for you to be aware of obvious effects and their casual conditions, begin to search out more subtle effects. Effects that can't be called an emotion are still effects. There is always some sort of mood or disposition influencing your experience. This mood can be very subtle, but it exists as a theme or context for a certain domain of effects. As you become adept at noticing emotional effects, also notice all of the subtle effects even the sight of an object has on you, as you noticed when looking at various colors. Put some time into being aware that your entire experience is an endless stream of effects, stimulated by the changing conditions of your surroundings and your mind. Become clear that your experience is at the effect of everything. 1726. There is a reason for this. We've already touched on it with our look into self-survival and meaning, but this is not always immediately recognizable, and so it will take some more work to draw out. We need to grasp and fully appreciate the depth and scope, not to mention power of our being at the effect of everything perceived. One way to accomplish this is to create in our experience a distinct perception that provides a vivid contrast to the influence that effects have upon our awareness. Experiencing something for itself. 1727. It is possible to learn to experience whatever is perceived prior to the addition of self-oriented interpretations. As was introduced in the last chapter, this occurs when we perceive whatever is there for itself, rather than how it relates to us. Recall trying to interpret something in what appears to be its most basic form, as simply there, without any judgments or reactions added to it. Of course, I'm sure it proved very challenging, but we've been moving in this direction all along, and such things take time and effort. 2 exercises we did much earlier, trying to see an object while not knowing what it is, Chapter 4, and trying to stop our thinking altogether, Chapter 6, helped prepare us to better recognize the nature of mind and perceptions. Now we can ask the question, what is the relationship between experiencing something for itself and being at effect? 1728. Let's postulate that an experience of something for itself is not an effect. It is an experience. Something experienced for itself stops at itself. Since we aren't relating it to ourselves, no self-oriented effects or reactions arise. If we are affected, then that effect is not an experience of the thing for itself, is it? Except for whatever we manage to experience for itself, everything we experience is an effect. How often do we just experience anything for itself? Not often, since such an experience all by itself goes nowhere, means nothing, and does us no good. Survival dictates that we must know how everything relates to us, so that we can relate to it appropriately. Simply being conscious of something for its own sake is meaningless. 1729. Take care that you don't confuse a neutral or small effect for no effect. No effect has no charge whatsoever, no good or bad, and so no neutral, which is still in relationship to positive and negative, and such an experience is hard to come by. The very act of becoming aware of something means it has been pre-evaluated as significant enough to register. Much enters our perceptive field that never gets that far in the mental process of recognition. Once something does get noticed, we enter a sophisticated and rapid application of specific values and threats. As we've seen, this is important information in the world of survival, but absolutely irrelevant to experiencing what's actually there. 1730. If we see someone point a gun our way, we're likely to have an extreme emotional reaction. The gun has a lot of meaning for us, in this case, danger. Yet the actual object that it is has none of that for itself. All of the things we associate and either like or fear about the gun are what it means to us. Seen for itself and as itself, it is neither pretty, ugly, dangerous, powerful, threatening, bad, good, neat, repulsive, or any other attribute we might give it. It is simply an object. But who can see it that way? 1731. Can you see a gun, a pencil, a book, or a dollar bill as simply objects? Try it. Can you perceive each as simply that object, without any reaction, preference, aversion, or judgment? Without name, history, use, value, or association? If you can, and the thing is simply seen as that thing, independent of its relationship to you, then you could say that you are perceiving what it is for itself. 1732. This is a very simple interpretation. It is unadulterated and will be devoid of any effects that arise in relation to our judgments or associations. which, once again, result from perceiving things in terms of their relationship to us and our survival. When our perception of the thing has no connotations of good or bad, no threat or value, it elicits no emotional charge or even subtle feelings of preference or aversion. It is simply a perception of something as it is in the most basic sense. 1733. Having the perceptive ability to get things for themselves allows you to create a contrast to your normal experience, which is dominated by the effects of survival. This ability is not easily achieved, but practice begins to reveal just how much influence meaning has on everything you experience. It's time for you to grasp firsthand that all such meaning is generated by the mind to serve a purpose. This is how the job of managing life gets done. Since meaning is generated, it is possible to not generate it, and without meaning, you would not produce any reactive effects. Changing from reaction to experience. 1734. To get free of effects, you need to somehow disengage whatever it is that's generating these effects. Chances are you won't be able to free yourself from this powerful force without consciously and directly experiencing it for what it is. You can begin to move toward such freedom, however, by challenging your own reactive tendencies. 1735. Challenging your reactions may be difficult in the same way that it's difficult not to eat when you feel hungry. There is a force pushing you to eat, so you need to deny this force any influence on your behavior. When dieting, the direction is clear. Simply don't put food in your mouth. In the case of challenging your reactions, however, we aren't concentrating on the behavior resulting from a reaction. We are considering not having the reaction to begin with. 1736. How can we preempt our reactions? Such a change amounts to a transformation in our experience and will not come about through adopting some simple technique or belief. We need to make a fundamental shift in how we hold reality, or all that we'll accomplish is a suppression of these effects rather than freedom from them. So we can't simply adopt an attitude of not reacting. We must change the core principle that has us perceive and react in this way to begin with. This isn't easy, since that principle is the self. 1737. The self principle is the context for our entire experience. It operates on all the content of the mind, viewing all perceived content in terms of a self. As we've learned, the construction of the self is done primarily through creating and identifying with the activities of mind and perception. In particular, this construction occurs through our beliefs and assumptions that form the foundation and define the parameters of the self as we know it. Thoughts and actions are generated within the context of this now formulated self, and reactions occur to manage life events in relation to this self. 1738. The foundation for our reactions can be eliminated by de-identifying with the self-mind, dismantling our beliefs, and exposing the core assumptions that dictate meaning. In this way, it is possible to eliminate or at least change the effects and reactions we have by eliminating or changing the specifics involved in the foundations of the self. In Chapter 15, we saw Frank's fundamental beliefs binding him to unnecessary behavior and reactions. In that example, freeing himself from those beliefs would free him from all of those effects. Let's look at some other examples of this kind of possibility. 1739. Imagine that you believe the world is inherently hostile, and that you are basically ineffective at managing your life within it. What could be some results of this perspective? Aren't you likely to carry a constant sense of anxiety and a gloomy mood wherever you go? Wouldn't your sense of confidence be low and suspicions high? Along with this scenario, we can imagine that you'd be prone to adopting pretense and underhanded manipulations as ways of getting through life. From this position, you're unlikely to ever feel free to be yourself, or let down your guard, or feel authentic in your accomplishments, which would be few since you're likely not to attempt much or risk much. These effects would seem to be a part of your nature, even though they are actually created by your outlook. 1740. On the other hand, what if you were to shift your perspective, letting go of your current self-view, to see the world as neither hostile nor benign, but whatever you make it? You would perceive that there is nothing inherently wrong with your ability to interact effectively, and that learning as you go is a shared phenomenon. We can see that your disposition and outlook would change remarkably, and that your abilities would be free to develop openly. You may not become the most successful or happy person on the planet, but now it isn't out of the question. Regardless of your successes, however, your life and relationships would be much more satisfying. Many of the effects you experience would change significantly. 1741. Take care not to confuse such a shift for an exercise in positive thinking or a ritual of chanting affirmations. We're talking here about actually perceiving oneself differently, not pretending or even imagining that a thing is true. For this, you need to recognize your own hand in whatever is created as yourself and your perspective, and realize that there are other possibilities. Consider that what drives you may be your outlook, but this exists for you as what you are, and not just what you think, and so you must look more deeply than thought alone. 1742. From such examples it becomes obvious that changing your perspective will change the effects you experience. Now consider changing on a much deeper level, like transcending some of the most basic assumptions attached to being a self. For example, holding yourself as unique and as the most essential element in existence are likely two unchallenged assumptions you have. Of course, no one would admit to seeing themselves that way. It's socially unacceptable, and our social survival demands we not admit such a thing too loudly. But we're not talking about what we admit, but what we live. From such a position, it's easy to see you're liable to maintain a reflexive impulse to protect even the pettiest aspects of yourself. As an act of self-persistence, you'll tend to dismiss out of hand anything that seems to contradict your views. You will quite naturally be swept away in the struggle to fulfill your needs and realize your right to have whatever you want, to preserve and promote your ideas and opinions, and to fear your own dissolution or even transformation. 1743. On the other hand, what could happen if you stopped assuming you're the unique and essential center of the universe? Once free of this assumption, it's possible you could see yourself as merely a creation, a convenience, a mechanism through which to express being, completely unnecessary in and of itself. Transformation could well be the norm, and many patterns of effects are likely to be non-existent, since you're not seriously attached to or identified with anything but being. You could freely question any and all aspects of yourself, since they're not actually necessary, nor are they you. The truth is not feared, since it is seen as already so with or without yourself. Such a shift in core perspective would create very different results than the above viewpoint. For one thing, whole domains of effects would be instantly eliminated. 1744. Of course, this could all be done in one stroke, by simply letting go of the self completely. But that isn't likely. We have little desire to give up ourselves altogether. Even if we have the desire to give up what's false or negative, we still want to exist. If we intend to persist, At least as a conscious physical entity, we need some form of survival perceptions. This will require that we make distinctions within our perceptions that determine what is safe and what is dangerous, what is useful and what is not. We already make these distinctions, so that isn't the hard part. What's hard is finding a way to experience life without our now automatic self-orientation. 1745. Having access to an experience completely beyond all survival, in other words, a consciousness of absolute being, does provide a great deal of insight and freedom, creating an experience of being that is outside of self. Still, we don't want to be restricted to such a breakthrough, for it might not be forthcoming any time soon, and, more importantly, it might not do what we hope it will do. Independent of such conscious insight, we can still make significant changes in our experience of self and survival. It isn't necessary to have an enlightenment experience to realize that having an egoic self is actually not required for human existence, and most of the effects we experience arise from the persistence of our egoic conceptual existence, and not our simple physical existence. 1746. When we look at the source of the effects that have the greatest influence in our lives, those that are most dominant and problematic, we find these are generated by the existence of an egoic or conceptual self, and a relatively small portion relate to our physical self, and none relate to merely being. If this is so, then we can see that the elimination of the egoic self would eliminate all of the effects that are generated by mind activities devoted to the survival of this self. Making a distinction between being an unformed conscious entity and persisting as a fixed conceptual self, we create the possibility of being alive, while freeing ourselves from the most dominant and endarkening illusory aspects of self. 1747. We can understand how all this works and still be unable to make much headway. Usually this is because our understanding is limited to an intellectual conclusion that does not find its way into the reality of our more primal experience. Whatever we take on, if it is to be permanent and real, it must be based on the truth. This means we need to better understand the true nature of ourselves and our experience. We've noted that the context in which we hold reality and self determines the effects and reactions we will have. It's clear, then, that if we profoundly change the context, we will profoundly change the effects. Changing context changes effects. 1748. How would we go about making such a change? As I've suggested, we can't depend on experiencing the absolute nature of being as a catch-all solution, for even then the force to identify with past patterns is still likely to be very strong. With or without such consciousness, we can start by tackling what is immediately available, simply committing our experience and self to principles that are independent of self-survival can have a profound effect. 1749. By now we grasp that the personal transformation brought about through adhering to principles such as honesty, letting go of social survival, transcending value or meaning, dismantling cultural assumptions, being free of self-image, and de-identifying with the self-mind will produce very different domains of effects than do our conventional self-survival principles. The principle of honesty. 1750. When I presented honesty as one of the cornerstone principles for discovery, it wasn't arbitrary. The very same reason it serves discovery so well also allows us to use it to dramatically change the effects we experience. This is because honesty doesn't serve the self. It serves the truth. This makes it independent of self-survival, that is, if we're honest about honesty. It wouldn't hurt to review what's said about honesty in Chapter 5 before going on. since we're going to take a look at what might happen if we used this principle to govern our experience and mind. 1751. Adopting honesty as an operating principle for our experience could evolve into a real personal transformation. Remember, the principle of honesty isn't about being a good person. It's not what we do as a social pretense or to develop an honest person character trait. Nor is it just saying what you feel like saying. It goes much deeper than that. Honesty is being committed to what is true, not to what you think is true, what you agree with, or how you may want things to turn out. Those are all self-oriented. True honesty is committed to the truth, independent of any concern for the self. A shift in one's governing principle to something that is free of a reflexive self-orientation will change the effects that arise. 1752. For example, honesty as a context for one's self-image and expression would eliminate all of the effects that result from preserving something false. Since whatever is false about oneself is founded on misrepresentations, the main action needed here is to stop misrepresenting oneself. This will take more than simply telling the truth or trying to represent oneself honestly, even though both of these are very necessary. 1753. We also need to dig out what within the taken-for-granted self is actually false, even though it may not seem that way at first. This can be tricky, since anything false that has been absorbed into the makeup of the self is now held as a genuine aspect of this self. So it is not seen as a misrepresentation, but as an expression. In order to get free of what has been mistakenly accrued, we must break the hold of such assumptions at their root. As a practice, honesty, along with contemplation, will eventually reveal these assumptions. 1754. Once recognized and discarded, no more effects will arise from these assumptions or attachments. New effects and challenges may arise, but they will be in a completely different domain. For example, no longer would there be the requisite hiding or misrepresenting going on, even subtly, so the effects of doing so will also not arise. The fear and anxiety of being found out or discovered a fraud will disappear. Failing to get others or yourself to validate any role you've assumed would produce no effects, because this whole activity wouldn't exist as an expression of yourself. Many other activities and reactions would cease to exist. Embarrassment or defensiveness at being caught in a falsehood, the emptiness that accompanies the lack of a genuine self-expression, all the effects that arise from having to limit truly open communication, like loneliness, isolation, inauthenticity, and so on, simply by replacing your attachment to a false identity with the pursuit of an honest experience and expression. 1755. As you try this out, be clear that your commitment must be to the actual truth, and not to new forms of manipulation that can arise in the guise of being honest. Telling someone something hurtful could be an honest statement, but if it is done to hurt their feelings, it is not honesty. It is a manipulation to hurt their feelings. You need to be honest about such things. The commitment must be to get at the truth and to express the truth, especially to yourself. This means that not knowing plays an active role, because even though it may be true that some reactive impulse or thoughts come to mind, you will likely not know what these are really based on, or be clear as to the purpose they serve. This means you need to maintain a pretty constant contemplative attitude as you search deep within to expose what's really true. Since you probably will not be conscious of the whole truth all the time, this will be a direction in which to grow, rather than a place upon which to stand. Do you see the important difference here? Such a commitment to honesty is ongoing, and you must be honest about it. Practice will increase your ability to catch yourself subtly using it as a manipulation. 1756. As the commitment of self begins to shift significantly, from an attachment to various forms of misrepresentation and clinging to superficial or inauthentic aspects of identity, to being more honest and unadulterated, all of the struggle and reactions caused by the former will disappear. Effects will still occur, given this is all we do, but these will be about whatever else is being maintained, and not about the protection or perseverance of something false. In committing oneself to honesty, many new effects will emerge, since any remaining self-serving attributes are likely to be challenged or come under siege when the course of honesty diverges from the course of self-interest, as it will do. When this happens, we will probably undergo many effects as the self writhes in the agony of self-denial. But these effects shall pass, and to the degree we have embraced honesty as essential to our nature, we will end up with a stronger, clearer, and more present sense of ourselves. 1757. Telling the truth when you'd rather alter the facts slightly or withhold your experience altogether is likely to result in feeling vulnerable and exposed, or suffering the loss of a desired outcome. These can feel like strong, unwanted effects, and yet they only exist in that you are still clinging to something other than honesty. They also will be of a different nature than the effects of remaining hidden or lying. Although with the latter it may appear at first that something desirable is obtained or consequences are avoided, other effects will occur, such as a sense of separation and inauthenticity, leading to a dulling of sensitivity. Telling the truth, on the other hand, although scary at times, promotes a sense of aliveness and connection, and empowers communication and consciousness. These effects are clearly different in nature from the alternative. 1758. As you again work through Chapter 7, you don't have to rehearse to be yourself, or 8, unknown origins, or 12, inventing self and world, and others. They will contribute to deepening your work on honesty, providing directions in which to look and giving clues about things to watch out for. As you continue with upcoming chapters, you'll find many opportunities to clarify and empower this very same effort. The point here is that any time you change the operating context for your thinking and behavior to another context, the reactions and experiences you have will change. Taking on a practice of honesty shifts your experience to one where many effects just don't show up, and those that do will be relating to something more real and transformative. Besides coming from honesty, there are other contextual shifts we can make that can be even more effective at eliminating effects. Dropping social survival. 1759. We find a great deal of our survival efforts are given to the defense of a complex social identity, building from the work we did in earlier chapters, like Chapter 14, Creating an Experience of Self, and Chapter 15 section on Social Survival. We begin to grasp the convoluted nature of our social self. For example, our possessiveness of friendships or intimate relationships can lead us into emotions such as jealousy and actions of control, intimidation and manipulation. We are obsessed with how we look in others' eyes, and suffer anxiety and stress as we try to maintain our self-image. In our social world, we can be embarrassed when we look the fool, or angered when our social will is thwarted. We experience victory and defeat in so many subtle ways with every encounter. An endless chain of thoughts and emotions keeps us whirling on the roller coaster ride we call social interaction. 1760. We spend a lot of time and effort managing our social world. Our most common and significant reactions arise in our relationships. These reactions are based on our perceived social survival. What would it take to eliminate all of these effects? If we no longer had a self-image and weren't committed to the persistence or attainment of social status, all of the reactions we suffer as a result of those attachments would disappear. If we let go of the many games played in acting out social manipulations, imagine how much effort we would save, and how many reactions would not need to arise. Allowing ourselves to be open and honest, and at the same time not taking ourselves so seriously, might relieve us of much unnecessary turmoil. Relinquishing our attachment to this social person, or at least letting most of it go, relieves us of the many effects associated with this domain. 1761. Of course, letting go of your social survival is no easier than being honest. It takes courage and self-reliance, standing on your own, not in spite of social conventions, but simply free of them, allowing yourself to embrace others, communicate with others, and interact with others, without having any of this based on social games or the survival of your social self, would generate a different domain of experience. A transcendent feat for sure, but imagine the truckloads of effects and reactions, energy and effort that would be lifted from your shoulders. If a little headway is made by shifting in this direction, your experience will noticeably change. Eliminate the whole realm of social survival, and a huge domain of effects must fall away. Beyond social issues, we can also make dramatic changes in our experience by disengaging from the mechanisms necessary for survival reactions to occur. Letting go of value. 1762. As you've learned, one very important ingredient necessary for any kind of survival interpretation is the context of value. The existence of value allows for the creation of positive and negative, good and bad, attraction and repulsion. It produces the domains of evaluation, meaning and emotional charge. It gives rise to possibilities such as significance, importance, and worth. Can you imagine how many effects and reactions arise in relation to the context of value? Can you sense the depth of influence this domain has on every experience you have? 1763. Without a framework of value dominating our perceptions and experiences, none of that could occur. It's not that it wouldn't occur, it couldn't occur. We need value in order for any of the above to exist. Without value, we would have none of the effects that come from judgment, opinions, insult, desire, danger, and a huge number of other activities related to our survival. Relating everything to ourselves in order to assess its meaning depends on the key element of value. 1764. Although such evaluation occurs automatically and seamlessly, value is always an added component. It is applied to what is there. It is never found in what is there. As such, it can be eliminated. Stop applying value to your perceptions, and you will eliminate most of what we call effects. In your emotions, the very juice of the emotional feeling that tells you to move away from one thing and toward another, whether this is done strictly within your internal state or in your actions, is dependent on value. Without value, one emotion wouldn't mean anything more or less than any other emotion. There would be no positive or negative emotions, and so they wouldn't automatically imply a predetermined reaction toward the perceived cause of the emotion. 1765. You would no longer be embarrassed, arrogant or humble, fearful, angry or greedy. You would not be shy, aggressive or clingy, offended, jealous or possessive. You wouldn't suffer loss, gain or disinterest. You couldn't be bored, excited or annoyed, or experience avarice, selfishness or hurt. You would no longer have issues about being meaningless, worthwhile or special, and other people couldn't be better or worse, preferred or disliked, insignificant or important. Try to grasp the reality of such a shift. Concentrate on this possibility. until you can have at least a glimpse into a world without the domination of value. 1766. We can eliminate value in one area and not another, in some ways and not others. But in any domain where we stop applying value, all of the effects, reactions, dispositions, and behavior that were dependent on this value will cease to arise. None of these effects could occur since all of these reactions and dispositions depend on some sort of value in order to make their determination. No value, no value-based effects. No assumptions, no consequences. 1767. In Chapter 3 I listed a few basic consequences such as emptiness, self-doubt, feeling trapped, and so on, which persist usually in the background because of particular assumptions that we share as human beings. Although we haven't yet discussed what these assumptions might be, we will in an upcoming chapter. I'd like to point out that if we no longer make these assumptions, then none of these consequences would exist. Can you imagine what your experience might be like without emptiness, self-doubt, feeling trapped, struggle, and suffering? Being a simple entity. 1768. Consider what effects would occur in simply being an entity without attachment to a complex conceptual identity. When we look at animals, we imagine feelings and reactions occurring for them. Although we are very likely wrong in our assessment of what is actually taking place within the internal state of an animal, even so we note that they clearly have far fewer disturbances and worries than we do. Identifying oneself as a simple living organism, and not much more than that, eliminates a large number of effects. We can see that many creatures who have almost no conceptual capacity exist just fine, and also seem to have little turmoil or troubles. Whole domains of effects are produced by our conceptual survival. We're not likely to give up our entire range of conceptual abilities, but we might be able to lighten up on our conceptual self-survival. Putting attention and energy into being simply present and grounded in physical life from moment to moment would reduce our woes a great deal, and there are other freedoms available. Not taking it personally. 1769. If someone were to cut your body with a sharp knife, you would probably have a significant reaction. Why? Well, at first you'd say because it hurts. But this isn't the whole story. More than likely, as the blade cuts, you would interpret that it is you that is being cut or damaged. It's my body. It is me that is being damaged. But if it were a piece of tofu being cut, you wouldn't care at all. We figure that's just because we don't feel the tofu. But what's also true is that we aren't the tofu. 1770. If someone scratched the paint of your cherished new car, pain could easily be a reaction. Why is there pain in this case and not with the tofu? Because it's your car, something that represents you in some way, something to which you are attached. You have no nerves in the car, and it still causes pain. 1771. Just so, if your body was cut, and you really didn't consider this body as anything you or yours, what reaction would there be? Even with this sensation present, we can imagine that very little pain would exist, perhaps none, just sensation. The pain and reaction caused by the knowledge that your body is being cut would not exist, just a feeling that some flesh, insignificant and unimportant to you, was being cut. This is a remarkable difference we rarely appreciate, and yet it clearly demonstrates how attachment to things and identification with things amplifies, if not outright creates, effects and reactions, including pain. We can imagine, then, that without any self-identity, or a self at all, there would be no pain. No self, no effects. 1772. If we were to eliminate self, or the operating principle of self-survival altogether, we would eliminate all effects. Being has no effects, since it is not a process. It is also not a process that is trying to maintain itself. There are no results that need to occur, and so no effects need to arise. Since nothing is trying to persist or remain or exist in some particular way, no reactions are called for. As an entity, it is possible to make distinctions and interact without basing actions on reactions. In this case, the domain of reactive effects is rendered useless and inoperative. 1773. Effects arise in relation to what's perceived, and what's perceived is formed by our interpretations. Many domains of interpretation are based on or influenced by what we believe. Eliminate or change what we believe, and we will eliminate or change the effects. In the next chapter, we'll look into the domain of belief and the way it contributes to constructing our self-experience. Chapter 18. Beyond Belief. 18.1. It's hard to come to grips with the fact that our own interpretations determine the effects that anything will have on our internal state. It seems as if merely encountering the world affects us, doesn't it? Yet the truth is more complex than that. Our generation of interpretation is still hard to grasp because this whole process goes on in what's generally an unconscious or unrecognized aspect of mind. 18.2. A quick review of our past work reveals that everything we perceive is processed by the mind in order to ascertain how it relates to us. As a result of this automatic and very rapid process, our cognition is treated to an interpretation. Since this is done so that we can relate to the thing encountered, this relationship shows up immediately as an effect in our experience, thus pressing us into a specific self-survival disposition toward whatever is encountered. 18.3. But how is an interpretation formulated in the first place? Obviously, a great deal of it comes from our many, many past associations and the meaning these have had for us. It is also constructed in relation to what we believe and assume, how we think of ourselves, how we hold others and life, and so on. A complex snowballing of many factors produces the simplest of interpretations. To this apparently single observation, we react in some way without knowing or particularly caring why. 18.4. Even though we've heard it in different forms, it's time to really grasp that every interpretation we make is generated from, and in relation to, the self-mind. All that comprises the self contributes to each interpretation, from our most superficial ideas about things to the most deeply buried and unconscious assumptions and context in which life is held. Clearly, we want to get to the bottom of all this, to consciously and directly experience every aspect involved in producing a self, not just directly discovering the real nature of our own existence. This can take some work. Yet, in the end, we should have a clear awareness of the entire self-mind, and recognize the connection between this activity, or entity, and all that we experience. An important stage of this work is to transcend all of our beliefs and assumptions. This provides a truly powerful platform of profound, not knowing, from which we might make a huge leap into a more direct consciousness of the nature of being. A quick review of belief. 18.5. You've seen repeatedly throughout this book that one of the key elements in formulating your interpretations, and so the effects you will experience, is what you believe or assume. There is a relationship between what you believe and what you interpret. Your beliefs, from superficial beliefs you've consciously adopted to deeply programmed assumptions you take for granted, contribute a great deal to how you see things. You've already read much about beliefs. Now it's time for you to tackle the specific content of what you believe and why you believe it. 18.6. Throughout our lives, many people have tried to tell us what to believe, what is right and wrong. Yet no one exposed the fact that none of what they said is actually true. It was merely believed. Nor did they clarify that these two domains are totally different. In most cases, an assertion was made rather than a possibility offered. Usually this assertion was made and accepted more from the desire to believe it than from a genuine experience of the truth. How is school today? Did they teach you how to believe, or did they teach you how to think? Nathra Nader. 18.7. It should be clear by now that beliefs are held as an obstacle to our work rather than a benefit. We've seen over and over again that what we believe plays a significant role in determining what we perceive, experience, and know. To take on this domain more directly, let's review a few points we've covered so far about beliefs. It is the nature of beliefs that they become the truth for us, since a belief is something we think is true. The operative word here is think. A belief is not the truth. When we confuse a concept for the truth, we elevate the concept to a status that it doesn't deserve. Since no one believes in something they think is untrue, over time one's beliefs are sure to displace any ignorance that may be felt, and insert themselves much like a malignant growth into the position of the truth. In this way, we seal ourselves off from the possibility of discovering the truth. Our beliefs both constitute and inform our conclusions, opinions, convictions, assumptions, viewpoints, attitudes, interpretations, values, and assessments. Our beliefs determine the decisions we make, how we interpret what we perceive, how we react, what we pursue, and so on. Therefore, in large measure, they create what it is we perceive and experience. This being the case, beliefs play a significant role in determining what affects us, how it affects us, and how we will react to it. 18.8. The domain of beliefs can be broken down into three categories: consciously adopted beliefs, programming, assumptions. 18.9. Your consciously adopted beliefs are your intellectual ideas of what's true, and those representing what you'd like to be true, signifying your chosen stand in the world. These could be religious or spiritual beliefs, philosophies, your point of view, knowledge accumulated from personal education, beliefs about health systems, and so on. They are what you know as your beliefs, those you've consciously taken on as your own. 18.10. Programming refers to all those many beliefs that exist subconsciously, all that's considered true because it's been programmed into your mind, much at a young age, coming about from repetition, intimidation, experience, and just in the act of growing up or living life. These aren't easily seen as beliefs, since they're so taken for granted. Generally residing in the background, they often represent your values, sense of morality, self-image, self-esteem, your attitudes towards others and life, and so on. 18.11. Assumptions are another layer down. These aren't known as beliefs, but rather exist in the uncognized aspect of mind and function as if simply fact. Assumptions are adopted in the same way as programming. However, they may never have been something spoken, or even recognized whenever they were first assumed. At this level, such beliefs are as if absorbed into the mind like a sponge absorbing water. No recognizably conscious component needs to accompany such adoption. Both culture and family seem to contribute the most, but this domain also includes everything we've assumed all by ourselves. 18.12. It's useful to focus our consciousness on this whole domain of mind, since the self revolves around and is constructed largely from the content of mind that's represented by our beliefs. from the superficially adopted beliefs that serve some social end to the deeply ingrained and unknown assumptions buried within our psyches. Because the number of beliefs we live within is staggering, the reality that can be constructed is equally immense. 1813. Our consciously adopted beliefs are frequently used to try to be the person we'd like to be, yet these beliefs often war with the programmed beliefs that represent the one we think we are. Both are self-survival. The second set is dedicated to the persistence of the self that is. The first is a conscious superimposition of a willful mind upon a more unconscious mind, trying to improve this self by becoming consistent with a desired self-image. We might believe in the goodness of humankind, but are slow to leave a purse unattended on the subway. We might as easily believe that we are not our bodies, but there is little danger of knowingly stepping in front of a moving car. Such actions on our part don't take much effort, since they're programmed in and seem consistent with our primal survival. These kinds of decisions are automatic, but those that we take up trying to live up to our ideals, like being disciplined, creating loving relationships, acting like a saint, always doing the right thing, or whatever, don't seem to come as naturally. 1814. Focusing first on the more superficial yet important levels of beliefs that you've adopted through hearsay or reason, or because you like the ideas behind them, consider what lies behind the drive to adopt such beliefs. In spite of all this conscious and unconscious believing, you are still left with the burden of having to make decisions and take actions that influence your ability to live successfully. This may be why most people relish notions of prophecy. They crave some authoritative source of information regarding what's to come, how to act, and the correct choices to make. This explains the popularity of psychic hotlines, astrology blurbs, tarot readings, and advice columns. Who can even resist a fortune cookie? Perhaps most people consider all these as a form of entertainment, a fun thing to do, but certainly there is at least a background belief in their possible legitimacy. 1815. If a cookie, a psychic, or an astrological blurb suggests a course for the future when there is no overriding idea present, aren't you likely to lean toward the suggested path? After all, what could it hurt? And you never know, they could be right. Doesn't it at least momentarily diminish your apprehension and accountability regarding the unknown future? This is the point. If a fortune cookie can help lighten the burden of not knowing, imagine what a good set of beliefs could do. 1816. For the most part, adopting a solid dogma allows you to give up your responsibility. What a relief! You can be told what to do, what your destiny is, where you'll end up, what's right and wrong, and believe that everything is known. Damn, don't that beat the hell out of a fortune cookie? The great majority of readers and hearers are the same all over the world. If you speak to them of profound truths, they yawn, and if they dare, they leave you. But if you tell them absurd fables, they are all eyes and ears. They wish the doctrines preached to them, whether religious, philosophic, or social, to be agreeable, to be consistent with their conceptions, to satisfy their inclinations, in fact, that they find themselves in them, and that they feel themselves approved by them. Unknown Tibetan Lama. Getting free of our need to believe. 1817. There seems to be a drive or insistence within our experience that pushes us into believing or prevents us from recognizing certain beliefs as beliefs. What is this founded on? Why does it exist? Before we consider challenging our beliefs, we should look into why we feel such a need to believe in the first place. 1818. This impulse should not be overlooked or underestimated. We may be able to transcend many beliefs, but at some point we will run into beliefs not so yielding, or encounter fears or discomfort while trying to look beyond our beliefs. This might drive us to take a stand on any seemingly more solid ground. If there's no available ground of genuine experience, then belief will have to do. It is best to prepare ourselves for such a confrontation. Our need to believe in something, or to hold tight to what we already believe, will run contrary to our efforts to dispel these beliefs. This need can be seen in two ways. 1. Need as in necessary, and 2. Need as in emotional dependence. 1819. First off, our need to believe reveals once again the fact that we don't know. As we saw in Chapter 8, Unknown Origins, we are not in touch with what is fundamentally true in the case of our own existence. We are confounded by the fact that we don't know how it is we came to be, or why, or what we should do throughout the process of living. This is a great deal of essential information not to know, and yet we ignore the fact by pushing it into some belief, religious, scientific, philosophical, or by engaging in various distractions to avoid or postpone the issue. When the truth is told, we must confess that we just don't know, which leaves us basically with nowhere to stand. Our hard-wired aversion to conceptual uncertainty presses us to believe something, anything. 1820. The other aspect of our need to believe is found in the emotional arena. We seem to find psychological and emotional comfort in our beliefs, especially those that can act as a guiding force. This makes sense in light of the shared human condition that shows up in our first point, not knowing what life is really all about. Notice the further potential challenges inherent in the almost universal suspicion that I may be the only one who got left out of knowing what life is all about, or how I'm supposed to conduct myself within it. We are likely to be embarrassed to admit this personal condition to anyone, while feeling desperate to fill that void with something, for our own psychological equilibrium and to fit into society. If it can't be something known, then it will have to be something believed. 1821. Feeling compelled to resolve our ignorance, without letting others know how deep it goes, we're likely to adopt aspects of what others say, especially our parents and culture. Very little of this will be done consciously, yet we can usually find a conscious component to the effort, and if we dig down we'll likely find that our core beliefs match those of family and culture in some way. 1822. If we're honest, most of us have to admit that deep down our sense of ignorance, vulnerability, or emptiness is still not resolved. Although our beliefs may give us comfort on the surface, we remain deeply aware that we have in no way gotten to the truth for ourselves. We're still in the same condition of having no deep consciousness of the true nature of our existence. This may well leave us with a background sense of being a pretender in life, groping for some way to set things right. 1823. In trying to fulfill this need, we adopt all kinds of different beliefs. Yet the one thing they all have in common is that they've arisen outside of our core experience. Even if we make up a personal doctrine to believe in, it's still only a superimposition on what's already experienced by us fundamentally. Furthermore, the beliefs we use to validate this doctrine will have arisen from elsewhere, and the assumptions on which it's based will likely have come from our culture. This means our beliefs are given, not created. In this case, one succumbs to them, accepts or rejects them, but does not create them. 1824. It's good to remember that virtually everything we believe was believed before we came along. Our very thinking and interpretations were molded by millennia of the human minds that came before us. When we cease taking for granted what is known, it not only helps free us of assumptions, but also allows us to appreciate what it took to create such knowing. On the Shoulders of Giants. 1825. Relative to the history of human knowledge, Those of us alive today are privileged to be at the forefront. This capacity to see further than previous generations is attributable to the toil of all those people throughout history who have contributed so much to our understanding. Our current level of thought cannot properly be claimed by us. Credit must be given to millennia of evolution, to the trials and errors of our ancestors, and to the occasional visionaries and geniuses who contributed profound leaps in our collective understanding. 1826. Although we may be standing on the shoulders of giants, whatever direction they faced is the direction we will be looking. Turning to look elsewhere, we are likely to fall, but it is a risk that we must take. There is much to be said for learning from the people who've made great contributions to our thinking and view of reality, and we should climb up on their shoulders and look in earnest. But an unseen trap is prepared when, in so doing, we stop thinking for ourselves. 1827. Sifting through the theories and contributions of others to come up with something to believe is not having an original idea, nor is it a personal experience. No matter how passionately we cherish a belief, we must remember that it is not the same as having our own experience or understanding. Repeating a profound saying in no way makes us profound. As a matter of fact, we are likely to be expressing our own foolishness, because it is doubtful that we truly understand what is being said, and almost a certainty that we have had no direct experience in the matter. 1828. The giants of the past had to leap beyond the presumptions of their time to make the strides that they did. Much of the current view they had to surpass came from the giants, and of course the numerous mental pygmies that came before them. Our collective presumptions are what we've come to accept as real in our time. It is our responsibility to discover the pervasive assumptions that restrict our current thinking and to make the next leap beyond this level of conception. 1829. Long ago, people undoubtedly took on the beliefs of the tribe or community within which they were born. Being without contrast or alternatives, their ideas of how the universe worked and the particular sets of values that were adopted by the community probably met with few challenges, and so rarely would people suffer the lack of governing beliefs or agonize over the meaning of life and self as we do today. But as various alternative possibilities became known, although probably fiercely resisted at first, doubt arose. There is no freedom of thought without doubt. Bergen Baldwin Evans, 1830. Most of us tend to give greater validity to beliefs that are received from others, especially from an authoritative source, than we give to beliefs that we create ourselves. Why is that? Perhaps because one distinction we make about reality is that it is objectively outside of whatever we fabricate mentally. Any assertion that comes from an outside source would naturally seem more likely to reflect what's objectively true, even though another's claims or assertions are probably just as subjective as ours. For us, they hold a greater possibility of being true than what we knowingly invent. A personally made-up belief just doesn't have much weight because we're too keenly aware that it is invented. 1831. Always looking elsewhere, however, to the past, to authority, to what has been said and thought, or to some fictitious body of knowledge where all truths reside, can prevent you from pursuing your own direct experiences. If something within reality is so, then it is discoverable by you. You are reality, and so should be able to experience what is real. Such consciousness is never brought about by what you've heard, since, right or wrong, this is someone else's experience. 1832. Throughout history, people have had many, many systems of beliefs, various doctrines or rules to live by. Some come from religion, some are dogma from one ideology or another, codes of behavior, or views about the workings of the universe. Looking back, we tend to think of these past beliefs as generally incorrect or not fully formed, and consider what we believe today as the truth. When you think about it, it is rather arrogant and even silly of us to imagine that out of all the beliefs humans have generated over the millennia, our current beliefs are finally the right ones. That we really don't know is a fact. Admit this fact and notice the sky doesn't fall and the earth doesn't crumble. Using beliefs as a map. 1833. In our work to get past our own beliefs, we need to remember that belief is not some random mental quirk, but an essential mechanism of our survival. Beliefs are often the glue that helps stabilize many levels of society, and, on a personal level, they provide guidelines for our decision-making process. When all else fails, and usually long before, we have our beliefs on which to stand. Just as a map is indispensable in strange territory, our beliefs help point us in a direction in unfamiliar circumstances. And since we don't really know anything for certain, we could say that all of life is an unfamiliar circumstance. But unlike a map, a belief rarely represents what's there. 1834. Useful as they seem, relying solely on your beliefs to guide you will be a self-fulfilling endeavor. No matter where the compass of your beliefs points, it will always relate to your subjective views of reality, rather than to what's actually there. You will end up consistently moving with the map, regardless of its relation to anything on the ground, and your actions will seem appropriate to the given circumstances, since these guidelines also determine the behavioral options available. In other words, no matter what you encounter, you will recognize it in relation to what you believe. You will act accordingly, and the results will be consistent in some way with your beliefs, thus reinforcing them. No matter what you believe, this is what will be reinforced. What will not be occurring is an accurate perception and relationship to what is there. 1835. For example, if I believe, among other things, that loving my fellow man is the right attitude to take, then my actions must be consistent with this value, unless I fail to live up to my own principles, which is likely now and then, but that's another matter. As I move through unfamiliar territory, my amicable actions will probably be met with commensurate behavior, be it graciousness in response to my disposition, or an attempt to take advantage of me. In either case, my position is clear, and the outcome for me is dictated. My behavior, when met with graciousness or deceit and abuse, is predetermined. I'm thankful for kindness or turn the other cheek to injury. So the ground on which I walk will seem familiar even if it's unknown to me. Adhering to my established belief system as an outlook and way of life will produce a sense of familiarity. It will make an unknown world appear as familiar and known. As long as we're willing to disregard the truth and focus only on what we like to experience in life, adopting a set of functional, life-enhancing beliefs can be very effective. 1836. On the other hand, if our objective is to realize the truth, we must confront our dependency on beliefs. As a case in point, people often take up some system of belief that promises a path toward personal transformation. Strange as it may seem, the desire for transformation is not a desire for the truth. Although we might think that gleaning the truth would be a transformative act, our attempts at transformation are almost always based on the particular beliefs of some system, and motivated by our desire to become better in some way. Even though the belief system we adopt may seem to be a tool for getting to the truth, upon closer inspection we find that what we're really up to is trying to adopt behavior and thinking that's consistent with the dogma of that system. This difference frequently slips below the radar, but it is important to keep an eye out for such confusion and to consider why we go down that road. 1837. Standing on our own without anything genuine to guide us, and although we're reluctant to acknowledge it, We are always in some ways on our own. Where can we turn if not to our beliefs? This is always a concern for people, whether it is recognized or not, and we tend to take refuge in our beliefs. Genuine understanding, however, only occurs when we consciously experience for ourselves whatever is true, which is an effort best served by deep and honest contemplation. Since we're ignorant of what's true, our pursuit of the truth demands that we stay close to the next best thing, an experience of not knowing. A state of not knowing will allow us to resist any impulse to leap into the sanctuary of beliefs, effectively holding a space open until genuine insight can arise. It is impossible to believe your way into the truth. 1838. Even if we find no solid ground or answer to focus our attention on, once we let go of a belief, we should recognize that this new state brings us closer to ourselves, not further away. The good news is that once freed from these beliefs, the resultant presence of this moment in our awareness will be far more potent than our clinging to familiar ground ever was. We don't need an answer to open up. We need openness. Radical openness. 1839. If someone holds a rock in midair and then lets go of it, will it fall down? We believe it will. Is this a certainty? It seems pretty certain. The objective physical world is perhaps our most solid domain of belief, and we seem to have a fairly direct line on such beliefs as experiences. Since we have an abundance of remembered perceptions that consistently appear as valid reflections of reality, we don't imagine that they could be beliefs. This is fine, and challenging such perceptions would not be fruitful at this time. Although if we ever run out of beliefs to challenge, then we can push the envelope by going into such considerations. Instead, we are invited to consider the effect that not knowing has on even our most solid beliefs, such as rocks will fall when dropped, or space will remain constant as we move through it, or the sun will appear in the sky tomorrow. It may seem silly to mess with such solid beliefs, yet bear with me for a moment. 1840. Granting the possibility that even what we know is not an absolute certainty, creates a new perspective, and so a new experience of reality without diminishing what appears as known. Instead, what is experienced becomes more vivid and alive. It takes on a greater depth of presence, and at the same time merges with a sense of unknown possibility. We may know the rock will fall down once we let go of it, but do we really experience what's happening as it falls? Do we feel the forces involved? Are we impressed by the fact that it doesn't fall sideways or up? Are we absolutely certain it will fall down when we drop it? Perhaps. But if we were in outer space, it wouldn't fall down. What a surprise! The sense of wonder alone is worth the price of not knowing. 1841. Can you see how well not knowing works to enhance and open up your knowing? It actually creates a more powerful knowing. What is now known suddenly becomes open-ended and is neither taken for granted nor pinned down by assumptions. Your perception of what's there doesn't necessarily change, but your perspective does. You get in touch with the possibility that something else could be true rather than your assumptions, and also grasp that it could be different in the next moment. This enhances your perceptions of what's there now, and you are likely to notice qualities overlooked or sense some possibility missed. As your perception moves closer to getting what it is for itself, a sense of aliveness and clarity arises, and you will tend to be more creative and awake in relation to whatever you perceive. 1842. In order to step into a greater consciousness of the nature of reality, we must be open beyond what we are certain is true about anything. The truth lies outside of what we believe, and free of what we assume. It simply may not fit into our most solid assumptions. If this is the case, and it is, how can we become conscious of the absolute nature of existence? If our consciousness stops with the self-mind, we can't. So you can see how such a radical openness is essential to our quest for direct consciousness. 1843. Taking up a practice of becoming free of all our beliefs is a very powerful and positive step toward such consciousness, and toward finding a way to live without the dominating influence of beliefs. Unfortunately, most spiritual practices, or teachings that claim to lead to the truth, are founded on beliefs. Our practice here offers a completely different direction. Instead of believing in something, you're invited to stop believing in anything. Eliminating beliefs. 1844. Our culture has yet to discover the power of eliminating beliefs. We certainly have the notion of defending our beliefs. We have the idea of the right to choose our beliefs. We even have the concept of replacing our beliefs with better beliefs. But we don't really entertain the possibility of having no beliefs at all. 1845. It should be clear now that most of what we know was not experienced firsthand, but merely adopted through hearsay, from our upbringing, education, the community, and through other more subtle forms of communication. What might not be apparent is that whenever we take on any belief, we are putting a great deal of faith in what's passed on by others. This faith may be well-founded or not. We don't know. We generally don't recognize belief as beliefs, so we rarely think to question their source. 1846. The fact that we haven't experienced firsthand most of what we believe applies to all of us. This means it probably applies to those from whom we picked up our beliefs, be it the hearsay of scientific discovery, social gossip, family programming, political truisms, or religious assertions. Chances are extremely high that the people who pass these beliefs along don't know either. Except in very rare instances, they have not had a direct personal experience of what they are asserting. In most instances, we're merely believing what's believed. 1847. As we considered in Chapter 13, Lost in Translation, it is essentially impossible to accurately represent the truth when passing on a belief. Therefore, our faith in another's knowingness is moot. Within our own experience, the correctness of any belief is unknown. Our own made-up beliefs are no more valid than those collected from others. Regardless of the source, even if some belief we have happens to be correct, the belief still doesn't provide us with an experience of what's true. It remains a concept, a representation, an illusion. It is to this world that we have become bound. It is the illusion of this world that needs to be dispelled. 1848. To dispel means to drive away, or to rid one's mind of. If we want to stretch it here, we can consider the word in light of the spells in folklore that were thought to have power over someone's experience, behavior, or fate. In fairy tales, the people under a spell are often unaware that their mind and body are controlled by someone else. Once they realize a spell has been put on them, however, they devote all their efforts to eliminating it and getting free of its influence. I may be taking liberties with word association here, but the point is made. 1849. Beliefs are very much like the spells and superstitions of old, which worked only because people believed they did. We all fall under the spell of beliefs. We become entranced, succumbing to an illusory world in which we act out our lives. This is true of both positive and negative beliefs. When we think that what we believe is true and right, we think it is reality, and so we leave no room for the possibility of directly encountering what is real. We live in an illusion of what we are unaware. Sounds like a spell to me. 1850. Awakening from a spell is not accomplished by falling under yet another spell. If we replace one belief with another, we may be more likely to acknowledge that our particular beliefs are not etched in stone. But we won't be freed from believing. The impulse to grasp for something to hang on to will remain, and we will still be inclined to overlook the way that our beliefs create an illusory world that is mistaken for reality. 1851. Of course, the moment you try to perceive a reality that is not subject to the illusion of beliefs, you will likely fail. Whatever you come up with will simply be another perspective or imagination, and not what's true as an absolute. This is what makes our task so difficult. Even when you earnestly attempt a direct consciousness of this moment of existence, that doesn't mean it's forthcoming. You may remain without any image at all, without any alternative to whatever you believed or imagined about self and reality heretofore. This is an important aspect to grasp about the matter. We've banged into it repeatedly, and perhaps have come to understand its significance, but may still wait for an answer, some conceptually graspable description of the real reality. We're after the openness inherent in not knowing, not something new in which to believe. Destroying all that we believe helps move our consciousness into the open state from which it becomes possible to grasp what is real. The practice of dispelling beliefs. 1852. It's time to take up a practice of eliminating everything you believe. You started this practice in Chapter 2, when you did the emptying your cup exercise. But such a practice won't be done in one sitting. It's likely that you can continue fruitfully for years. Discovering and eliminating beliefs is best done as an ongoing practice throughout the course of your life. It's also very useful from time to time to focus your attention on this practice as an intense contemplation, deliberately conjuring up everything you believe, on whatever level you believe it, and working to get free of it. 1853. Using one simple distinction, you can begin to uncover what are beliefs and what are not. You've already encountered this distinction in the form of this simple question: have you experienced whatever you're referring to firsthand or not? With this notion, you can start to sort out all that is believed from what is experienced. If you yourself have not had a direct experience of the matter, it must be a belief. If you have experienced it for yourself, firsthand, then don't call it a belief. 1854. As a contemplation, ask yourself, what do I think is true? This will not only produce a lot of material to ponder, it will push you into challenging all three levels of belief that we talked about earlier. Your consciously adopted beliefs are easiest to notice, but you will also begin to run into your own programming and assumptions. Beliefs about yourself, others, or life so entrenched or taken for granted they just seem like fact. When you bring to mind what you believe, one thing after another will come up. 1855. As you consider this matter, one of the first things you need to challenge are your consciously adopted beliefs. In particular, turn a critical eye onto the systems of beliefs that you use as guidelines for living, or as practices for personal improvement. All those beliefs coming from religions, New Age notions, philosophies of various kinds, practices for growth, or simply ideas about the cosmos, health, or human behavior. These consciously adopted beliefs or philosophical precepts are appropriated as one's own from an external source. This means that by definition they are not directly experienced. 1856. Have you personally and directly experienced God, or that there is no God? No? then whatever you believe about that is a belief. Do you really know that there is an afterlife? That all religions are essentially the same at their source? Or that yours is the only true one? Who said so? Do you really know that health food is good for you? All cults are bad? Reason can solve all problems? Or whatever it is you personally consider true? Discover and acknowledge everything you've consciously adopted as a belief, and get free of it. 1857. At some point in this effort, you'll touch on beliefs you have about yourself. This will certainly push you into the level of programming. Tackling this level of belief will take a concerted effort and focused attention. Merely challenging anything you hold to be true about yourself will open the door to further contemplation. In upcoming chapters, we will put more attention on addressing deeper assumptions, but it doesn't hurt to start working on it now. 1858. Even those beliefs that seem more factually based should be challenged. You might not consider some idea as hearsay at first glance, but after looking into it further, you'll realize that it is. For example, you might ask yourself, have I directly experienced a molecule? No? Then what you believe about molecules is a belief. For most of us, it is complete hearsay, something we've read in books or heard from professors. But even those of us who have done experiments that validate the existence and theories of molecules must confess to never having perceived a molecule firsthand. It is hearsay, no matter how valid or certain we are of its correctness. Have you yourself seen that the earth is round? You've seen pictures, you say. This might seem to count as an experience, but if we are sticking with the first-hand rule, then it is not an experience of a round planet. It is a picture of something claimed to be the planet, and besides, you have no experience of how big it is, whether it is in fact three-dimensional, and so on. Close, but no cigar. It is a belief. We can make a distinction between beliefs that seem factually based and those that have no real basis in fact. Yet, for our work here, we must still call them all beliefs and realize the implications of this fact. 1859. Are you getting the idea of how to do this practice? Working with the distinction between hearsay and first-hand experience might be easier if you imagine dividing all that you think is true into two separate piles. As you concentrate on this task, you will have one pile of hearsay and another much smaller pile of what you've experienced for yourself. The latter may or may not turn out to be beliefs in the end, but you don't need to decide everything about that right now. What's most important is to recognize all that is hearsay, since these will clearly be beliefs, and you will find they will far outweigh what you come up with as experience. Eliminating beliefs exercise. Now, take some time and seriously practice going through everything you think is true. As you do, distinguish all that is hearsay from what you consider personally experienced. If you aren't certain about whether you've actually experienced something or not, then you can toss it on the to-be-considered later pile and move on. Most of what you think is true, however, is one or the other. Out of all that you believe or hold to be true, clearly acknowledge what must end up in the pile of not experienced firsthand. 1860. Once you've discovered that certain truths you've held are clearly beliefs, you must recognize and acknowledge them as beliefs. This is the same as perceiving them as not the truth, and so destroying them as being true. A significant shift will occur in your experience by doing so, even if you don't really stop believing them, because they will no longer be held as true, simply as believed. Letting go of a belief altogether provides an even more significant shift in your experience. Once you eliminate all that you acknowledge as hearsay, Then you can recreate the exercise by challenging all that you designated as personally experienced. You will find there is much you originally thought of as experience that turns out to be belief or assumption. Make an ongoing practice of discovering beliefs tucked away within your experience. The more conscious you become of this domain, the more beliefs you will discover and the deeper you can go. Just keep working on it. A new experience in consciousness. 1861. Every time we recognize and eliminate a belief, a new experience arises. The moment we are free of a belief, we experience a sense of aliveness, openness, and freedom. A little bit or a lot depending on the depth of effect the belief had on our lives. This act may be preceded by resistance, or a fear of loss or possible pain. But once done, a sense of freedom replaces any sense of trepidation. The belief is instantly seen as a belief, and so obviously not the truth, since we just stopped believing it. This leaves us with a sense of open possibility. 1862. For example, if I believe that people are hostile, or that the moon is made of green cheese, by confronting the fact that these are beliefs and may not actually be the case, I can let them go. I can stop believing them, and hold in their place a willingness to discover what's true. In that moment, my experience will change. People are no longer hostile. They might be any number of ways, one of which could be hostile, but since I no longer hold as a fact that they are inherently hostile, this perspective no longer fills my entire perception of people or the world. Suddenly, there is room for other possibilities. The moon is not made of green cheese. Once again, it could be. It could be made of an infinite number of things. But since I no longer believe it is made of green cheese, the matter is wide open. Infinite possibilities arise within the presence of not knowing. 1863. In the exercise above, what happened when you recognized something you thought was true was a belief, and stopped believing it? Simply dropping that belief changed your experience of reality, at least a little bit, didn't it? Something disappeared, and in its place you were left with nothing and openness. Now imagine what might be the case if you dropped many beliefs, or all of your beliefs. Your experience of openness and possibility would be huge, as would your sense of not knowing. 1864. Normally we try to fill such an opening as quickly as possible. Being unaccustomed as we are to this experience of openness, and being programmed to believe that the state of not knowing is to be avoided. Usually the openness is filled right away because we only dispense with a belief when swapping it out for another. When we've been convinced for some reason that some new view is the correct one. As soon as we get past our habitual resistance to the new idea, the transition is often rather smooth, and so any sense of openness is quickly replaced with a sense of certainty and newness. We don't like spending time on the wrong side of things. Whenever we're open enough to find out we've been mistaken about something, we quickly jump to the newly perceived correct view by adopting a new belief. 1865. Aside from any embarrassment or razzing by friends that might have accompanied such a switch in the past, when you look back you may notice a sense of aliveness or openness that occurred whenever you managed to let go of something you believed. No matter how short the time span, this happened just before you assimilated the new belief. Now, instead of grasping onto a replacement, as you consciously disassociate from some current belief, you can simply settle into the open space that ensues. If you can be comfortable with not knowing, you have no need to rush on. Coincidentally, in this space, your attention is immediately drawn to a more genuine sense of yourself. That is, until you move on to the next distraction. 1866. With each belief we eliminate, we get a little closer to a genuine experience of something real, since our realness lies prior to as well as beyond our beliefs. The conceptual overlay that clouds our perception of real being begins to lift a little. The more beliefs that are removed, the more present and clear our sense of this beingness becomes, having an increasingly large crack through which to shine. The deeper and more dominating the beliefs, the larger the opening. 1867. I suspect that deep down everyone is aware of this to some degree, even if it's thoroughly overlooked. If we strip away every belief, perhaps nothing will stand in the way of becoming conscious of what is genuine and real. Certainly our experience would be more immediate and genuine because we'd be left with a sense of what is rather than what is believed, even if what is unknown. We may not have an insight or direct experience of the truth of this moment, but that possibility suddenly becomes real and present. Since our experience is currently conceptually dominated, whenever we make such a shift, these concepts will lose much of their power. Breaking free of the inherent illusion caused by our conceptual self-introversion creates a huge openness and a greater sense of realness. 1868. As this process unfolds, we may suffer a feeling of disorientation from time to time. Practice will increase our ability to tolerate the openness of not knowing, and a genuine experience will begin to emerge. In order to take such a practice to completion, we need to unearth every assumption and destroy all of our beliefs. This will reveal where we stand as a self and create an opening for the truth. Through this opening, being can emerge, and from this new depth of consciousness, a greater sense of wonder and a more joyful, fulfilled experience of being alive is possible. 1869. In the next 2 chapters, we will turn our attention once again to our shared assumptions and their consequences. Emptiness, self-doubt, feeling trapped, suffering, and struggle persist as core elements of our self-experience. It seems that our assumptions not only make it possible, but inevitable that some variation of this set of negative consequences remains pinned to our experience and buried deep in our psyches. What are these assumptions? Let's take a look. Chapter 19. Freedom from Assumptions. Part 1. 19.1. As we work to become free of the self-mind, we realize that the depth and scope of this endeavor are staggering. We can readily recognize the operating principle of survival as it dominates our experience through effects, and we've touched on the world of beliefs that frame our particular perspective. Now we turn our attention to the deeper aspects of belief. In particular, the way in which our unrecognized assumptions act as a foundation for self and our perception of reality. It's difficult to make every aspect of mind accessible in one book. We can, however, create new doorways into the deeper domains, and in time the diligent reader can use these to move to greater consciousness. 19.2. Earlier, we touched on 5 consequences that result from shared cultural and human assumptions. Our personal experience of these consequences can lead us into a new depth of mind as we investigate the assumptions that create them. In so doing, we will tackle far more than these particular assumptions and consequences. That's the point. As we become increasingly conscious of this domain, we'll begin to touch the core of the self-mind. 19.3. Normally, when we speak of assumption, we mean something that is taken for granted to be true without reflection or proof. The domain of assumption that I'm talking about is an unusually obscure domain. This is an aspect of mind that is the source of so much of the activity that we recognize as mind, thinking, perceiving, reacting, emoting, behavior, and so on. And yet this source remains hidden from view. We don't cognize these assumptions, but we live from them. 19.4. This doesn't mean they are elsewhere. They exist within and as the whole mind activity. They simply aren't recognized. We might say it is a bit like a bush, where we see all the leaves but not the branches, and stems that generate and support them. These branches aren't elsewhere. They're just different in nature from the leaves and also hidden from view. We could also think of these assumptions as the system that runs our computer. It remains hidden from view and always in the background, while all that we see and do on the computer is dependent on this framework. It allows and also dictates what we can and can't do. 19.5. We might call this domain of mind contextual assumptions, or perhaps we could call it source assumptions, or foundation assumptions. In any case, regardless what we call it, this domain is a deep aspect of mind taking place right now in your awareness, determining what you will be aware of and how you will think about and interact with what's perceived. It is this domain of mind that we will attempt to bring to consciousness. 19.6. Our goal is to increase consciousness. While it is appropriate to improve our ability to discern the cause of personal challenges, our work here should not be construed as simply making a list of possible causes, nor should it be seen as some kind of psychotherapy. The 5 consequences are representative of what ails us just in the act of sharing human assumptions. They represent facets of the same basic human condition, and so insight into one will necessarily provide clues about the others. As we uncover the founding pillars of our self-mind, much of the remaining structure will become clear and, in the face of this clarity, begin to crumble. Making connections. 19.7. One of our more difficult tasks in this work is making a connection between newly discovered assumptions and the effects these assumptions have on our lives. Too often it remains an intellectual connection, and this does very little. Only through grasping that something assumed really does cause distressful consequences will we be motivated to let go of the assumption. Unless we can link these consequences to our own impulses and witness them resulting from our decisions and thinking, reactions and behavior, all based on contextual assumptions, will not gain the clarity needed to achieve any real freedom from them. We will continue to hold fast to these survival impulses, much like a monkey who grasps a piece of fruit inside a narrow-neck bottle remains imprisoned because he won't let go of the fruit. It's not that he's so greedy or stupid. It's that he doesn't make the connection between holding on to the fruit and his inability to escape the bottle. We are very much like that. Once we realize within our own experience the relationship between something to which we cling and our own suffering, we are sure to let it go. Prior to realizing this relationship, however, we will remain monkeys trapped by a bottle. 19.8. The first thing we need to do is become conscious of what we are assuming. This has to be done through personal contemplation, but taking a look at possible candidates can warm us up to this task and provide some directions in which to look. Be clear, these 5 consequences don't represent everything that goes on with us. They act only as a sampling of the human condition. Actually, suffering and struggling are primary. These are fundamental aspects of a self trying to survive. Emptiness, self-doubt, and feeling trapped are really just specific forms of suffering that are usually insidious and background in nature, involving their own kinds of internal struggles that also affect one's reactivity and behavior. Yet, they are found so frequently in the human condition that they contribute something useful and specific to our investigations. We'll focus our work on assumption by looking into the origins and components of these 5 consequences: emptiness, self-doubt, feeling trapped, suffering, struggle. 19.9. What are the core cultural assumptions that produce these common effects? Whatever they are, they won't appear as mere ideas, but will seem to be perceptions of reality. They won't offer themselves up easily to scrutiny. Our first encounter with possible assumptions would have to be seen as unconventional, since they'll likely go against the grain of accepted truisms. Given this, they may also be difficult to understand, and so we should be patient in our consideration. 19.10. Intellectual attempts to conjure up possible assumptions can provide material for further contemplation, but is not likely to lead to insight. A conscious experience of the assumption at its source will always be different from the thought about what it might be. Though we may use intellect to search out probable candidates, if we want to make a difference in our lives, we need a real experiential recognition of these assumptions actively operating in our own minds. 19.11. Beyond shared assumptions, personal programming also contributes to these effects, but such programming must be discovered individually. Our foundation assumptions create the base that generates the likelihood that certain consequences will arise. Yet an individual may suffer similar effects that relate to his or her particular programming, and this isn't necessarily a direct result of shared assumptions. This has to be sorted out within the mind of the individual in his or her own contemplations and investigations. Individual and cultural contributions, however, cannot truly be separated, and so awakening one will affect the other. 19.12. An open and contemplative listening needs to take place as I mention probable assumptions for the above consequences, since the communication might too quickly be clouded by a reaction from the assumption itself. Also, since these effects are background or general in nature, the assumptions may well seem very abstract or hard to pin down. They act in a place of the mind that is not readily accessed. Generally, this depth of thought is only discussed in such environs as a philosophy class, and is taken seriously only as long as our fascination for interesting ideas lasts. Yet assumptions that are at the root of such effects as emptiness or suffering are not merely a matter for metaphysical discussion. They are a serious part of the foundation for our daily thinking and perceptions. 19.13. We must be careful not to let any form of cultural programming or accepted ways of thinking influence our exploration. The very standards for being socially correct are based on what we as a culture want to be so in our thinking at this time in history. Being proper, or good, or correct in one's thinking precludes any real investigation of what's true about one's thinking. 19.14. We must be willing to discover and confess ideas and beliefs that run contrary to social acceptance, and even contrary to what we may personally want or believe. The only thing it needs to be is true. Whether we like it or not is irrelevant. This doesn't mean true in an ultimate sense, but actually occurring, such as something found to be in fact assumed, although we were unaware of this condition and perhaps even believed it to be otherwise. It may be that we believe the emperor has clothes, but once it's pointed out that he does not, we mustn't insist that he does regardless of our fear of disfavor. If we consider the spirit of this adventure on a par with deep psychoanalysis, fearless contemplation, honest spiritual investigations, or committed philosophical or scientific research, we can see that personal beliefs can only get in the way. It is the truth we are after. 1915. Regardless of any individual assumptions we may dig out, the overriding assertion here is that all of these 5 consequences, and many more, are a result of believing ourselves to be a self. In simple terms, once we've mistaken ourselves for something not real, shit happens. The particular twists and turns aren't nearly as important as the fact we are sent racing down a slope of being controlled by effects because we are trying to survive as a self. 1916. In this work, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that none of this would be necessary if it weren't set in motion in the first place. What sets us in motion, what knocks us off course, is mistaking a self for the act of being. Keeping this in mind assists us in not getting lost in the maze through which we may enter as we try to sort out some of these assumptions. The connection between the assumption and its influence on our lives needs to be clearly seen. But, like being in a maze, it may be more easily seen by backing up far enough to see it as part of a whole pattern. 1917. Simply put, emptiness, self-doubt, and feeling trapped are all forms of suffering, and struggle is what we do to deal with these effects. Each has its own story, however, the discovery of which helps us unveil the particular assumptions that produce much of our self-induced distress. We will look briefly into these consequences of selfdom, but remember, such considerations are simply a sampling provided to assist you in discovering for yourself the foundation of the human condition. 1918. Many of the conditions and assumptions that produce one effect will also contribute to producing other effects. Much of what we discover at the root of emptiness will be true for self-doubt, and this will also connect up with suffering and so on. They are parts of a whole, and so we shouldn't see them as isolated causes and effects. As the story unfolds, the relationship between various beliefs, cultural assumptions, and the effects and challenges these produce in our lives should begin to become clear. The complexity and obscured nature of this subject requires a much greater depth of contemplation about what's discussed, but we can begin to sort out these assumptions and feelings right now. Although we'll briefly look at some possibilities, the real work will continue to rely solely on your own contemplation. To start us off and set down some groundwork, let's take a look into emptiness. Emptiness. 1919. When you consider various kinds of emptiness, you might come up with feeling as though you are personally isolated, incomplete or not whole, as if something is missing, or simply having a sense that your life or self is without meaning. In whatever form it shows itself, this sense seems to occur in the neighborhood of feeling empty, alone, or lacking. What could this sense of emptiness be founded on? 1920. Every negative exists in contrast to a positive alternative. If these negative feelings are occurring, we must believe that some other, more positive feelings should be true instead. Certainly we must presume that our experience and selves could and should be some other way. It's likely we assume we're not as we should be, if for no other reason than that we confuse ourselves with false notions. Observing the way we identify ourselves as something other than our true condition is a start, but what else do we assume to be true of ourselves or reality that leads to feelings of emptiness or meaninglessness? 1921. Emptiness occurs in relation to two possibilities, fact and fiction. In simple terms, we feel empty in relation to the fact that we are empty, which is to say, we are missing an experience of our real selves. We also feel empty in relation to cultural misunderstandings, or fiction. This fictitious emptiness may feel like a real condition, but is founded on false notions, on the belief that something should be present that is not, or that something shouldn't be present that is. Both fact and fiction feed each other, and the result is a powerful background sense that we're calling emptiness. If we can eliminate the presumptions that cause it, our sense of emptiness will lift. Generating a sense of disconnection. 1922. If our integrity is broken, we will suffer a lack of cohesion and authenticity within our experience, creating a sense of being disconnected from others and from ourselves. When it becomes the norm or an accepted behavior to lie or misrepresent in some manner, a lack of integrity within one's own experience must occur. This means that what is expressed to others, and even to ourselves, doesn't match what is actually true of ourselves. We've seen that misrepresentation occurs on many levels, and even to those not consciously trying to mislead. Intentional or not, however, once our integrity is broken, we will suffer the consequences. A lack of integrity here simply means that there is a split or crack in our self-experience. 1923. A cracked china bowl may leak, and can very easily be broken because it lacks the integrity of a unified bowl, which is cohesive and self-consistent. Just like the bowl, when the integrity of our personal experience is broken up, we will suffer the consequences. When misrepresentation is adopted, a split in our integrity is unavoidable. We tell ourselves that it doesn't matter, or that we can get around it or put up with it, or share with each other the acceptance of little white lies. But we fail to share the fact that we are misrepresenting ourselves in very subtle and sometimes overt ways. No matter how much we try to convince ourselves that this forbidden fruit is harmless to eat, or an old-fashioned notion that no longer applies, we still suffer the consequences of breaking up our integrity. 1924. Even as we attempt to be an honest person, misrepresentation still slips through the back door. In our culture and with our assumptions, this is unavoidable. Let's look at an example of how this could happen using one specific case. If a shared assumption in my particular subculture is that personal worth determines acceptability in the community, then I need to appear worthwhile in order to obtain the good judgments of others and the status assessed as requisite for my success, ergo, survival. Consistent with such an orientation, if knowledge is a valued commodity in my culture, I would then strive to appear knowledgeable. A split in my self-experience is now at hand, because at the core of my being I am not originally knowledgeable. I'll go about trying to accumulate knowledge so that I appear to be one who knows, even though fundamentally I am not. 1925. Let's be clear that what's important to me is the acceptance of others. Being one who knows is not really the objective and is actually a side effect if it does occur. What's important is that I am perceived as one who knows. In this case, I will tend to misrepresent myself and so create a split in my integrity. I will adopt affectations attributed to knowers in our culture. I may present a superior demeanor and act as if I know far more than I really do. When confronted by disagreement, the important thing for me is to win the argument, which frequently means to discount or discredit the other's ideas, regardless of their validity. Given such a disposition, not knowing would have me quaking in my boots, unless, of course, I could quickly make it into a form of knowing that I don't know. Believe it or not, all of this is a form of misrepresentation, even if I don't know I'm doing it. 1926. There are many, many such possibilities, and they are all founded on various assumptions and misrepresentations that lead to a fundamental lack of integrity. This is not a moral issue. It is a practical one. Once misrepresentation has taken over, it is not possible to feel genuine because the fact is we are not. This provides us with a feeling of inauthenticity. No matter how much we try to ignore it or convince ourselves it doesn't matter, in our culture, chances are high that such an inauthentic sense has permeated our bones. Inauthenticity isn't found merely in the musings of the mind or the struggles of our emotions. It lies in a taken-for-granted background sense inherent in our very experience of self. 1927. So this inauthenticity arises from an activity. We actually generate a sense of being disconnected from a genuine experience of ourselves, which contributes to our sense of emptiness. If an honest self-experience is buried and unacknowledged, a very crucial component to our wholeness will appear to be missing. If we assume that misrepresenting or manipulating our experience will get us what we want, we will live within an inauthenticity that provides us with something we don't want, but we are likely to remain unconscious of the connection between the two. Chasing after fulfillment. 1928. Another assumption that exists in our culture is the presumption of fulfillment. We presume that we should be fulfilled, even deserve to be fulfilled. We also assume we know how this should take place, and that attaining one's desires will provide a sense of fulfillment and happiness. When asked, however, most people really have no concrete idea how they could attain fulfillment beyond a fuzzy notion of obtaining everything they desire. Anyone who has gotten past the initial delight at attaining some desire can attest that deep fulfillment and happiness are not forthcoming, or at least not for long. We can observe that after fulfilling any number of desires, the need for fulfillment remains an issue. 1929. Still, we assume, especially in our culture, that somehow we deserve to obtain what we want, that we deserve to feel good, to get our way, to have our every desire realized. Since we assume that getting what we want should naturally come about, we can see the many ways in which struggling would become a constant activity, and a lack of fulfillment, both shallow and deep, couldn't help but work its way into our ongoing experience. Chasing unattainable fulfillment is but one of the ingredients in the cheese that our mouse so diligently runs after. Another one is our set of ideals. Pursuing ideals. 1930. Our stories and fables, our cultural myths and allegories, help provide us with important cohesive standards for behavior and benchmarks for finding meaning and attaining fulfillment. Dependence on them, however, leaves us vulnerable in an unexpected way. Our relationship to these ideals, which represent the shoulds and shouldn'ts of our community, family, and selves, can actually be quite damaging. 1931. Since we were very young, we have been inundated with stories and ideas of destiny, romantic notions of being a hero or heroine, of being someone special, fulfilling our potential for greatness, or realizing a dream. From such culturally promoted ideals, we are likely to assume that something awaits us in our lives, that our individual existence has a particular purpose and meaning. Of course, this purpose and meaning is frequently obscure. Realizing this destiny, fulfilling a life plan, is supposed to give meaning to life, without which we would likely feel something is missing, or that our life is not living up to its potential. 1932. In the background, everyone has images of what their lives and selves should be like. These can be quite subtle and buried, or very obvious and openly touted, perhaps presenting a standard impossible to reach. Although almost no one would admit to the more outrageous ideals, being a Superman in ability, the wisest human on earth, or a saint in spirit, they nevertheless tend to have such ideas in some form or another, and can be quite dominated by them. 1933. How could anyone possibly be dominated by such outrageous fantasies? First, they don't exist as a fantasy. They exist as what's expected, as that which would make a person worthwhile, special and loved. Yet it isn't the impossible ideals that run us. We are chock full of all sorts of images of who we should be and who we shouldn't be. These are both personal and cultural, but the bottom line is always the same. We don't perceive ourselves to be that way. By presuming that we should be some way that we are not, we are setting ourselves up for disappointment. Some dictionary definitions of ideal. Ideal, noun. 1. A conception of something in its absolute perfection. 2. One that is regarded as a standard or model of perfection or excellence. 3. An ultimate object of endeavor, a goal. Ideal adjective. 1. Conforming to an ultimate form or standard of perfection or excellence. 2. A. Existing only in the mind, imaginary. B. Lacking practicality or the possibility of realization. 3. Philosophy. A. Existing as an archetype or pattern, especially as a Platonic idea or perception. 1934. We see that as a noun, ideal is described as perfect, ultimate, worthy. These sound good, and we'd all like to be considered perfect, to attain the ultimate in human existence, and certainly to be found worthy. Yet is this our experience? Not likely. We often hear the phrase, "No one is perfect," and yet we are still filled to the brim with what a perfect self should be like. If both are true, no one is perfect, and yet we should be perfect, it is clear we can't avoid a strong internal conflict. 1935. We do not experience and perhaps cannot attain an ultimate status in anything. The thing is, these are concepts, mere ideas. They are not supposed to be occurring as a human life. Another way to say that is, the life lived consciously and genuinely as itself is the perfect life. It is exactly what it is without distortion or deceit, without pretense or fraud. This makes it perfectly what it is. But this is not our case. We are always relating to a battery of ideals that form the world of what we're not, but should be. 1936. What if ideals never were meant to be attained? Sounds silly, doesn't it? Of course they are meant to be attained. It is only ourselves that are lacking. Perhaps not. Perhaps, in fact, there is nothing lacking within ourselves at all. If an ideal was not meant to be attained, in other words, lacked the possibility of realization, then what good is it, and why does it exist? An ideal may have been created to serve the function of providing a direction in which to develop, or it may have been instilled as a form of control, a way to standardize values, or to humble the recipient. All manner of possibilities could explain the presence of our many ideals, none of which require personal realization. We can see once again that the analogy of chasing an unattainable cheese fits here perfectly. 1937. For the most part, we fail to notice how numerous and unconscious many of our ideals are. Most of them aren't what we consciously call our ideals. They're unnoticed and often unglamorous shoulds and shouldn'ts that we live as accepted failings or as personal aspirations. We are like fish in water, and find it difficult to make out the ideals that run us, because they are always present and constantly running us. The mass of beliefs and images we have that act as ideals are wired into our thinking, our self-images and self-concepts. They act on us without any conscious effort on our part. When a phrase such as existing as an archetype or pattern is included in the definition of ideal, we understand this better by recognizing that many patterns in our thinking are devoted to what we are not. These are usually not even patterns observed to be so of us, such as observable patterns that characterize the self's identity. What an ideal archetype or pattern represents is something not so observed, but something imagined and idealized. 1938. Becoming programmed with so many non-occurring images and ideals, we can't help but experience a huge emptiness. We can't help but compare and contrast what isn't. Fantasies of our future destiny, images of how we should be or how things should turn out, beliefs about what life should be like, standards to which we should measure up with what is, or at least is perceived, and find the is lacking. By extension, we find ourselves lacking. 1939. To make matters worse, we have as many anti-ideals that drive our experience as well. This form of ideal consists of what shouldn't be true of us, or what we fear may be true of us. Running away from something is ultimately the same dynamic as running toward something. These shape us as much as any perfection ideal. Pursuing our ideals, both subtle and gross, drives us in the same direction as fleeing from our anti-ideals. Altogether, this world of images and ideas contributes a great deal to the particular cheese we run toward, or in the case of anti-ideals, away from, and molds our experience to a large extent by forming the parameters of how we should be. But we remain separated from this cheese that was never meant to be attained. We suffer in our ignorance and struggle. 1940. Normally, we presume that ideals are a good thing, that they represent what we should strive for, and indicate admirable qualities in a human being. Yet we overlook the damaging effects of ideals. We fail to recognize the fact that many of the images to which we aspire, including our programs of shoulds and shouldn'ts, are not so idyllic. We also don't notice that binding ourselves to these mostly unattainable and unlikely self-images, and fleeing from our feared self-images, keeps us perpetually in motion. This motion is unhealthy, shaming, and provides a lot of fuel for our sense of emptiness, since we don't exist within our ideals. Ideals are never focused on what is, and so are never about what we are. Therefore, they can't lead to a genuine and honest sense of being. 1941. In any case, we are stuck in a relationship with these beliefs that leaves us bereft of the qualities that suggest we are already what we should be. An ideal is largely used as something to indicate what we are not. At best, it provides a direction in which to go. At worst, it is something we use to beat ourselves up with because we find ourselves and our lives continuously lacking. 1942. It will take some contemplative efforts to discover all of your ideals and anti-ideals. The doorway to such a practice is a non-judgmental feeling sensitivity to your innermost notions about yourself. You will have an opportunity to work on increasing your contemplative skills in upcoming chapters. The point here is that cultural assumptions regarding ideals can't help but contribute to your nagging background sense of emptiness. Inherent in the drive for attaining ideals is a need for meaning. It's not hard to see how this need might be another contributor to emptiness. A need for meaning. 1943. If we presume that we should inherently have meaning, we would naturally expect meaning to fill our experience of self and life. But how would this happen? What makes us meaningful? This may vary depending on the individual and culture, but don't we generally expect a degree of significance, of personal value and worth to accompany our existence? There is no question that we are supposed to have meaning. It is a hallmark of self-survival. Without meaning, What could it all possibly mean? What is life for? A life or self devoid of meaning is regarded as depressing, something to be avoided at all costs. Let's look anyway. 1944. Imagine that your existence is itself, that your actual being exists for itself. This might be said like, you are because you are, or you exist that you exist. The only way something has meaning or value is in relation to something else. If we ask, what does an apple mean? What are we asking? We find we are stopped short. We need to ask what we mean by, what does an apple mean? Unless we are referring to something other than the existence of the apple, the question doesn't make any sense. This is because an apple doesn't mean anything, just being an apple. What does a person mean? What do you mean? Just like the apple, these questions have no relevance. We don't mean anything in just being. In order to determine our meaning, we have to look at our relationship to our community, or our value or usefulness in relation to something else. 1945. For example, an apple is valued to us as a food item. It is valuable to the apple tree as a reproductive organ, and if we use the apple as a ball, it would be useful for playing catch. What does the apple mean? Unless we apply some meaning to the apple's existence, we cannot really determine such a thing. If we can't say what kind of tool it could be used for, what function it might serve, or what destiny we can imagine for it, all of which are relations of the apple to something else, such as to ourselves, the tree, a game, or an ideal, we can find no meaning whatsoever. The apple simply exists. This means that without relationship or comparison, without ascribing a use, there is no inherent meaning in the apple all by itself. It is simply being an apple. It has no meaning. Meaning, noun. 1. An interpreted goal, intent, or end. 2. Significance. 3. The sense in which something is understood, import. To mean, verb. 1. To act as a symbol of, signify, or represent. 2. To design, intend, or destine for a certain purpose or end. 3. To have as a consequence, bring about. 4. To have the importance or value of. Meaningless. 1. Having no significance. 2. Having no assigned function. 3. Not formed according to the rules. 4. Not being a genuine element. 1946. Whenever we apply meaning to the apple, we will miss the experience of the apple just being an apple. Instead, we are concerned with its use or its future. Meaning is a secondary application. Does the apple deserve apple rights? Does it deserve fulfillment, or to feel good, or to have its way? Obviously, it would be impossible to tell what that could possibly be. But even if we could, it would be ridiculous to assume that apples deserve anything beyond being an apple. It is equally absurd to presume that we deserve anything, or require value just in the course of being. Being has no meaning. It just is. Therefore, we have no inherent meaning. We simply are. 1947. To our cultural ears, this might sound like a negative, but it isn't negative at all. As a matter of fact, there is some very good news in all this. Meaninglessness here doesn't mean less meaning or negative meaning. Meaningless means without meaning. It is no meaning. Therefore, we are inherently free of meaning. Realizing this should immediately end our struggle for meaning. Do you see how this works? Although it might sound depressing to hear that you have no meaning, the good news is that you absolutely cannot be worthless. Since value is a function of use, it is artificially applied to things. It is secondary and not inherent in anything. This indicates that it is impossible for anyone to be inherently worthless. 1948. It also means that one cannot have value. The whole issue of value and worth, of meaning and significance, is a social issue. It is not applicable to being. One simply is what one is. This cannot be measured, valued, or made to be in any way better or worse than it is. As a matter of fact, better or worse cannot apply to is. Would you cease to exist if everyone thought you were worthless? Would you begin to exist if everyone thought you were great? Of course not. Did you exist before you had any notion of good or bad, self-consciousness, knowledge, worth, or any judgments whatsoever? Of course you did. So obviously you aren't any of it. Your being exists as itself for itself. The rest is secondary. 1949. We create any meaning that ourselves or lives have. This is actually the only place a meaningful life can occur. Knowing this empowers us to take responsibility for any meaning or lack of meaning we might experience. The significance of our lives is an assessment that we make. It is determined by whatever goals, ends, or usefulness we assess as meaningful, and how we act in relation to this assessment. Yet, no matter how much meaning we apply, as a being we are still unchanged. We have no meaning. 1950. The point is that feeling empty because we can't find meaning is a mistake. If there is no meaning to being, then no meaning can ever be found. This is not cause for depression. It is simply the truth. Instead of a negative relationship to this condition, we can find reason to celebrate our state of openness and revel in the freedom it affords. It is the same dynamic we've seen occurring with not knowing. Whenever we designate some inherent condition of our own being as a negative, we are compelled to deny and resist that condition, creating a fundamental separation from a genuine experience of ourselves. Suffering this condition is completely unnecessary and inappropriate. Being without knowing. 1951. We've seen that whenever we look deep within, we can always find a sense of not knowing in one form or another. It may show up as a feeling of ignorance, or as just not having desired information. It may show as an absence of understanding, or as not knowing who or what we really are. It may manifest as the suspicion that unknown aspects exist within ourselves that nevertheless influence our reactions and behavior, or it may simply be a sense that something is missing or inauthentic. However it appears, the bottom line is that we simply don't know. Given our cultural assumption that this somehow points to a defect, we naturally feel discomfort and perhaps even a bit of panic. 1952. As is obvious by now, not knowing is a normal and healthy aspect of being human. Whenever we set up antagonistic relationships to our own attributes, we will continue to run into problems. One of the more central and yet overlooked areas in which not knowing has a distressing effect was addressed early on. This is the possible origins or foundation upon which we create a self. 1953. I've suggested that because we actually don't know how we came to be, or what existence is, we are drawn into a game of pretending to be something, and calling that who we are. This probably goes on subconsciously for most people, and since we are so filled with beliefs, it may be difficult to recognize. It is quite obvious, however, once the first glimmer is seen. Having this condition, in which we are without a direct conscious experience of the nature of self, reality, or existence, will necessarily produce an experience of somehow being separate from those feelings. Doesn't it seem strange that our everyday experience seems separated from the deepest aspects of ourselves and reality? 1954. We are clear that we exist, and that we exist within reality. We just don't know how we came to exist or the ultimate nature of existence. Given that these questions remain, we are bound to sense a very profound ignorance at the deepest levels of our consciousness. Not knowing occurs as a lack of conscious experience, and therefore will evoke a sense of disconnection from the very roots of our experience. This experience may well be at the heart of our sense of isolation and separation, our sense of emptiness. 1955. Contrary to our culturally popular assumption that asserting an opinion or taking on a particular belief about these ultimate matters will somehow resolve one's place in the universe, actually the opposite is true. Standing on the artificial ground of hearsay or opinion, no matter how seriously or reverently it is done, actually places us in a position of pretense. It forces us to ignore our ignorance and binds us to a conceptual overlay that might seem like a ship come to our rescue, but is no such thing. 1956. As long as we can get our minds to believe some given answer in all seriousness, we might be able to fool our sensibilities and psychology into perceiving reality as being consistent with such beliefs. But if we question the truth in any way, our lack of personal and authentic experience of the roots of self and reality will emerge, and we are likely to feel lacking or defective. In truth, we are neither lacking nor defective. We are simply not knowing. Existential loneliness. 1957. Have you ever felt alone, even in a crowd? This is an example of being existentially alone. What does that mean? It means that this aloneness exists simply because self exists. You exist as a distinction that is set off from all that is not, which is what makes a self a discrete entity, and this creates a core sense of being separate and isolated. Because a self is conceptual in nature, it also lacks any objective solidity, and this adds to your sense of unreality. You tend to overlook the source of this universal human condition and suffer as if it is an undeserved affliction that perhaps you alone endure. 1958. Since we seem to live within our own internal world, a sense of isolation is to be expected. We may share ourselves with others and value their company, but some deep aspect of our being never seems to be touched by them, or rarely in any case. This may owe its origins to two conditions. The first we've already discussed, the sense of disconnection created by our lack of direct personal experience when it comes to the basic origins and nature of our own existence. The second might be best understood through the use of the Lucifer myth. 1959. A myth of long ago tells us of a fallen angel, Lucifer, whose statement to God went something like, "I'd rather rule in hell than serve in heaven." My understanding of this myth is that Lucifer is the self, that it points to an illusion within, an activity to which our original being falls prey, separating us from what's real and true. The hell in which we rule is our own self-mind. The heaven we refuse to serve is the real nature of being, the absolute truth. 1960. It is within our own minds that we seem to have free rein. There we can adulterate or distort whatever we wish. We can choose what to accept and what to reject, what to believe and what to disbelieve. It is within our own minds that we can lie, pretend, misrepresent, affect, ignore, and more. It is here that we have our opinions and pass our judgments. We can reorient data, rearrange facts, and disregard the truth if we so desire. We can alter our perceptions and recreate our memories. It is here that we reside as a self-overlord. This is where it appears as though we rule. 1961. We can do all this, but we can't create a sense of being connected. Our rule requires a separation between what we experience in our own cognizant mind and our experience of others and reality, as well as a separation between us and the absolute truth. Although we seem to be the self-overlord, in truth we suffer the consequences of this illusion, and so our little fiefdom also becomes our prison, and we spend our time serving a false master and struggling against meaningless foes. This is the world of the self. 1962. On the other hand, if we were to be dominated by whatever's true, if absolute reality impinged upon our awareness in no uncertain terms, without allowing for distortion or alteration in any way, or ignorance of any kind, then we would have no choice but to succumb to an experience of being at one with the truth and reality. Another way to look at it is, without self, there is no separation. We could call this serving absolute consciousness. 1963. Regardless of how this illusion of self-rule came to pass, or what we may be able to do about it, the fact remains that we find ourselves within an awareness that is separate and introverted. At our core we suffer a sense of existential aloneness, an experience that we are alone simply in the act of existing. This is a result of existing as a separate self-awareness, and this awareness is, by definition, isolated. The assumptions of emptiness. 1964. Our sense of emptiness can take many forms and be generated by various sources. In the end, each is in essence based on mistaken notions or dispositions to life or the human condition. We assume many things that lead us to feelings, such as being inadequate, disconnected, or empty. Let's review some of what we've looked at that contributes to this consequence. Misrepresentation leads to a lack of integrity, the consequence of which is a deep sense of inauthenticity. The idea that we deserve fulfillment sets us up for endless disappointments. Both conscious and unconscious ideals tend to create an unnecessary loop of comparing what is to fantasies about what isn't, and finding is lacking. Much of our childhood programming leaves us infused with shoulds and shouldn'ts that we take for granted and are driven by without creating satisfaction. Our self-survival assumption that we must have meaning condemns us to an endless struggle with the fact that we have no inherent meaning or value. Our core ignorance of the true nature of reality draws us into believing claims regarding ultimate matters that are in fact simply unknown. Merely being a self provides an existential loneliness that we can easily mistake for a very distressing effect. 1965. Other influences can contribute to our sense of emptiness, as we will see when more connections are made and assumptions addressed. But they all boil down to one basic fact. They are founded on assumptions, and they are unnecessary. These assumptions exist within the context of the self, and whether culturally assumed or not, their importance lies in their relation to yourself. Let go of the self, and all of these assumptions lose their power. 1966. Don't forget, however, that simply because something is a concept doesn't mean it is without power. Our core concepts have great power and influence in our lives. They can very easily be perceived as real and solid aspects of life, since for us they are. We can't deny the pain and suffering we experience from time to time. We clearly struggle with life and our self-image on occasion, and we have overwhelming emotions that press us toward unwanted behavior now and then. All of these are rooted in the conceptual realm, yet their force in our lives is undeniable. They simply aren't necessary, and they aren't etched in stone. 1967. Since the domain of emptiness is based on mistaken shared assumptions, the feelings associated with emptiness can be used to track down those assumptions and eliminate them. Using some form of contemplative effort, set out to embrace the empty feelings, intending to fully feel and deeply experience what they are really about, and so discover the assumptions that generate them. This allows you to begin freeing yourself of the assumptions. Of course, this is easier said than done, but a few chapters ahead we'll take a pragmatic look into contemplation as a functional practice. First, we will address the 4 remaining consequences in greater detail. Chapter 20. Freedom from Assumptions, Part 2. 21. Addressing the 4 remaining consequences will bring to light some interesting dynamics that are frequently overlooked, and will also take us much deeper into our search for assumptions. Self-doubt has a significant contribution to make here, as does feeling trapped. But when we tackle the heart of all negative experience and suffering, we are taking on the very primal and core assumptions of the human condition. Such assumptions will take deep contemplation to experience, since they definitely run counter to our conventional views, and certainly to the force of self-survival. Without suffering, no struggle would be necessary, but glancing at the domain of struggle helps us realize more clearly the foundation for many of our actions, both in our internal state and our behavior. Let's continue our work on assumptions with a look at self-doubt. Self-doubt. 22. The effects of self-doubt are more prevalent than most people realize. The form and depth of this doubt, however, aren't limited to low self-esteem. At its root, we've seen that we doubt our very existence. We have reason to suspect that somehow we may not be real, that in some way we may not even exist. At first glance, this assertion seems absurd, doesn't it? Such a notion seems contradicted by our very experience, which confirms our existence from moment to moment. But it's not the having of experience that we doubt. It's the authenticity and realness of ourselves that are in question. We quickly see that self-doubt is closely linked to the origins and effects of emptiness. 23. Once again, popular beliefs and family programming about who we are and who we should be provide many of our personal doubts. Struggling to be what is expected for ourselves and others becomes an almost full-time job. It rarely dawns on us that this might be a foolish occupation. If we didn't doubt ourselves in some way, if we didn't think that what we are or are not should be some other way, then our efforts to live up to expectations would be unnecessary. Yet, at its heart, the presumption of self-doubt isn't about whether we are a good person or not. It is whether we are a real person or not. Doubting our own reality. 24. The sort of challenge to our thinking that I'm proposing here is not common. In self-survival, we see that our attention is driven toward the ways we need to manifest in order to get what we want. By appearing worthy or good, or useless or bad, whatever gets the job done or is valued by self, family, or a particular subculture. In such a context, we are rarely invited to openly consider how real or authentic we are, except in a philosophy class or spiritual quest of some kind. Whether openly confessed or not, the question of our realness is the source of much of our personal distress. 25. Since we are not aware of ultimate truths, Nor are we absolutely certain about the most appropriate way to accomplish our continued survival, or even deal with all the complexities of social interactions. We feel unsure. Our sense of disconnection from what we presume should be known leaves us open to uncertainty and insecurity. Living without knowing who we are or what life is, we are sure to sense some doubt in the matter, regardless how many beliefs we've piled on top of it. We've seen again and again how, in a very deep way, our not knowing is perceived as a grave personal defect. This sense of defect is suppressed for the most part, but is cause for embarrassment and self-doubt nevertheless. 26. When we begin to be honest about it, refusing to be bullied by cultural embarrassments and assertions, we start to see that no one knows everything. Everyone shares this state of not knowing, yet no one is willing to admit it. Once enough social games are mastered, or beliefs obtained, most would rather pretend a greater degree of understanding and capability than is true of them. This adds fuel to the tendency of adopting attributes that, altogether, we've called a false self. Such misrepresentation can't help but lead to feeling in some way a fraud. Feeling like a secret charlatan is sure to exacerbate the doubt we have about our own realness. 27. Turning inward, it is not hard to find a sense that an essential aspect of ourselves is without a substantial character or a precise mind. This aspect of our being is usually ignored, but felt nevertheless. Socially, our tendency is to hide this unformed beingness, to cover it up, and present something else in its place. Having no substance or definite form, such a state of beingness doesn't appear capable of handling the job of social interaction. The tendency to cover up, however, turns into a vicious cycle. The act of creating a persona or adopting a way to be that appears socially viable and acceptable suggests that we doubt ourselves, that we don't trust what is already naturally there. By pursuing affectations in order to bolster our self-image and disguise our self-doubt, we are confessing to ourselves that we don't trust our own reality, that whatever is genuine isn't good enough to be presented, and so must be submerged. This reinforces self-doubt. 28. It also reveals to us an aspect of our own manipulative mind. No matter how we try to justify or ignore it, if being genuine means not knowing what to do, where to stand, or how to present oneself, we will tend to choose a path of inauthenticity instead. Since everything within the domain of self-survival is evaluated, we see that real and authentic have a different value than unreal and fake. A lack of realness implies a lack of substance and therefore a lack of worth. Self as unreal would have no value, and so the idea can't be taken seriously. The mere notion that self is not real is unacceptable for us, since it represents a real threat to the self. Therefore, suspicion of our possible unreality must be hidden away from others to preserve the perception of our value and meaning, and must also be kept hidden from ourselves for the same reason. 29. As we've seen with the snowball effect, once such manipulative behavior and identification begin, they grow. Yet how can so much struggle be attributed to whether we are real or not? Of course we are real. We have to be. It is a matter of fact, isn't it? It's hard to buy into all this fuss about realness. Proof of our own existence. 2010. Everyone has heard the phrase from Descartes, cogito ergo sum, or I think, therefore I am. But few have a clue as to his real meaning, or how he came to such an assertion. The most common interpretation is that it asserts beingness, the proof of which is our thinking. If I think, I must exist. And yet few people have any idea what it took for Descartes to arrive at such a simple statement. Perhaps a quick second look might be useful. 2011. His real work in this area related to doubt. He began a long and difficult practice of doubting everything. He doubted what was believed by his culture and religion. He doubted what he had been taught or had learned. He doubted what he thought and believed, what he perceived, and so on. As he approached a state where he could doubt everything, he was still left with the observation that he couldn't doubt that he was doubting. Realizing that the action of doubt is beyond doubt, since if it is doubted, doubt would no longer exist, leaves us with what is simply occurring, the act of doubting. It is itself, so to speak. So his original notion might have been more like, I doubt, therefore I doubt. 2012. Being unable to doubt the very act of doubting reveals something beyond doubt. In such a realization, you become aware of the existence of the source condition that is doing the negating or doubting. In other words, the first thing is always what is occurring as itself. It is simply what is, in this case, the act of doubting. An assessment is always secondary. You can doubt your belief that something is true. You can doubt that your experience means what you think it means. You can doubt any assertion about the nature of things, even the realness of things. These are all about something other than the action of doubting. They are once removed from the thing being doubted, as well as the action of doubting and the source of the doubting. Yet the act itself is itself. The thought of an apple is not an apple, but it is a thought. 2013. Descartes' insight may have sprung from a direct experience of the doubter, the one that doubts. Perception may not be accurate or even real, but the act of perceiving is difficult to deny. What we think may be completely false, but that we think seems self-evident. Perhaps another statement he could have made would be, I cognize, therefore I am cognizing. 2014. What's most intriguing about this subject, however, is the speed at which people grab onto a statement that is rarely understood, but seems to confirm one's existence. Why do you think we adopt and assert such a thing so readily? I think, therefore I am. It is frequently said with a certain degree of pride in the background, right next to the doubt that presses such an assertion to the fore. Could it be that we aren't so certain? 2015. Yes, it absolutely could. We're not certain. Strange thing to say, isn't it? But true nevertheless. I think, therefore I am. Why do we feel so drawn to such a statement? Why is it so well known and popular? Could it be because it is one of the few assertions that flat out suggests proof of our own existence? For most of us it is completely superficial, and in no way suggests a direct experience or insight. Yet it still seems to validate the fact that we must exist, that we are real. After all, we do think. Is this proof that we indeed exist? What a close one. We're almost caught doubting whether we are real or not. 2016. The depth of our self-doubt is not something fully acknowledged. All sorts of beliefs can divert us from such a discomforting and unconventional notion. We'll take anything, yet somewhere deep inside and rarely visited, we doubt. At some point, everyone confesses some sense of inauthenticity or doubt. After all, for all you know, you may be the only one that doesn't really know who you are or what life is all about. This generates a feeling of insecurity and uncertainty. Riding on the crest of this doubt are our tendencies to pretend, misrepresent, embellish, fake, and so on, no matter how sophisticated is their presentation. In simple terms, we doubt our own existence. We doubt ourselves. This doubt can be rectified by simply allowing not knowing to be a fully acknowledged aspect of being alive, or by becoming directly conscious of your own true nature. Feeling trapped. 2017. Assumptions that lead to emptiness or self-doubt can easily contribute to feelings such as being dominated, stuck, impotent, restricted, limited, imprisoned, helpless, and whatnot. We've seen that feeling trapped is found in our inability to change or be free of things unwanted, our own weaknesses, the influence of others or circumstances. In essence, the fundamental root of this consequence is a sense of being incapable. 2018. If we felt truly capable in the area in which we felt trapped, certainly we would feel free to eliminate such circumstances. Therefore, we can see that an assumption of incapacity exists in our relationship to life. Since we are in doubt regarding ourselves and our realness, and since our experience is disconnected from directly knowing what life is all about or what the ultimate nature of reality is, it is not hard to see that we have cause to question our capacity to deal with it all. Yet we assume we should be able to deal with it all, that as a self we should be capable of life. 2019. No one was given the authoritative manual regarding life and how to live it. We are personally quite blank on that important subject. We may have learned a great deal, and have had instilled within us many beliefs and viewpoints, but this does not diminish our ability to notice that originally we ourselves don't know, that everything that gets us through life began as external to us, as not us. This isn't a very comforting observation. It suggests that we don't inherently have what it takes to handle the tasks of life, or know what life is all about. We seem to have to get these crucial skills and knowledge elsewhere. They don't come with the package. Given this condition, it is easy to feel walled off from any inherent capacity to manage life in the ways that we would like. 2020. Maybe we are given the ability to learn these things and the will to do so, and perhaps it is true that this condition applies to everyone. But we aren't dealing with a reasonable explanation. We are dealing with a deep psychological impact. It might be true for me that my life is in the hands of the pilot whenever I'm flying in an aircraft. Not being a pilot, I may have no choice in the matter. But that doesn't stop me from noticing that my life is not in my own hands. In a similar way, this is our fate throughout our entire life. As such, it is likely to generate a deep and frequently overlooked sense of incapacity. 2021. Clearly, the self is charged with the responsibility of being capable, but this doesn't match our deep-seated experience. Seeing that our simple beingness doesn't appear to have what it takes to survive in life, something else seems called for. The activity that is called into action to serve this need is the self. But all of the struggles and machinations we engage to deal with life or free ourselves from perceived limitations don't change our inherent nature. Our feelings of limitation may simply be a result of ignorance and mistaken assumptions. 2022. Whenever we experience a limitation, it appears as though we are thwarted from getting what we want. Limitation, however, may not be the problem. Confronting some sort of limitation in our capacity, knowledge, or skill, or our inability to break free of some influence or obstacle, may have us feeling trapped. But this disposition is of our own making. We want all things to be possible, and we struggle against any obstruction. We don't notice that limitation and possibility are the same thing. We assume that one provides access, the other restriction, and overlook the fact they both exist as sides of the same coin. 2023. Possibility is open-ended. When we consider that something is possible, we have already limited this openness to a particular idea or form in which it can be possible. Without this formation of the possibility, it would not actually be possible, since infinite possibility doesn't manifest as anything in particular. By limiting possibility to a particular form, it becomes possible to actualize it in reality. The existence of something means it is possible for it to exist, and also that it is limited to that exact way of existing. They are the same event. So, whenever we confront a limitation, we are confronting a particular possibility. Whenever we want to realize a possibility, we can only do so in the domain of limitation. That is what makes it real in the objective world in which we live. 20:24. What's frequently the case in our disposition of being trapped is that there may be no real problem whatsoever, except in the assumption that there is. It's a bit like the conundrum of asking someone posing as the thinker why his fist is stuck to his chin. One could meditate this for a long time, but the truth is that his fist is not stuck to his chin, so we can never discover why it is. Another good example of this is seen in that monkey caught with his hand in a bottle. He can't pull his hand back out because he won't let go of the fruit. Is the monkey trapped? Only by his own action, his own desire, and his ignorance of the relationship between his impulse and being trapped. In so many ways, this applies to our own condition. Often the solution to being trapped is to recognize that you are indeed not trapped at all. Suffering. 20:25. It's obvious that self-doubt, emptiness, and feeling trapped are all forms of suffering, as are pain, loss, fear, despair, and countless other states visited with unceasing regularity within the human condition. We've heard that the key to suffering is found in the mechanisms of self-survival. The real truth of this, however, continues to be harder to grasp experientially than it is to understand intellectually. This core dynamic needs to be reviewed frequently, just to make a dent in the very mind whose operating principle is self-survival, even as it's trying to grasp self-survival. It takes time and repeated exposure. 20:26. Right now, try not just hearing about it, but get that it is happening as your experience. The experience of a self surviving is the experience you are having in this very moment. It is already that way. Nothing has to change to get it. You live with a constant background sensation of a self surviving. Your instinctive and powerful devotion to your persistence and self-concerns provides the fuel for everything you perceive and do, and are. This includes all that you call positive as well as negative. Although you struggle to avoid the negative and attain the positive, you are stuck in unconscious cycles designed to provide a never-ending flow of both. In the end, this is called suffering. 20:27. In our work in earlier chapters, I asserted that self-survival is the cause of all suffering. Although we have already addressed this argument, it is wise to hear it again and to dig a little more deeply into it in the process. Looking again at some of the basic but overlooked axioms of self-survival helps set the stage. Within the fact of being, there is no need to pursue something that's not present. Yet, whenever we are serving our self-interests, we are in fact pursuing what isn't rather than what simply is. Survival is an activity directed toward the pursuit of things that are not. When something pursued is attained, survival demands the protection and maintenance of that thing, continuing to pursue what isn't. Most of our attention proceeds to whatever isn't, that's deemed necessary to maintain or further ourselves and our survival. This is not an experience of being. It is an experience of a self struggling to survive. Suffering is an inherent aspect of self-survival. Self-survival causes suffering, revisited. 2028. We can readily recognize the kinds of suffering inflicted upon our lives by unfortunate and unavoidable circumstances: the death of a loved one, the loss of our fortune, being left by someone we love, losing a leg in an auto accident, and so on. Even though these incidents are traumatic and often have effects long after the events have passed, we maintain many more frequent forms of suffering that are not so dramatic, but just as influential. We might be bothered by an overly chatty friend, be irritated because someone took our favorite parking place at work, feel unheard in conversations with our mate. These and many more daily incidents that are quite common and too subtle to stand out are more often the events that compose the greater portion of our suffering. Regardless of the circumstances that invite our suffering, none of it would arise if we had no commitment to assert and defend the self, and so pursue what isn't. If we could free ourselves from self-survival, we would free ourselves from suffering. 2029. Such a statement might still sound far-fetched or nonsensical. After all, the most important and cherished impulse of being alive is the desire to persist as oneself. Without such an impulse, we assume that we would not live very long, since the forces of nature would soon overwhelm and destroy us. This might be true, but regardless, our reflexive drive to survive as a self is the source of our suffering, and so we need to do more work to understand how this is so. 2030. It is clear in the most obvious forms of physical danger, such as being attacked by a grizzly bear, that our suffering is directly related to our concerns for self-survival. We can see that all of our suffering just prior to the attack exists within our own minds. Seeing this monstrous creature charging our way will likely evoke great fear and anxiety. Yet if we didn't give a fig about whether we lived or died, this fear would not exist. 2031. When the bear comes chomping down on your body, certainly we can expect a degree of pain. And yet, without any fear being provided by imagining the dismal forecast of the end of our lives, there is only pain. Although this might well be very uncomfortable, we are not suffering our death, only some pain. Most people don't realize how much more painful physical pain becomes when we add our emotional and mental suffering to it. 2032. Even this physical pain, viewed deeply enough as a preference for certain sensations over others, would disappear if we could manage to achieve a state of having no preference for or aversion to any sensation or experience whatsoever. Because this preference or aversion only exists as a mechanism for our need to survive, it is possible to not create the painful mental and emotional reactions evoked by the circumstance of being mauled, and it is also possible to not create pain in relation to the physical sensations of being mauled. So, we can see that it may be possible to not suffer even the most brutal form of physical death. Such a possibility depends on giving up the desire and attachment to persist in any way at all. 2033. Few of us are ready for such extreme detachment. We're unlikely to take on or even want to take on a state of mind so detached that we would give up caring about our own destruction. The good news is that we don't have to go to such an extreme, and we can still end virtually all of our suffering. We can't do it, however, without fully grasping and embracing the very same principle that frees us from suffering even when being eaten alive by a bear. If we can't imagine experiencing this principle in such an extreme circumstance, it is because we are still stuck in a context of self-survival and remain blind to any reality outside of that context. 2034. Most of our suffering is not about physical danger at all, but arises from danger that is entirely conceptual. Taking effective action to avoid danger requires no upset, anguish, fear, or any other painful reaction. As a matter of fact, it turns out that our ability to respond effectively to a physical encounter is enhanced when these forms of suffering are absent. Whether danger is physical or conceptual, the very same freeing principle applies. If freedom from concern for our physical death would end suffering related to physical danger, then freedom from concerns over conceptual or egoic threats should do the same. It does. 2035. Where does suffering arise? In our experience of something, which means it is created by the mind. There is no suffering in an object. If suffering is not inherent within the existence of anything, then experiencing something as itself and for itself cannot produce suffering. It is only within the interpretive mind that suffering takes place. 2036. My internal state can only interact with the objective world through physical actions. Any suffering that's created is a result of this mind, both producing actions and perceiving reality in relation to self's survival. For example, say I'm a very macho guy, and would rather die than be seen as a coward. If my courage is challenged or threatened, I might enter into some deadly physical dare, perhaps wrestle a grizzly bear, to prove my courage and defend my self-image. Give it some thought, and you'll see that this is not a physical survival issue, but a social one. 2037. Likewise, if I hold myself to be a woman of great taste and refinement, I could spend a fortune I don't have on the most tasteful dress to wear to the ball, in order to maintain my self-image in the eyes of others and myself. Yet, even though in these two examples the focus is on a strictly physical event, wrestling a grizzly or obtaining a dress, the expression is an act of social survival. In each case, both the danger and the response are conceptually produced and serve a conceptual purpose. Take away the devoted commitment to the persistence of a self-image, and they would not occur, and so neither would the physical challenges or any pain that results from them. 2038. Still, it's not the having of a self-image that creates suffering, it's that we identify with it. Those may seem like the same act, since for us the mere having of an image of self is the same as identifying oneself via conceptual imagery. But this doesn't need to be the case. It is possible not to identify with the images we have about ourselves. We can allow it to be just an image, separate from the reality of the self. No matter what form the self-identity takes, the same principle applies. The very act of identifying oneself occurs through having or being any number of perceived phenomena. If we don't identify with any of it, we can't suffer in our struggle to maintain or defend or to persist as any of it. 2039. Imagine walking in the forest. You pick up a stick. You have the stick. It is in your hand. You toss it away. No problem. There is no suffering the loss of the stick unless you're attached to it. Once you pick it up, however, there might arise a sense of ownership, or you might use it as a symbol of your personal domain of influence, and these acts will link it to yourself. But one can have a stick and not identify with the stick at all. You have it. You don't have it. It doesn't matter. Such an idea is more easily seen with sticks, since it is possible to imagine not getting attached to a stick. But even this is a bit of a challenge. Since you picked it up, you hold it. It is yours. And bingo, self is confused with the stick. At least, just a little. 2040. When we can see all that we cling to, all that we call ourselves, on a par with sticks, it may be possible to have these experiences, perceive them for what they are, and not confuse ourselves with their presence. That's my opinion. This is how I see myself. Here's my gut sense of personal worth. There's a thought that looks like it's coming from me. Here is a character trait I've held to be an aspect of myself for a long time. There's some more useless internal chatter. All sticks. Here they are, there they go. Who cares? The forest is full of sticks. 20:41. We can start working toward this freedom in small ways, such as being willing to give up defending an opinion, especially one that we don't really care about, but find ourselves defending out of an automatic impulse to identify with our ideas. The instant we let go of it, we will experience an end to our struggle, and a freedom from having to have this opinion persist. The opinion, as a notion, may not disappear, but we don't have to carry on with the burden of defending it. Besides, when we can do this, we begin to discover that many of our opinions are not so terribly profound or important to us anyway. We simply assume they are because they are ours. Chasing the cheese is a form of suffering. 20:42. In order to recognize that the force of suffering is self-created, we need to understand that the forms in which we create suffering are commonplace. Suffering is actually produced by such familiar actions as judging others, trying to control life, clinging to ideals, and resisting or conforming to what's happening, and it is even produced in the activity of wanting. Believe it or not, these are all forms of suffering, and in case you didn't get it then, they are all activities included in that sweeping generalization made earlier using the metaphor of chasing the cheese. We have looked at how ideals can produce a negative result, and we've looked into the pain of desire and fear. But how do activities like judging or trying to control life create suffering? 20:43. We know that generating a survival experience demands a field of charged value judgments about everything. Is it good or bad? Is it threatening or useful? Does it meet with my approval or not? Can I accept it or should I reject it? And so forth. Remember, these aren't restricted to just those judgments taking place within our internal chatter. They occur in the very act of perception, as part of the experience of the thing judged. This goes on constantly, but we don't usually notice we're doing it until an outstanding judgment pops up, like, he is disgusting and I don't want him in my presence. We suffer this negative judgment since we've already assessed the event is an unwanted encounter that has been thrust upon us, but feel the judgment is warranted because we really do feel that way, and the feeling itself justifies our actions and relationship. If we happen to have a moral value against judging other people, then we may also feel bad about doing it, and so suffer in two ways. If we have no such value and simply feel superior or better or more correct than this person, we still suffer, but we attribute the cause of our suffering to the presence of the person rather than to our judgment. All of this is a mistake. 20:44. In so doing, we are contributing greatly to the persistence of an endless loop of suffering. The cheese we are chasing in the case of judging and controlling life is trying to make the world conform to our preferences while eliminating our aversions, thinking that these exist in the world rather than in our own minds. Since preference and aversion cannot exist without our value judgments, clearly they are applied, not perceived. But we mistakenly view them as perceived, as caused by the world around us, and so enter into a war of sorts, trying to dominate our world enough to make it turn out the way we want. 20:45. This seems like it should work, yet we don't see the overall cyclic nature that keeps the futility of our efforts undisclosed. We work hard to make things turn out, but what is it that we are trying so hard to make come to pass? We have many conscious and subconscious images of how we and life should be or become. This multi-layered and complex program of goals produces a field of decreed objectives that collectively provide a purposeful but obscure sense that we can accomplish some final resolution, the cheese. We can see that through our need to realize this particular notion of destiny, we are restricted to that objective, and will reject or struggle with all that doesn't appear consistent with it. Anything we experience that does not match those images, which is most of it, will be viewed, in both small and large ways, as threats or failures to the goal of attaining our self-agenda objectives. We suffer within the struggle itself, and we suffer that it endlessly fails to work out. We suffer this condition no matter which way things turn out. 2046. Clearly, we can see that not only must we suffer when things aren't to our liking, we must suffer the potential loss when they are. Regardless of our particular assessments, we are called to enter into an endless struggle with events, others, and circumstances, trying to realize something that will never happen. We are desperately trying to make everything in life conform to ourselves. Although we think this is the way to achieve happiness, what's wrong with this picture? 2047. It isn't getting what we want that makes us happy. It's being happy with whatever we experience. Or perhaps I should say, being happy regardless what we experience. To some people, this will sound like a defeatist attitude, settling for mediocrity rather than striving for more. Yet nothing in the statement says that we can't strive or create any number of activities or experiences, simply that we are happy with whatever we experience, even the striving. But one of the traps we tend to fall into is to confuse being happy with being finished. 2048. Since we assume that happiness is our goal, and that achieving what we want will make us happy, it follows that when we are happy, we must be finished. We must have attained all that we want. Now, who can see the flaws in this thinking? Obviously, the chances of being happy must by definition be reduced to moments of achieving something we want. And, to be completely happy, we would have to have achieved all that we want, which is very unlikely since our wanting never ends. Given that wanting is a function of self-survival, this drive won't end until we do. 2049. The endless desire to get what we want isn't restricted to major life-altering events. It can be found in everyday activities, like attaining just a little more comfort as we sit, scratching an itch on our foot, winning an argument with our mate, finding a good program to watch on TV, or getting something good to eat. These things bring us pleasure or relief, but not happiness. Happiness is based on being happy, not on circumstance. 2050. It's clear that if our happiness is circumstantially derived, whenever we fail to avoid unpleasant circumstances, we must be unhappy. Striving to make circumstances conform to our personal desires not only puts us in a position of endless struggle, it seduces us into a mental frame of judgment and opinion, reaction and manipulation. By their very nature, these will always lead to some form of suffering, even if it's so taken for granted that we assume it's simply a natural aspect of life. The bottom line is that this dynamic produces an endless stream of reactions that appear as inflicted and unwanted. Since getting what we want seems the opposite of suffering, it follows that if we aren't getting what we want, we must be suffering. If both are an illusion, however, then neither needs to be the case. Neither happiness nor suffering are circumstantially derived. Pain and suffering. 2051. At the root of all suffering is some sort of pain, something we would call unpleasant, irritating, annoying, hurtful, unwanted. Put simply, painful. Pain is readily classified as suffering. Without pain in some form or other, how could we suffer? 2052. When we are in pain, we assume that we are suffering, yet suffering is actually being forced to put up with something unwanted. Certainly pain is unwanted, isn't it? It could be the most basic unwanted thing, Ouch, pain. But it might be that we are not forced to put up with it. It might be that we generate it, on purpose. There, I've done it again. Said something stupid. Well, you must be getting used to that by now. 2053. If pain, which is the heart and soul of suffering, is generated rather than merely perceived, then what must be true of all suffering? We experience pain regularly, and are strongly drawn to experience it. Pain and pleasure clearly exist to provide information regarding our relationship to everything. As a self, we need to classify everything in positively and negatively charged fields. Pain is part of this activity, but we can see by now that such classification exists solely for the purpose of self-survival. The charged assessments are additions to our experience rather than an experience of what's there. We need to get that they are not what's true. They don't even provide an accurate perception of what's true. That's not their job. We can see that if personal survival were in no way an issue, we would have no need for pain. But we don't want to give it up, because deep down we know that pain provides a real service to our survival, and we all want to survive. 2054. It becomes increasingly clear that in the domain of self-survival, we need pain to occur. It isn't so difficult to consider that as a result of that same function, we need suffering to occur. We need it to occur in order to continue to generate the particular activities of the self that we have become identified with. It is simply an overall byproduct of the complex of activities that depend on pain and pleasure, value and threat, good and bad, to determine survival. Since we want to survive, we want to suffer. 2055. Of course, we say we want pleasure and don't want pain, and that we don't want to suffer. It just seems to happen to us, try as we might to avoid it. But we're missing the big picture. It isn't happening to us. We are actually producing it. Since it is not acceptable that the self dissolves, or that anything associated with or serving the self is surrendered, we do not care to let go of the activities that allow us to hang on to these things. It is unacceptable not to have a way to navigate this complex self through our field of experiences. We need a positive or negative charge on everything to do so, and this field is generated, not merely perceived. 2056. When we are clear that our suffering is occurring within our own internal state, our own thinking and emotions, judgments and reactions, perceptions and interpretations, we can better recognize this suffering in its many forms as an activity that we create. It becomes evident that, to a large degree, it is a byproduct of activities we ourselves are doing. If we can locate in our awareness the activity that creates pain, no pain needs to be experienced as simply occurring. If pain need not occur, suffering need not either. 2057. It is difficult to see all of these familiar and taken-for-granted activities, desire, judgment, ideals, beliefs, opinions, clinging, self-image, fear, self-identity, upsets, needs, and concerns as creating our own suffering, but with contemplation and observation it is possible. I know this isn't easy to grasp at first glance, and especially hard to grasp when we're confronted by life's activities. But if we contemplate the matter, getting past the knee-jerk assumptions that emanate from self-survival and our adherence to cultural dogma, we begin to see that it is true. We do in fact generate our own suffering, because we cling so much to our self-interests on so many levels. 2058. Even if you're unwilling to give up the basic sense of being a self, and are willing to suffer the consequences, you might be willing to give up the complexity of your conceptual self and false self, and so need not suffer the preservation of these. The vast majority of your suffering is caused by clinging to the conceptual world of self. By far, the best thing to do is to experience what yourself really is. This would clear up so much. Until then, profoundly observe what the self does, and grasp how you generate suffering rather than endure it. 2059. Were we to recognize that such suffering isn't necessary, we imagine we wouldn't endure it. Yet we do. Clearly, it requires a much deeper experiential recognition of the activities that cause the suffering. Beyond simply hearing about it, we need to be willing to challenge assumptions that are as close to our hearts as our very selves. Moreover, we suffer the ignored knowledge that in our struggle to survive we will, in the end, fail. The main assumption that results in the consequence of suffering is the assumption of self. We presume that we need self to exist. We do not. Let go of self, and we let go of suffering. In ancient China, a terrible and ferocious warlord was ransacking the countryside. Coming upon a Zen monastery, his army began killing and pillaging. When the warlord entered the inner courtyard, he found the abbot of the monastery sitting in a chair. The abbot said firmly, "Get out of my monastery." The powerful warlord walked up to the abbot, sword in hand, and said, "You don't understand. I could kill you without blinking an eye." The abbot replied, "No, you don't understand. I could die without blinking an eye." After this, the warlord became a devotee of the abbot. Struggle. 2060. Whenever suffering is even remotely possible, struggle will not be far behind. Since suffering can take many forms, our methods of struggle will also vary widely. Many struggles are so taken for granted as to be unnoticeable. The root of our sense of struggle, however, is the same as that of our suffering. It is survival. We feel a need to persist, defend, promote, control, cling, attain, etc., and we readily enter into all manner of efforts to do so. One of the problems here is that much of what we struggle to maintain is not only unnecessary, it is itself a source of problems. We don't merely struggle to exist, we struggle to persist in a very particular way. This particular way is called ourselves. 2061. Struggling to survive the demands of life is a constant activity. Avoiding bad things, overcoming personal defects, or resolving unwanted feelings. Even when all seems well, we can often still sense a background unease, or an inner struggle that is never fully pacified. Usually, we need look no further than our interpersonal relationships to get a sense of our tendency to struggle. Simple acts, such as worrying about what clothes to wear, or trying to sound smart at a party, are actually struggles. If we scrutinize our every thought, feeling, and action in terms of effort, we will find a great deal that we might call struggle. Why is that? 2062. We struggle to stay alive, to keep our relationships operating smoothly, to maintain a satisfactory self-image, to live up to our ideals, overcome self-doubts, and free ourselves from limitations and unwanted circumstances that are common and endless. Our relationship to these matters is not only founded on the basic assumptions that have already been discussed, but on the assumption that some form of struggle is necessary to help us fix what's wrong and maintain what's right. We also assume that there is something that needs fixing, and that there is something that needs to be maintained. The nature of self-persistence requires no real resolution, only activity. As two sides of the same coin, this activity takes the form of struggling either to obtain something or to avoid something. 2063. So much of our lives is lived within the social arena because we assume that social survival in its many forms somehow reflects and empowers us. We take care to avoid any expressions that would produce embarrassment, guilt, shame, disapproval, dislike, and other feelings that might reflect a negative self-image. We all know this produces a lot of internal effort and social toil, which shows up both in the minutiae of life and in the dramas. For most of us, merely reflecting back on our teen years reveals how much struggle is involved in trying to create and maintain some social status and self-image. Even those of us who are well past that stage of life continue to engage in endless struggles on much the same issues, although we're likely to be more adept at it, and have also established a more solid collection of tried and true images and expressions. Not unlike any teenager, however, we still assume all this effort is necessary and that it is accomplishing what we suppose it is accomplishing. Perhaps that isn't so. 2064. Let's look at an example of a goal that seems attainable but is actually not, spurring a person to enter into a futile lifelong struggle. Say a child grows up with parents who don't love him. Being loved and cared for by parents is very important for the survival of any child, since without it he is not likely to survive. Sensing this on a deep core level, the child would work very hard to achieve the love of his parents. Throughout his entire life, he might unknowingly engage in all sorts of activities aimed at achieving the love of the parents. He might try to be a good boy, be helpful, become successful at a worthwhile career, obtain prized possessions, try to mold himself into a person with admirable values and qualities, and so on. 2065. All this would probably appear to him simply as life. Along with others in his circle, he might view his accomplishments as personal growth, which is not necessarily untrue, while in his core he remains locked in that same futile struggle to demonstrate his worthiness and so receive love. We can see that none of these activities would actually work, since if it's true that his parents didn't love him, no activity after the fact can change that. 2066. What he's left with is a big unfulfilled hole in his psyche that he strongly feels he must mend. He will attempt this by trying to get someone who doesn't love him, originally his parents, to love him. Since it originated very early in life and is so deeply linked with his survival, this may be an unconscious but consuming mission of his life. Is he going to be attracted to someone who loves him? Of course not. He will only be attracted to someone who doesn't love him. Someone who loves him doesn't count, since he must get someone who doesn't love him to love him. This is what drives him, the issue that's unfinished and needs mending. This need is what his perceptions will relate to when assessing the value and attractiveness of another. 2067. Let's say he finally does find someone who doesn't love him, and pursues her and gets her to love him. An uphill climb for sure, but now he should feel fulfilled. He has what was missing, and he can be at peace after achieving the all-important feat of mending the gaping hole in his psyche. Right? Not a chance, because the moment she loves him, she no longer counts. He needs to get someone who does not love him to love him. This is the issue. If she loves him, he will suddenly find himself disinterested and have to move on. Resolution in this matter can never happen. He can't get someone who doesn't love him to love him because she doesn't love him. This irresolvable drive behind his struggle will continue to operate unseen. 2068. This is a clear example of the kind of endless struggle that many people get caught up in all their lives. To a greater or lesser degree, such struggles exist for all of us, and far more than we know. The main drawback of using such a well-defined case of personal dysfunction is that we might get carried away with the psychological implications and forget the bigger picture, ultimate consciousness, which is our main objective. It's true that long-term psychoanalysis might help the unloved boy discover the original source of his drive. In time, he might achieve a healthier way of acting out his struggle to be loved, or become free of the drive to do so. But that's not what we're after here. What we want is to get free of the entire mechanism and assumptions that allow for any such mistake to dictate our existence. 2069. Without being fully conscious of what we're doing or why, we continue to engage in many forms of struggle to obtain what we want. It is not so far-fetched to consider that we might equate struggle with success, or even with staying alive. It follows that we would assume that should we give up our struggles, we might die, or that at least something bad will happen. Such assumptions would put a lot of pressure on us to continue to struggle, wouldn't they? Struggle exists in our constant busyness with life, our efforts to make things turn out, the reactions and emotions that drive us to take care of business, and we take it all very seriously, even the manipulative dramas we engage in, or the internal gut-twisting feelings we are loath to share with others. But let's not confuse merely taking action or even accomplishing something with engaging in a struggle. 2070. In a comedy, we might see a man walk into traffic with his face buried in a newspaper. Oblivious to his surroundings, he also gets hit by a bus, but it misses him, and he never even notices. What strikes us as comical is that the man is completely undisturbed by the potential danger. This is attributed to his lack of perception regarding the danger, and so an absence of reaction. Yet it also shows that getting out of the way of the bus doesn't require all of the emotional upheaval that we normally attribute to such an effort. The point here is that the vast amount of struggle, whether internal reaction or physical action, is added. It is not inherent or necessary. 2071. More than being unnecessary, we find that our reactivity debilitates and confuses us. It detracts and deflates. It causes even more reactivity and clouds our clarity. By contrast, when we simply take appropriate action without the normal upsets and fears, worries and doubts, manipulation and hope, or any of the many other forms of internal struggle that we feel are necessary to get our way, life is always easier and our goals take far less time and effort to achieve. What's more, we can usually act with greater clarity since our perception is on what counts rather than on our reactions. 2072. Struggle is always based on resistance to what is perceived or imagined. When self-survival is the operating principle, struggle of some kind will determine the nature of our involvement with life, even if it is very subtle or taken for granted. The forms in which struggle can take place are infinite. Some can even be pleasant or exciting. These are usually found when our struggles seem to be working out, when things are going well for us. But the nature of the struggle is the same whether we are winning or losing. All in all, it takes work and effort to try to make the world match up with what we want. To let things be the way they are takes no effort at all. 2073. Recognizing just how much we struggle can be difficult. It's so taken for granted that we merely consider it part of the sensation of being alive. But it isn't. It's the struggle to persist as a self. The self principle may be the most fundamentally mistaken assumption we have regarding the nature of existence and life, especially easy to overlook given the complexity of our conceptually dominated lives. Once we become directly conscious of the nature of being, the freedom from the background sensation of a self struggling merely to exist reveals just how much overlooked struggle naturally occurs for us. But don't take my word for it. Directly experience the true nature of your own existence and see. 2074. Being, as a real and genuine event, does not require a lot of conceptual complexity, or the pursuit of self-survival. The whole issue of the survival of a particular self is a non-essential affair, produced by our identification with so many aspects that we are not. Awakening consciousness to the true nature of being helps free us from emptiness, self-doubt, and feeling trapped, and can possibly eliminate or reduce the suffering and the struggles we engage. As a culture, we seem completely alienated from such a possibility. This may speak more about our focus on mistaken assumptions, deep as they are, than it does about our capacity to make such change. 2075. When we realize that something as basic and primal as pain, and as complex and intricate as ourselves, are both products of our own minds, our understanding of these activities becomes profound. Realizing that the basis for our emotions, our interpretations, our perspectives, and ourselves is conceptual, we must also realize that these are activities that we do, not things that we are. This suggests that we cannot do them, but in order to not do them, we need to experience this fact in the very place that we do them. Such not doing brings real freedom, and since a prerequisite for eliminating so much of this activity, which we heretofore thought of as inflicted, or found, or put up with, is the direct experience of the activity itself, then we are also given a degree of wisdom as well. To pursue this freedom and wisdom requires contemplation. 2076. There is more to contemplate than what is buried in our psyche, or the assumptions that found the human condition. Our ultimate goal is a direct consciousness of the nature of our own existence, in essence, but also in the many forms or activities or confusions that may be still occurring. Understanding the nature of our perception and experience provides a very different relationship to what we call life and reality. Becoming directly conscious of our own nature provides the best view from which to look into anything else, and yet, even with such enlightenment, there is more work to be done. We are after the truth, no matter what it is or where it is found. 2077. Contemplation is an indispensable tool for becoming conscious of the truth of anything. And in the next chapter, we will work in a practical way to clarify our understanding and increase our ability in this area. It is actually quite a tricky subject and endeavor. Although extremely straightforward in itself, we are apt to become derailed in ways that we cannot yet imagine. Chapter 21. Contemplation. To arrive at the simplest truth, as Newton knew and practiced, requires years of contemplation, not activity, not reasoning, not calculating, not busy behavior of any kind, not reading, not talking, not thinking, simply bearing in mind what it is that one needs to know. George Spencer Brown, on Sir Isaac Newton. Creating a place to stand. 21:1. The ultimate purpose of our work is to experience the truth, the true nature of our own existence. This is done primarily through the use of contemplation, although if we have no real desire to know for ourselves whatever is true, then we won't contemplate in earnest. If our desire is slight, then we will be stopped early on when some other motivation or distraction arises. A desire to know the truth is the first requirement for its pursuit, but the desire alone is not enough. No matter what path we take in pursuit of the truth, we will find there are many obstacles along the way. 21:2. When we speak about pursuing the truth, it is hard to know what we are talking about, since if we aren't conscious of what's true, we don't know what our goal really is. What's more, the word truth can seem ill-defined because we often confuse a statement about what is true for whatever is actually so. Any statement can be wrong or misunderstood, and then it is indeed not true. Claiming something as true is just that, a claim or assertion, a way of speaking. What is so is whatever it is, whatever exists as itself. When referring to our own nature or our own being, we could say we are seeking to become conscious of who and what we actually are. This is what we are calling the truth. Personally, becoming conscious is our goal, not making an assertion or believing a claim. We need to become conscious of what is as itself. 21.3. The truth must stand on its own, independent of anything it may or may not do for us. Our path toward consciousness may take many forms, yet in the end it must always be an honest intent to grasp whatever's true, whether we like it or not, whether it fits with what we believe or not, and whether it does us any good or not. Of course, sacrificing our own self-serving ends in this way flies in the face of our self's constant pursuit of survival, so we should be prepared to find that such an undertaking can be difficult and sometimes threatening. 21.4. Since our commitment to self seems to interfere with our pursuit of the truth, at first it may seem like we should work to eliminate the self. Certainly we could take on any number of ideas that suggest self-dissolution is a good thing, or take on various romantic notions of winning some internal struggle of good over evil. We already operate with a sense of warring against our unwanted attributes. We could simply expand this notion to make the entire self an unwanted attribute. We could do these things, but it would be better to recognize these activities as more of the same self-survival dynamic. They simply represent versions of self-persistence in other, albeit unusual, forms. 21.5. For example, if we take hold of the idea that self-dissolution is good, if we adopt it and believe in it, we begin to identify with it and add it to self. Soon we're no longer allowing self-dissolution. What we're engaged in is self-promotion, with a twist. The idea, and any action that manifests from the idea, is itself not self-dissolution. It is just self-mind generating more new ideas to pursue what's seen as a self-serving end, to get rid of the self, so that I can become more conscious. 21.6. We're simply adding to the snowball effect by putting another layer, although an unconventional one, onto the self-identity because it's our habit to do so. Well, actually, it's more than a habit. In such an activity, we are driven by the very core dynamics that drive everything we do. We want to be special and unique, and we're willing to take on all sorts of outlooks, including the drama of a noble fight against the self. But in the matter of consciousness, it's not being versus self. It's possible to enter into a struggle or war with ourselves, but this is just a circular battle that leaves us stuck with ourselves, no matter who wins. 21.7. Instead of entering into a fruitless battle, we can distinguish between what's genuine and what's false within ourselves. This is something we can do to make progress toward our original goal of getting at the truth without engaging in a battle with the self. Then our desire to discover what's true can be supported by the intent to find whatever in our experience or in ourselves is untrue. If something is recognized as false and is no longer called ourselves, it becomes natural for us to let go of it. In this way, we aren't focusing on destroying the self, but on finding the truth of ourselves, and this is easier for a self to accept and align with. If everything that isn't true is let go, then what remains must be true. If it turns out that there is no self in what remains, then that will be discovered when we get there. but then it will be clearly an experience of what's true, and not an application of something believed. 21:8. How do we know when we've reached the end, so all that remains is true? We don't. During this process, we won't necessarily recognize an ending point. But this is irrelevant. The distinction itself, letting go of anything that's false, provides us with a direction with which we can continue to pursue the truth in each moment. In this way, the overwhelming drive of self-persistence is redirected towards supporting this endeavor, even though our ultimate goal may be unknown. We turn our attention to discovering all that is not really ourselves, but with which we have become confused, and by which we have become dominated. Our will in the matter is given a place to stand, so to speak, and so we can incorporate the self-survival drive and redirect it rather than fight it. 21:9. Devoting ourselves to what is true rather than to maintaining the self is a very uncommon use of survival. The unstoppable flow of our tendency to persist as a self can be channeled in such a way that it becomes congruent with the pursuit of a direct consciousness of our own existence. Since the true nature of being doesn't need to persist or be maintained, since it already is, in the end, the survival principle will be undermined. Allowing ourselves to identify with the truth and pursue it even though it is unknown helps press our survival tendency into serving the truth rather than self. Certainly we can't completely identify with the truth because we don't ultimately know what it is, but we can give self-survival something to do that is consistent with the pursuit of the truth. While seeking this consciousness, we can at least point ourselves in the right direction. Achieving this consciousness is the job of contemplation. The purpose of discipline is to promote freedom, but freedom leads to infinity, and infinity is terrifying. Henry Miller. Being as Unknown. 21:10. In contemplation, focus on what truly exists in this moment. Extracting your beliefs and concepts from your experience of being leaves you with a real and present sense of what is more immediate. This points your consciousness toward what is. Still, moving in this direction can be scary. Giving up all your beliefs so that you can press your experience into this moment might feel like standing naked without anything to buffer what's exposed. Yet, without belief, opinion, conjecture, judgment, assumption, or interpretation, there is still something there, your consciousness of this moment. 21:11. This raw and immediate experience of yourself or of life comes as a presently felt awareness of the moment, even though what you experience in this way is also unknown. The mind will immediately try to interpret what's there, engaging assumptions, history, programs, fears, needs, and whatnot. But if you allow yourself the time to soak in this unknown experience without trying to resolve it, and without allowing the mind to rush ahead and conceptually pin everything down into a knowable form, a new awareness will begin to arise. This awareness will be at the same time both known and unknown. 21:12. What's known of this moment is our experience of the circumstances that happen to appear at this time via our immediate sense perceptions. But even this is dominated by and received as an interpretation, which is a process, and so not totally now. Mostly what I'm referring to as an awareness of the moment is the always present yet unknown experience of now. The very moment of now as itself seems somehow known, even though there is always something unknown about it. 21:13. This unknown quality manifests in at least two ways. On the one hand, it occurs from the lack of identification or certainty, which usually takes place automatically. Placing our attention on the immediacy of the moment prior to any thought or interpretation, we might feel as if something is undecided or unclear, or like some vital information is missing. On the other hand, we will have a sense that even what is known in our present experience is itself unknown in the very same place and moment. We might perceive a body, yet realize that this body is also unknown. We might sense ourselves or our awareness, but perceive that this self and awareness is itself unknown or not fully known. Everything we perceive will be infused with this unknown quality. It is important to allow ourselves to remain aware of what is unknown as well as known. The moment the unknown quality is shut off, the mind will take over and dominate our entire experience. 21:14. Living as an unknown is a very unusual thing to do in our culture. Very few people have the courage to enter such a confrontation with themselves, and to allow it to remain to some degree unknown. It would not even occur to most people to approach life without their beliefs and interpretations. It's likely to seem an absurd thing to do, since it comes with a sense of vulnerability, away from which the mind automatically turns. Yet, the more comfortable and familiar we become with this sense of unknown being, the easier it becomes to find and live within such an experience. After all, it is already true and always true. 21:15. Strange as it might sound, a genuine not knowing can hold the place of a direct experience of the true nature of being. It seems that if you look into who or what you are in this moment, and the feedback you get is that you don't know, then at least that is the truth. Still, you experience being present and being aware, so this unknown place of being seems to be right here in the very place where you are. You need not know what you are for the moment. You simply have to have a sense of what is most genuinely you in this moment, even if that appears as pure not knowing. 21:16. Once we're clear that this unknown place of being is where we really are, we strengthen our ability to let go of every concept and belief that we have confused with ourselves. Of course, many traps remain, and it can still be a challenging task. The trick here lies in recognizing where to put our attention. We'd like to simply be conscious of the true nature of our own existence. The best way to do that is to experience what is ourselves, and this is where contemplation comes in. It is this very unknown but genuine and immediate place of being that we contemplate, setting out to become directly conscious of what it is. Contemplation. 21:17. In our culture, we often think of contemplation as a relaxation technique, a mystical exercise, or a strange practice done on occasion either by disciplined people or weird ones. In this work, contemplation is not meant to be mysterious or even particularly spiritual. I want you to be able to contemplate as naturally as you breathe. Contemplation is a deep, focused questioning and an essential tool for increasing consciousness. 21:18. Contemplation is creating the possibility that something can be known outside of what is already known or knowable. Since our pursuit of the truth demands we step beyond the limitations of what we know, this is an essential possibility to have. Contemplation begins at the limit of our observations. We use it to push out past what we can readily or immediately observe and into the unconscious regions of our minds. As well, contemplation is our only means to pursue a direct consciousness of the true nature of things. 21:19. When we contemplate, since our goal isn't to interpret what we perceive, or stop with what is immediately accessible to our understanding, there is no need to give meaning to whatever comes up, or to figure out what something is within our intellect. Our goal is not one of having good ideas or drawing new conclusions. Our goal is to have a direct conscious recognition of what's true. 21:20. Standing at the brink of the present experience of being is the place where contemplation steps out. We learn to keep our attention on the very threshold of this moment for the purpose of actually experiencing what something is. 21:21. Traditionally, contemplation is done sitting quietly and focusing on a question without distraction. But if you are in any way attempting to be conscious of the true nature of something, you are contemplating. Contemplation can be taking place throughout the day as a natural event of questioning and openness. Such contemplation can be found in questioning what is perceived, seeking out a deeper understanding, rather than accepting a surface encounter. Questioning what anything is, attempting to grasp its real nature, can be an ongoing and fundamental aspect of human awareness. 21:22. Although true contemplation is not about the posture you take, how you breathe, or where you put your hands, it is quite useful to take some time to do nothing but contemplate silently. This takes discipline. Eliminating unnecessary distractions and keeping your mind focused on one question without break helps empower your focus. There is much to contemplate in this book, and for true understanding it all must be experienced directly. Your contemplation should not be seen, however, as trying to experience hearsay or intellectual observations as the case. It should be a complete abandonment and commitment to experience whatever is true, whether it fits in with what's been heard or believed or not. Pre-contemplation. 21:23. In order to go deeper with this work, at some point you need to embrace a serious and focused period of contemplation, devoted to doing nothing but contemplating a particular subject, most frequently yourself. The real essence of contemplation is very simple, and yet this work can be difficult to undertake. Although an extremely direct and straightforward activity, effective contemplation includes several components, all occurring in the same moment. Below I've divided these into pre-contemplation components, which outline the best state to enter into a period of contemplation, and contemplation components, which will help you understand what needs to occur as you contemplate. 21:24. Prior to entering into a period of focused contemplation, adopting a particular state of mind is beneficial. No matter what the subject of contemplation is, greater success will come about when three things are actively occurring. You're grounded in the present, clear about what you're up to, and create the possibility that you will succeed. Pre-contemplation components. Presence. Put your attention on the present moment. Clarity. Clarify what you are going to contemplate. Possibility. Hold that it is possible to become conscious of whatever it is you are contemplating. Being present. 21:25. When beginning a round of contemplation, it is useful to make sure your attention is in the present moment. Contemplation is not an intellectual endeavor, and if you are occupied too much with fantasy or memory or intellectual musings, you are in the wrong place. Contemplation is about this very moment. It is about what is, and what is exists only in this moment. Contemplation is not thinking about things, pondering the past, or imagining an outcome. The best way to begin your contemplation is by allowing your mind to let go of distractions and devoting your full attention to this moment of existence. As long as we have some definite idea or hope about the future, we cannot really be serious with the moment that exists right now. Suzuki Roshi. Being clear. 21:26. Once you feel fully present, consider the matter you intend to contemplate. Establish what it is you want to know. Be specific and clear. If your subject matter is vague and you set out to experience some general notion or open-ended idea, your mind will wander endlessly, and progress is unlikely. For example, you'd be ill-served to ask a question such as, "What is true?" since there is nothing to really focus on there. It is better to ask a more specific question such as, "Who am I?" or "What is life?" But even then, it's not clear enough. What do you consider self or life to be? What are you referring to as I? Find this I in your experience and nail it down as best you can. What exactly do you want to know about life? What do you mean when you say life? It isn't just a matter of creating a phrase for a question. You need to be clear what you are actually asking to clarify the subject of your contemplation. 21:27. Hone in on the true subject. What is your best sense of what it really is? Don't confuse your contemplation with the intellectual activity of trying to figure out what something is. This will go on in any case, but the more explicit you are to start with, the more powerful your questioning will be. You don't want your contemplation to degrade into an intellectual exercise. You want it to remain a constant attempt to have a breakthrough in consciousness about the subject in question. This may seem obvious, but trust me, even though you have said the name to yourself and have an idea of the subject, even a very specific idea, that doesn't mean you're on top of it yet. In fact, this process of clarifying your question is the beginning of contemplation. Tell the truth about it as best you can. This helps clarify what it is you are after. 21:28. The more you can pin down what it is you are asking, what you want to know and about what subject, the better you can focus and stay on track. Getting clear on your subject saves a lot of time, since you can more easily focus your attention and efforts on that subject, and more readily bring it back when your attention wanders. You can contemplate anything, but whether your subject is an apple, communication, the nature of life, or a number 2 Mongol pencil, you need to clarify your real experience of this subject. Isolate it in your experience as the subject upon which to hold steady concentration. Since the goal of contemplation is to directly experience the true nature of something, in one way or another, whatever subject you choose or question you ask, in essence it will be, what is the true nature of that matter? It is important to be clear what the matter is specifically. 21:29. So if you want to experience the true nature of yourself, you could ask, "Who am I?" Your subject is you, yet we've seen that the notion of self can refer to quite a lot. If it's about your true nature, then the question is not about self-image or history or any concept of self. At the same time, if any of these are what you honestly consider to be your real self, then that is your best direction. Of course, when you put your attention on your being, ideas will come up. You may look here or there for yourself, or settle on something you've been told is true of the real you. But what in your experience is honest to God you? No kidding. What are you for real? Even though the true nature of you may be unknown, you must locate the most honest sense of you that you can. That is your starting point. This clarification will have to be ongoing throughout your contemplation, since what you most honestly experience as yourself might change, but it should also begin your contemplation. Once you've gotten clear on your best sense of you, then you can contemplate what that is. Creating possibility. 21:30. Throughout the spiritual history of humans, so many people claim to have become conscious of the true nature of things that the possibility of such consciousness does seem likely, there is no reason to suspect that you can't become conscious of the very place and one that you are, since, after all, you are in the very place of yourself. And since you are alive and you do exist, there is no reason you can't become conscious of what life is or what existence is. Standing on the possibility that you can become directly conscious of what you, or anything, really is, creates the space for contemplation to exist. 21:31. That may all sound reasonable and true, and it is, but for you it is still only hearsay. There's a pivotal question you need to ask yourself prior to contemplating, and even in the middle of contemplating. Is it possible for me to become conscious of the true nature of this matter? In the case of contemplating yourself, do you hold that it's really possible for you to know who you are, to directly experience the true nature of yourself? If not, then why are you contemplating? It is either possible or it is not possible. If it isn't possible, then contemplation cannot occur, and you might as well just go have a beer. You have no choice in the matter. If you are going to contemplate, it needs to be possible, and it must be possible for you in this moment. 21:32. If you do not hold that it's possible to become conscious of the true nature of yourself, existence, or any matter, you will be severely restricted in your contemplation. I've watched participants in contemplation intensives work diligently for days, without creating the possibility that they themselves could actually get it. This seems strange, and it is, but somehow people can unconsciously overlook the necessity for personally grasping that they can become conscious of the truth. Sometimes, without even noticing, you may be operating under the assumption that it isn't really possible for you to experience something directly. This is a reasonable position to have, since all perception is indirect, and no recognition or interpretation is the thing being interpreted. In fact, there's no rational reason to assume that it's possible to actually get something directly as itself. This is why it has to be created. You need to make sure that you hold it is possible for you, not just generally possible for some unnamed person, but for you personally, to become directly conscious. 21:33. These three components comprise a lucid and unimpeded state that is ideal for contemplation. You are present in this moment and not given to distraction by any concerns, thoughts, or fantasies. The subject of your contemplation is clear, so that you can readily locate it within your experience, and you stand squarely on the possibility that you yourself can directly experience what's true. All of these are necessary throughout your contemplation. They are ongoing components. It is best, however, to begin with them in place and simply keep them present while contemplating. The unknown presence of being is the best place to begin a search for true wisdom. Contemplating. 21:34. Now I want to describe, actually, to create with you, the essential components for powerful contemplation. It's useful for contemplation to be broken down into 4 components. The above pre-contemplation components of presence, clarity, and possibility start us off in the right state of mind, and 4 more, intention, openness, focus, and questioning, complete the list. 21:35. Throughout our contemplation, we need a clear intent to grasp the truth of whatever we are contemplating, remaining open to whatever that might be, and keeping our attention focused on asking a question that drives us into wondering what this subject really is. These are all aspects of a powerful contemplation. Contemplation components. Intention. Intend right now to become conscious of the truth. Openness. Allow yourself to deeply not know and be open to whatever may be true. Focus. Keep all your attention on your subject. When you wander off, immediately bring your attention back. Question. Truly wonder. Keep a steady questioning that's related to your intent. Intent. 21:36. For contemplation aimed at awakening a deep consciousness or direct experience, the primary ingredient is the intent to do so, to experience, beyond doubt or belief, whatever you set out to grasp. If you don't really want to know, if your intention isn't actually to become conscious of the truth, then you are unlikely to discover it. A casual motivation is rarely enough. A serious, no-nonsense intention and commitment to personally get to the heart of the matter are required. This is what creates contemplation. Really want to know. Make it your business to find out. Now that you've created for yourself the possibility that you can become conscious of the truth, you must intend to realize that possibility. For our work here, it is appropriate to begin with the intention to become fully conscious of who you really are. Want to know. Openness. 21:37. If the first ingredient is intent, the next ingredient has to be openness. While being open is essentially simple, it is also difficult to convey. Even though there's a dictionary list of meanings for the word open in Chapter 5, no definitions seem to adequately characterize the state I'm referring to with the word open. Openness is a spirit and condition of mind that is ready to accept whatever is true without alteration or prediction. It is being willing to experience what can't be thought or imagined, what may be paradoxical or seemingly nonsensical, so long as it's true. 21:38. To increase and support a spirit of openness, you need to allow not knowing to fully enter your awareness while you're contemplating. This state of open wonder may seem at odds with the mind's grasping drive for an answer, which is why it is so necessary. Remember, the mind's job is to continually provide information, not to enter into a state of not knowing. Such a state appears to the mind like shutting down or no mind. This is antithetical to self-survival, and so will be resisted. Even though not knowing is already a fact, an experience of not knowing must be created, or the activity of mind will simply overwhelm the unknown truth and your openness to experiencing it. 21:39. What's being said here can be helpful, but it is not the same as experiencing the state for yourself. Recall the one-way ladder. You are to climb up to a new view and then get off. When you can get past the closedness of your own knowing, you are free to deeply experience that in this moment you in fact do not know the true nature of who you are. Once this deep, personal and essential not knowing enters the picture, you can be open, creating a real willingness to experience the truth no matter what it is. This openness is one of the most important aspects of contemplation. Open up to not knowing. Focus. 21:40. Of course, you also need to focus. Much of the discipline that contemplation requires is in the relentless focus with which you must train your attention to stay on both the subject and your intent to experience it. If your subject is you, put all of your attention on yourself and keep it there. Whatever the duration of your contemplation, you must keep your attention on yourself without letting up. Your mind is likely to wander. When it does, the discipline is to bring attention back to the subject immediately upon discovering it has wandered. Don't spend any time berating yourself for your lapse. That is just more distraction. Simply get back on track and remain steadily focused on your contemplation. The intent to experience your subject provides the driving force, but focus provides the subject, without which, where would you place your intent? Don't goof off. Suzuki Oroshi. Question. 21:41. Finally, since this focused intent refers to something currently unknown, besides openness, you need to use your ability to wonder, to question, to pursue awakening to the answer or consciousness, really wondering or holding a question, such as, "What is existence?" helps you focus on your aim to directly experience the subject in the question. For a contemplation directed toward yourself, you might ask, "Who am I?" Repeating this question helps channel your mind's activities into wondering about your own nature. After a time, verbalizing the question becomes unnecessary, but the wonder must still remain. 2142. The essence of having a question is found in the wondering, which leads to a wanting to know and the intent to know. It also helps provide the openness needed to find out. Yet you need to get that the question isn't in the words. Real questioning occurs in pushing out past your present experience and wondering beyond what is obvious. 2143. For example, let's say you want to become conscious of the table, so you set out to experience it directly, the table as itself. What is the nature of this thing? If merely perceiving the table was all you needed in order to become conscious of its nature, then there would be no need for contemplation. The job would be done simply at perception. It is a table. Obviously, then, you're not just asking what you perceive and interpret as there, but what's really there. You're trying to become one with the table, so to speak, and realize what the table actually is. What is the absolute nature of the existence of that? You can ask the same question of yourself or anything else. If merely perceiving yourself was all that was possible, there would be no wonder and so no contemplation. This is what asking a question provides. You must create a wonder about what is obvious, suggesting there is more to become conscious of in what you perceive. Wonder. 2144. It is not a mistake that some of the ingredients seem a bit mutually exclusive in nature. Having both openness and focus, intent and questioning is necessary to keep your awareness committed to your task, and at the same time create the possibility for your consciousness to go where it has never gone before. Developing a steady practice. 2145. To contemplate, you might sit quietly for a period of time, or if you feel capable, you could contemplate while doing a mindless task, such as digging in the garden or walking to the store. At first, however, it is best to contemplate without distraction and in a quiet time that doesn't require attention to be diverted for anything else. 2146. How long should you contemplate? That really depends on you. You can contemplate for a few minutes or hours, or as a background questioning you keep as a steady or repeated activity throughout your day. You can also take on a serious commitment for a set period of time, for instance, 3 or 4 days of intense and frequent contemplation. If you intend to set aside some time to contemplate steadily for consecutive days, then it's best to set up a schedule of individual sessions, each lasting more or less an hour, depending on what works for you. Such a commitment is intense, however, and needs to be taken on after sober consideration, and is best done with others and a staff skilled in such work, such as participating in a contemplation intensive. Contemplation intensives are designed to remove distractions and support you in staying on purpose. Such a setting maximizes your chances of making a breakthrough. To take up contemplation as a daily or lifetime practice is another matter. 2147. As a steady practice, I recommend doing at least 15 minutes a day. In this way, it is hard to build up excuses for not contemplating, and makes it an easy thing to accomplish. If you want to do more, then do more, but avoid setting yourself up by trying to take on so much that it begins to conflict with other life demands, and your discipline starts to erode. To prevent this, start with what is easy yet still requires a modicum of discipline, developing good habits and a positive track record in your own mind. Establishing a sense of success is valuable for staying enthused about your undertaking. From time to time, you can always enter into an intense period of serious contemplation to help boost your efforts. 21:48. If contemplation is relatively new to you, it could be useful to do a more meditative practice or two before stepping into contemplation. Let me suggest 3 practices that can assist you in learning how to contemplate. There should be no rush to proceed to the next practice, since only a natural development will bring real insight. When you feel comfortable with one and ready to proceed, then begin the next practice. If at any time you feel like you are losing track or your practice is becoming too abstract, simply go back to a previous stage for a while. 1. Attention Practice, Stage 1, 21:49. The first practice is to observe your mind. Sit quietly and be present. Notice whatever your mind is doing. Simply keep your attention steadily on your thoughts and feelings as they arise and pass. Don't take them seriously, and don't fight with them. Just watch them arise. Watch them come and go, or fade and shift into other thoughts and feelings. Sit quietly and be attentive to what comes up for you moment after moment, without attachment to any of it. Do this for 15 minutes. 21:50. The attention practice may sound too easy, but you'll find that after a while you begin to be easily distracted or become involved with your thinking or feelings and lose track of your observation of them. The key is to remain conscious of your mind activities without getting caught up in these activities. Remember to keep attention on what comes and goes in your mind. Stay dispassionate about it as best you can without interfering. Simply stay aware of you and your mind. 21:51. Another practice that will empower and clarify the attention practice, as well as help you train to focus your mind, is a practice I call waiting with an object. Waiting with an object. In this practice, find a small object, such as a stone or perhaps a marble, something fairly plain. Place it in front of you, and simply put all of your attention on this object. Don't think about it, wonder about it, or talk to yourself about it. Just be with it. Wait there, keeping all of your attention focused on this subject. It's best to set a timer for a short period. Just a minute or two is plenty at first, so that you don't even have to be distracted with time passing. 21:52. The waiting with an object practice, like the stop thinking exercise we did early on, will clearly reveal how much your mind is driven to think, chat, and engage in all sorts of distractions, some very subtle. It's good to be sensitive to this drive and how it manifests. This practice also gives you an opportunity to work on quieting your mind and keeping it focused. The more you practice, the better you get. 21:53. After working with the waiting with an object exercise enough to clarify your mind's tendencies and make some progress, go back to stage 1 of the attention practice. You should be more sensitive and better able to keep your attention on your mind's activities. When you feel comfortable staying attentive and observing your shifting mental and emotional awareness, and can stay with it for at least a full 15 minutes, then go on to stage 2 below. How long should this take? In some courses, I suggest students stay in each practice for a week, devoting at least 15 minutes each day. But it's up to you. It could take weeks or months, possibly even longer if this is all new. Then again, perhaps you feel ready to move on sooner. You can always come back to any practice as often as you like. The important thing is that you progress naturally and notice some shift in your consciousness or ability to do the exercises before moving on. Attention practice, stage 2, 21:54. With stage 2 of this practice, you'll still be watching your thoughts and feelings as they arise, but now you will be actively letting go of them. Remain calm and undistracted by this effort. Simply try to let go of your thoughts and feelings sooner rather than later. Don't resist them coming up at all, but as soon as you notice you are thinking or feeling something, rather than following it out, completing the line of thought or dwelling on the feeling, calmly detach from it and let it go. When it is replaced by another thought or feeling, let that go too. Watch them come. Let them go. Again, don't worry that they come up, nor try to stop them from arising. Just let them go as soon as you notice they are there. When you feel ready, try doing this for a little longer than 15 minutes. 2. Awareness practice. 2155. This practice continues from stage 2 of the attention practice. Here, let go of any attachment to the thoughts or feelings that pass through your awareness, and remain attentive to the moment. In this practice, however, put your awareness on your awareness of thoughts, feelings, or anything else of which you might be aware. The key here is to keep your attention on your awareness itself. As you are aware of anything, a thought, feeling, or something perceived objectively, be aware that you are aware. Focus on your awareness of these things rather than the things themselves. 2156. Begin to note that your awareness itself is not any thought or feeling or perception that you have. Don't begin to think about awareness or try to feel this awareness, since that would just lead to more of the same. Instead, be aware of whatever enters your awareness, and simply notice you are aware of it. As best you can, keep your attention on this awareness steadfastly for the full 15 minutes. 2157. The more you do this, the more sensitive you will become to simply being aware. Mental emotional states start to have less dominance over your experience, both while you are doing this practice and at other times as well. Also, your mental activity will begin to slow down and won't seem as strongly influential. When this occurs, and you feel comfortable with your ability to stay sensitively aware of your awareness for 15 minutes, try doing it a little longer. 2158. To assist in the transition from these meditative practices to contemplation, let's do a guided contemplation, in which you will move through the various contemplation components using the subject of awareness as your focus. Since you have to read and then contemplate, I recommend reading each sentence and then working on it until you have an experience of whatever is suggested in that sentence. Then move on to the next. When you've gone through the whole exercise enough to do it all at once, then sit and go through this exercise as a steady contemplation on awareness, making sure all of the components are occurring. When you're able to do that, then proceed to the third practice. Contemplating awareness exercise. Get into present time and be aware of this moment. Locate this awareness and clarify what it is. Create the possibility of becoming conscious of the true nature of awareness. Right now, intend to become conscious of the true nature of awareness. Allow yourself to not know what awareness really is, and open up to the possibility of experiencing something beyond what you are experiencing right now, or something different in what you are experiencing right now. Keep your attention focused on awareness without distraction or break. If you lose your focus, continually return your attention to the presence of awareness. Truly wonder as you ask the question, what is awareness? 3. Contemplation Practice. 2159. This final practice is an actual contemplation. Put the focus on yourself with the intent of directly experiencing the source of your awareness, you. Once your mind activity isn't the only feature in your awareness, and your ability to focus on your sense of self-awareness is pretty solid throughout your contemplation, then begin to ask, who am I? In order to direct your intent toward becoming conscious of the nature of yourself. Who am I is a good question to ask for this purpose. 2160. Remember, you are not seeking an answer, but an experience, an insight. You are wondering where awareness comes from, or goes to, depending on how you look at it. Having established a steady sense of yourself, set out to become directly conscious of who is being aware. Keep your attention on this goal, even if it seems to go nowhere at times. When your attention wanders, and it will, bring it back to an awareness of you. 2161. This is a true contemplation, but will be weak without including all of the components mentioned earlier. Intend to become conscious of who you are in this moment. At the same time, be open to whatever it may be. Allow yourself to soak in not knowing who you are, so that real openness can occur. Even though you may be setting out to directly experience yourself, and so tacitly admitting that you don't know, the overwhelming assumptions about yourself will interfere with a full-blown state of not knowing who you really are. Being open is essential, as is keeping your attention focused on yourself and wondering, who am I? 2162. If it becomes difficult to stay focused, and your mind wanders, a technique that helps put you back on track is to ask who is doing whatever you are doing. You can easily ask this question in many forms, such as, who is thinking this thought? Who is walking down the street? Who is eating? Who is upset? Who is confused? Who is being aware of whatever you are aware of in this moment? This pushes you back toward the origins of your awareness. It can be done no matter what is occurring for you, or how distracted, confused, or emotional you are. This keeps moving you back to an immediate sense of yourself and wondering who you are. You are the focus of your contemplation. See if you can steadily contemplate who you are for at least 15 minutes daily. 2163. There are often misunderstandings about what's needed for successful contemplation. Sure, it's nice to have a quiet setting and feel very calm and spiritual for your contemplation. But don't confuse setting or mind state for consciousness. You are not looking for a perception or an experience. You are looking for you. Who you really are is who you really are, even when you are upset, angry, distracted, intellectual, sleepy, or any other experience that you may be having or aware of. You don't need to force the world to stop or create the exact circumstances for you to become conscious of what's already so. You are you. Simply become conscious of what's true. The circumstances or even your internal state are not the issue, or all that significant to this effort. Remember, the job of contemplation is to become conscious of the truth. 2164. Once you've become directly conscious of who you are, you can go on to more difficult contemplations, such as, what is being? What is the nature of another? What is life? Or what is existence or reality? You can also contemplate any aspect of yourself or life to obtain insight into such activities as communication, emotion, perception, space, interaction, or whatever else you want to be conscious of directly. Your contemplation can be intense or casual, long or short, frequent or occasional. In any case, it is best if it is ongoing and regular. 2165. When contemplating, don't try to find or invent some method to make it work other than the direct one. Become conscious. Don't try to apply what you've read throughout this book, or anything else you've ever heard, as a method to be used to circumvent direct contemplation. If anything is true, it will be discovered as you discover the truth, not through trying to realize it as true. Do you see the difference here? Go for whatever is true, Not what you believe is true, or have heard is true. The truth must always stand on its own. 2166. Whenever you've taken time to contemplate during your day, even if it is only for 15 minutes, its influence will touch the rest of your day. If you keep up a daily routine, gradually the repeated stimulation will begin to seep into the flow of your life. Contemplate at any convenient time throughout the day. The accumulated effect is an increase in your sensitivity and awareness, and this will enhance your ability to penetrate through obscure fogs of mental activities and emotions to reach a clarity of insight. Take the opportunity to contemplate in the shower, on a drive or a walk, gardening, or at any other time when activity allows. If you pay attention, you will find far more of these occasions than you might suspect. Through persistent contemplation, the experience of being should begin to surface. 2167. Earlier, I made an analogy between the drive of self-survival and a mouse running inside his wheel. This is very much like ourselves trying to survive in the world. Shifting our commitment from surviving as an individual ego to becoming conscious of the truth will transform our experience of self and life. Even so, regardless what our energy and attention is on, we are still running on the wheel no matter which direction we go. What would it take to step off the wheel entirely? 2168. Since being is what is as itself, it is already off the wheel. So what's needed here is to become conscious of what's already the case. Although direct consciousness might seem like another cheese to pursue, one that will make things all better or finally resolve our inner disquiet, it isn't. The truth is already so there is nowhere to get to, and no reason to run. There is nothing to attain. The mouse is already being, whether he is conscious of it or not. Experiencing what he is has nothing to do with attaining another cheese. Running after it is only a promise and a distraction. Instead, he must experience himself in the very place that he already is. Even so, it appears the only activity that can get us to where we already are is contemplation. Looking both ways. 2169. There seem to be two directions in which to look in contemplation. One is into the true nature of existence. The other is into the foundation of our minds, such as deep personal and cultural assumptions, or any other aspect of the uncognized mind that dominates our experience. Given that we don't presently grasp the true nature of our own existence, then what are we experiencing and why? This is like contemplating the nature of mind, or perception, or the true nature of self-survival. No matter which direction we look, we don't want to leave any stone unturned. 2170. Now, it may turn out that these two directions are ultimately the same, or it may turn out that they are not. At our current level of consciousness, we're left with either not knowing or just believing what we hear about such things, and so we can't really say how it will turn out. Our focus above was generally directed toward contemplating to achieve a direct experience of the true nature of something. In the upcoming chapter, we'll find that contemplation is also quite useful to bring us insight into the uncognized aspects of mind. Chapter 22. Awakening the Uncognized Mind. Contemplation directed at becoming conscious of the true nature of what is points us toward the absolute truth. Contemplation directed at the foundations of the self-experience points us toward awakening the uncognized mind. 22.1. In the previous chapter, I suggested that fighting the dynamic of self-survival is a fruitless battle. Our goal isn't to fight self-survival, but to transcend it. This sets us on a different path, because in order to transcend something, we first need to let it be. And we can't let it be until we become fully conscious of what it is. This isn't done through battle, but through acceptance and comprehension. I also postulated that perhaps we could redirect the survival force toward pursuing the truth. This would produce a significant change in how the self is conceived and goes about handling its needs. Yet we should be clear that the survival mechanism remains and is still the foundation for our experience. 22.2. We need to come to grips with, and to some degree, master what we express and how we manifest. Since we don't live in the world of absolutes, we will continue to relate and manifest in a domain of relative perceptions. We will engage in what is, in the end, an illusion. But this is the world in which we must live and act. If we aren't conscious of what we're doing, we can't break free of it. Or if we do get free, we are likely to become confused with it once again. 22.3. We can't free ourselves of anything of which we are not conscious, so our task must include discovering the unconscious structures that found the self-experience. Becoming conscious of this level of the self-mind reveals what runs us. Once this is done, we can become free of it. But for the most part, we need to tackle this domain one piece at a time. We need to contemplate our self-mind until we are fully conscious of how it works and why it works that way. 22.4. As with Zen, becoming conscious of the true nature of ourselves and reality is always our central goal. In Zen disciplines, however, there is no time spent looking into the mechanisms of mind and self, as we've been doing in this book. Even the possibility of direct experience, the whole point of Zen, is generally expressed only through enigmatic or poetic means, if at all. This makes sense because direct consciousness cannot be accurately conveyed. A wise Zen master keeps quiet on this subject most of the time and lets his students wrestle with the questioning for themselves. But over the years, I found that contemplation is useful not only for pursuing a direct consciousness of the true nature of things, but also to bring to light what's hidden in the unconscious mind. 22.5. Since Zen existed long before modern psychology, nowhere in the old teachings will you find references to the unconscious aspect of mind. Still, the old Zen masters likely recognized that there is a danger of sliding into a morass of endlessly sifting through the concepts that the self-mechanism creates, rather than transcending the mechanism itself. There is still that danger, but we need to boldly face all that constitutes our experience and see it for what it is before we can truly be free of it. 22.6. We could say that attempting to get free before we're conscious of every unconscious aspect of mind is a bit like trying to pull up a tent when some of the stakes are still firmly stuck in the ground. We can't completely free the tent because something holds it in place. The unconscious aspects of the self-mind will keep us attached in some way to a self surviving. We might become free of some things, but could still be snagged on others, keeping us attached to whatever we identify as ourselves, even if we're not fully conscious of all that's involved in our makeup. If everything that isn't true is let go, what remains must be true. 22.7. In order to distinguish what is true from all that is false, we need to become conscious of everything that constitutes our mind and experience, including the uncognized aspects. Although we may strive to become conscious of the true nature of ourselves and reality, we shouldn't deny the fact that our mind and perceptions do not currently share in that consciousness. Our mind is structured to provide information that serves the self, but this same mind's need-to-know policy keeps us unconscious of its supporting structures. We must find a way to penetrate into what we don't currently cognize. We can use our newly developed skills in contemplation to trace what we observe in and as ourselves, back to the very source of our identity and behavior. finding our way into the unconscious. 22:8. We've seen that much of our perceptive experience is founded on a framework of uncognized concepts in the form of convictions, conclusions, beliefs, and assumptions. These in turn govern our behavior. As a whole, what we habitually generate within our internal state and how we characteristically interact with whatever we encounter could be called our self-agenda. It is what each one of us is up to as an individual self. This agenda will show up most clearly in our desires and fears, our beliefs and opinions, our emotional reactions and patterns of behavior. Yet, such expressions are just the tip of the iceberg. 22:9. Since we don't have an immediately discernible access to what's uncognized within us, we have to find a way to get there. Be clear that the uncognized aspects of mind are not elsewhere or in some other place. They exist right in our experience. We simply aren't conscious of them. Since the experience we have right now includes what's not recognized, we can use our most familiar internal states and behavior patterns to lead us into this unconscious structure of self. By putting attention on specific patterns of action and reaction, we can contemplate this experience and become conscious of what's driving it. Action and source are already connected. Through contemplation, we simply follow this line of connection to its source. Contemplating the uncognized mind. 22:10. It may seem like a leap to go from observing thoughts, emotions, and behavior to discovering what is behind these activities, but it is possible. There is a technique that involves isolating an emotional reaction, belief, impulse, or characteristic behavior and focusing on it. We then contemplate this experience by feeling it fully and asking, what is it really about? What is the core motivating feeling concept that incites this reaction? 22:11. Obviously, the reactions and behaviors that mark your character or self-identity are revealed by how you relate to life circumstances. It could be how you typically react when something hurtful is said to you, or how you feel and behave at a party. It could be the way you argue with your mate, or feelings that arise when your boss walks into the room. It could be what goes through your mind sitting alone in the park, or passing a stranger in the street. It could be how you deal with waiting in traffic or forgetting your umbrella on the subway. In other words, it could be anything. 22:12. Any characteristic reactivity or behavior can be the subject for such contemplation. For example, if I notice an uncomfortable shyness around others, I could concentrate on the feeling that produces such shyness, a form of fear. As I do, I might notice certain ideas or beliefs that fuel that feeling. Everyone goes this far from time to time, but we usually turn away before realizing that there is much more behind the reaction. Continuing to dwell on the feeling and the concepts that generate it, I can become increasingly clear about the source of my shyness. 22:13. It is not enough to have an idea about why I'm so shy. Even if my idea is correct, it won't make any difference simply for me to know about it. I must experience within my own self the bottom line, or real source of my shyness, and in such a deep way that the shyness will wither away like a weed cut at the root. By deliberately contemplating my shyness, I can uncover the personal programming and cultural presumptions that produce it. When I've consciously experienced them for myself, disengaging from them will dissipate my shyness. If it does not, then I must assume that either they are not what is really responsible for my shyness, or I haven't actually experienced the source of them within my own mind. In either case, more contemplation is appropriate. 22:14. In most cases, emotional reactions are the best link to what is stimulating our behavior or familiar internal states. It is important not to deny how we feel. We are motivated largely by our emotional states, beneath which lie our dominant programming and unconscious beliefs. Our relationship to such feelings should be to feel them fully, and yet not be swept away by them or take them too seriously. Once we acknowledge the presence of these feeling reactions, our task is to experience them completely and to consciously get to the bottom of what generates them. 22:15. Clearly, this can't always be done while the reaction is occurring. As much as possible, however, addressing the issue when the mind is set in motion is best, since this allows the most tangible access to the core beliefs and assumptions that are activated. It is also the hardest time to get to the bottom of these feelings, because the motivation to react is strongly assertive. 22:16. Our emotions are engaged, of course, because our self-survival is active and trying to do its job. With negative reactions, we feel at risk in some manner, and we are trying to handle that risk. We are responding with programs designed to relate to the perceived circumstances in such a way as to eliminate the risk. Normally, this immediate need to pursue a reaction demands our attention more strongly than our will to investigate it. 22:17. Because our reactions are so automatic, our most direct access to their origins is when the reactions are fresh, and they can't be any fresher than when they are occurring. This might be during a conversation, an argument, or any other kind of interaction, or even when we are confronted by circumstances that involve only ourselves. Still, it is difficult to contemplate while a characteristic feeling or behavior is being stimulated. That's all right. Such contemplation can be done afterward in a quiet moment. 22:18. In undertaking this kind of contemplation, it's useful to make some distinctions in your experience. Increasing clarity about your recognized experience helps in becoming conscious of parts of your experience that aren't normally recognized. One reason people fail to be more conscious of what runs them is that they blur too much of what's going on for them into an indistinct mass of generalized experience and reaction, and so remain insensitive to what is really taking place. Remember, self-survival only requires interpretation and effect. Finer distinctions and facts are unimportant. If you start with the obvious and clarify each aspect of your experience, grasping it as independent but related to other aspects of your experience, this rigorous attentiveness can carry over into becoming conscious of what isn't obvious. In the next section, as I attempt to clarify the elements involved in this kind of contemplation, see if you can make the distinctions I mention in your own experience. The process of contemplating uncognized mind. 22:19. First, you need to sort out and ballpark what it is you are to work on. The subject matter for investigation could be anger, fearfulness, cruelty, guilt, over-intellectualizing, sadness, giddiness, shyness, hurt, or any other human reaction. Whatever the self-mind reflexively identifies as familiar reactions to life. Our goal is to uncover the assumptions or programs that have been dominating our perceptions and behavior in some way, forming a characteristic self. The idea here is that if the reaction is unwanted, we can become free of it. If it is not, then perhaps we can enjoy it but still not consider it to be oneself or necessary. 22:20. To begin to get to the bottom of some aspect of the reactive self-mind, start with a characteristic reaction and expression. Once you encounter a life circumstance, you will react internally in some way, but often you will also react with an expression or behavior of some sort, such as yelling, crying, speaking, winking, jumping up and down, frowning, smiling, trembling, or some other external manifestation. The first thing to do is notice that these two activities, your internal state and your expression, are distinct. They may be related, but they are not the same event and exist in completely different domains. Usually this distinction is blurred, and you relate to your feelings and behavior as if they're one thing. Clarity here helps create that rigor I was talking about above, assisting in sorting out your experience and what it is really up to. Make a distinction between your internal reaction and your expression. 22-21. Many of your expressions are very subtle and not animated at all, yet they are still expressions, which simply means that the body takes some sort of action, be it a gross movement or an almost imperceptible change in one's face or posture. Behind that expression is your experience, what you might call your internal state. Your actions arise from this experience. For example, if you're happy, your action could be to smile. If you're angry, you might yell or scowl. 22-22. Most of the time when we see someone yelling with a particular tone and volume and accompanying facial expression and gesticulation, we say he is angry. We don't say he is having an internal state which we call the emotion anger and expressing this state with the activity of yelling. But it is easy to make this distinction. He is yelling because he's angry, or he is happy and so he's smiling. 22-23. Looking into one of your characteristic behaviors, get in touch with the internal state that evokes such behavior, making a distinction between this emotion or internal reaction and the behavior or actions you use to express it. Then ask why you are having that experience. What is pushing those feelings or thoughts to the surface? If you're feeling angry, why are you angry? This is not asked as a general question, like why are humans angry, but specifically, why are you angry in this case? You will probably attribute the cause of your anger to the circumstance. She said I'm stupid, or Fred got the promotion instead of me, or whatever. But this is only a starting point. You're looking for a specific reason that those incidents produce anger in you. What do you believe or assume such that you get angry when these events occur? What is true for you that you feel a need to react in this way? 22-24. In our culture, we rarely go past assuming the circumstance is the cause. When we do go deeper, it frequently takes the form of a psychological assessment, pointing to some aspect of our personal history. Here we're not concerned with anything but the truth. It may appear in psychological form, an ontological one, or in some other form. It doesn't matter. What matters is that it is actually experienced as true and is recognized as the source of our reaction and behavior. 22-25. Underneath or behind your reaction is what this circumstance means to you. Your reaction is created from the associations you make in relation to a particular circumstance. It arises the way it does to manifest your form of manipulating the circumstances, compelling you to behave as you do. Clarify the associations you're making, and you will experience that these interpretations arise from programs and assumptions. Experiencing this process deeply enough will allow you to recognize and acknowledge that your behavior is a manipulation. Recognizing what this manipulation is trying to accomplish will bring the whole activity home and put it into a much clearer light. This puts you on the threshold of discovering the source of your reaction. 22-26. This form of contemplation helps you get to the foundation of your reactions. Once you've isolated a characteristic behavior, look into the experience that drives you to act that way. Become analytical about it, but take care to delve into the experience rather than the intellect. Begin to notice that there is more going on than what you cognize on the surface. If you keep feeling underneath this experience, you will get to the deeper source of it, something that might have you say, "Oh, that's what it's all about." Have you ever done that? Some connection is made, some experiential realization pops up as obviously truer and more deeply honest than your initial reaction. It is what you unconsciously identify with that produces your particular experience. I call this motivating source the bottom line. Explaining the process. 22:27. Such a discovery tends to free you from your attachment to the reaction in question, at least for the time being. One reason you are moved out of your reactive state is that such a realization puts you into a different part of the mind than the place where reactions occur. What your emotional reaction or characteristic behavior is based upon is in a different domain of experience than is the reactivity itself. For example, the bottom line source of being angry might be a deep belief that one is personally incapable. This recognition of personal weakness is not itself a reaction, nor does it evoke a reaction when realized at its source as it would if perceived within the reactive sphere of the mind. It is a belief or assumption revealed. The connection between this assumption and one's anger is suddenly made conscious, and the assumption is experienced as the source of the anger. When you become conscious of the source of the program that stimulates the reaction, as a way to deal with some circumstance, there's no longer a reason to react. 22:28. Just as a core belief is different from the reaction it produces, the realization of a core belief is also different in nature. At this point, your consciousness is in a non-reactive state because it is not engaged within the domain of mind that produces the automatic drama of self-survival. Observing the framework that is being maintained reveals the rationale behind the strategy for your survival that is emerging as a way to deal with a particular circumstance. Since this process of association and reaction happens very quickly, it usually goes unrecognized until it appears as a reactive emotional impulse. 22:29. As we've seen, the process of self-survival is twofold, demanding not only the activity of maintaining and protecting, but also providing the something that it maintains and protects. The self's accumulation of automatic programs guarantees consistency in reaction to all similar circumstances. These are the roots of our characteristic approach to personal survival. 22:30. Thoughts, emotions, and behavior are easy to recognize in our experience. What's far more difficult to see is the source of these, the buried conceptual framework that spurs and dictates our thinking, emotions, and actions. Self-survival has no reason to go there, and every reason to stay away, but with some concentration and sensitivity, the conceptual framework that drives us becomes increasingly recognizable. 22:31. Such consciousness, however, tends to undermine our exclusive and solid sense of self because it reveals the foundations of this self-sense, and this interferes with blindly fulfilling the needs that stem from this foundation. Taken as a whole, the entire structure of uncognized mind is the origin of our sense that we are somehow a self existing within, at the source of our reactivity and action, like the Wizard of Oz, hiding behind the curtain and pulling levers to maintain the illusion of self. Discovering such a thing just doesn't help in keeping up the illusion. A sample bottom line contemplation. 22:32. Let me run through a sample contemplation of getting to the bottom of a characteristic experience, just to give you an idea of how it might work. Remember, for you it could go very differently, and probably will. This sample represents only one possible pattern of discovery for someone who has these particular associations, presumptions, and programming. 22:33. Let's say I start contemplating an unwanted behavior. This behavior is yelling at my wife. I recall as vividly as I can the experience of this behavior and sit for a while and try to soak in the experience, orienting myself to the subject matter. I'm yelling. Why am I yelling? I notice very quickly that I am yelling because I am angry at her. This is my immediate experience behind the yelling. I am angry. So I soak in this feeling, like soaking in a hot tub. I let the experience permeate my consciousness, trying not to make any judgments about it or leap to any conclusions. I just feel into this experience. 22:34. When my emotional reaction is clear and fully felt, I ask, what is underneath that? Perhaps what comes up is, I am pissed. This feels like more of the same, but perhaps a little more raw and unaltered. So I continue. Well, what's underneath that? It's important that I don't rush ahead, but keep immersing myself in what feels most real. I might consider, what am I communicating or getting across by being angry? As I sit and feel into the anger, I attempt to discern what motivates it, what my mind and emotions are up to by generating such a feeling. It's important that I don't dwell on trying to manipulate the feeling or engage in any manipulation of my experience. I just let it be as it is. Of course, the feeling itself is a manipulation, but I'm not trying to justify or explain it, which are simply more manipulations. Instead, it's as if I'm reaching into the emotion itself with my sensitivity and consciousness, trying to notice something about it that is in the feeling but beneath the surface. 22:35. As I contemplate my reaction, at some point I realize that even more fundamental than my anger is that I am hurt. Oh yeah, it's true, I'm hurt. She hurt my feelings. That's why I'm angry. I didn't notice that I was hurt, only that I was angry. Now it becomes clear that the motivation behind my anger is this hurt feeling. Feeling hurt seems somehow more real, more honest, or to the point than what I started with. So I now contemplate the experience of feeling hurt. What is the hurt about? What is this experience standing on such that I could be hurt in the first place? 22:36. Each time I look into my feeling experience, I stay with what seems most real and honest, what is really there. Yet, at the same time, I continue to probe more deeply into it. I set out to discover what lies at the root of this chain reaction that's occurring within my experience. I ask, what motivates the hurt? At some point it becomes clear to me that I believe she doesn't like me. As I try to get to the bottom of that, I realize what is actually more true is that I fear she might not love me. 22:37. What's important is that I do this as an actual experience and not just as an intellectual exercise. This process is not one of thinking it through or figuring it out. I must be willing to feel into each emotion that arises and follow it to its root bottom. 22:38. So perhaps I get stuck on this fear for a while. It might be a new concept for me that my anger could somehow be related to fear. The realization that I feel vulnerable may be difficult to fully confront at first, but I persist and continue to contemplate my experience. I might want to escape the more vulnerable feelings and again take refuge in thoughts and feelings that are more familiar and safe. Whenever I become distracted, I work to bring myself back to the deepest realization I've come to. It's important that I avoid jumping around to all sorts of other feelings or thoughts that pop into my mind as I contemplate. Some of them seem associated with what I'm contemplating, but may also be distractions. I can save them for another time, since right now I need to stay on track and limit my contemplation to this particular subject. 22:39. As I focus my feeling and attention on the most genuine sense of this experience, which at this point is a fear that my wife might not love me, I start to awaken to the sense that I have this overwhelming sense of needing to be loved by someone. This feels real to me, but it is not the whole story. Then it hits me, and I suddenly realize in a flash the bottom of this whole reaction. The realization comes all at once, but can't be expressed all at once. I uncover an assumption that if I'm not loved, then I'm not a good or authentic person, and if I'm not good and authentic, then I am not real, and I don't deserve to live. These are connections between two programmed presumptions, the bottom line of which is that somehow my wife's behavior threatens my life, or at least the continuation and safety of my self-identity. 2240. That would be the bottom line. I assume I will die without love. We can see how this might relate to my manipulations of yelling, although it is a long and winding route. We also notice a great difference between the anger and the need for love, or the presumption of something bad happening to myself without it. The fear and need are primary motivations that will automatically produce the hurt and anger. The hurt is produced to stimulate a reaction, and the anger is produced to stimulate a mode of behavior or action that is designed to protect myself. None of this has to be logical or rational. It only has to be true. The structure has its own rationale based on my assumptions and history. Someone else could have the same assumptions but react in a different way, since they identify with different characteristics that need to be maintained, and this governs how they will go about manipulating both self and environment. In either case, a specific reaction will arise in the face of any threat to the emotional self-identity, motivating behavior to deal with the threat. 2241. Of course, none of this is actually true in the sense that I will die, or that yelling will prevent it, and my perception of my wife's expression may have absolutely no bearing in reality. But it is true in the sense that I really experience it that way, and at my core somewhere I actually believe it is a threat to my existence. 2242. Frequently, what we find as the real origin of our reactive behavior doesn't seem logically connected even to ourselves. In fact, it might be so far-fetched that a logical approach would never find its way to the bottom line. We don't really need to believe it intellectually, and it may be a socially incorrect disposition to have. None of that matters. The only thing that matters is that it is what's so. It's what the reaction is truly and deeply based on. Once this bottom line is discovered, we can begin to disassociate from our dysfunctional core beliefs. When that is done, the reaction will cease to arise. Guidelines for your bottom line contemplation. 2243. How your contemplation might go is unknown. It is an organic process, and will proceed as the truth and your consciousness dictate. The following are some guidelines, questions, and points that can be used to help your contemplation stay on track and penetrate into your mind's unconscious construction. 2244. Be open to experiencing whatever is behind what you're feeling or experiencing. See if there is anything more basic or more true for you than what you presently experience. Whenever you get in touch with something more fundamental, then move deeper to contemplate that. If not, then continue to contemplate the experience that feels most genuine. This keeps you on track and fresh with the experience you're working with. 2245. Continue to wonder, what's underneath this experience? Is there anything sourcing or motivating it? Anything more real, more honest? Stay with the whole experience and keep in alignment with your original reaction or behavior. Is there any feeling or sense that is underneath, behind, inside of, or in any way more basic, fundamental, true, or honest? Remember to do this experientially. Look or feel into it. Don't just think about it. Is there anything that hits home? 2246. When you get to the origin of your experience, it is the real heart of the matter, the source of what is going on for you relative to that experience. It may not appear logically connected to the surface reaction and expression. It's just what's true. When you get to the bottom line or origins of your reaction, there is nothing underneath, sourcing, or motivating it. Dispelling this core belief or assumption will dissolve your reactions and unwanted behavior. 2247. Remember, it is important to understand that this domain of uncognized mind is not elsewhere or separate from what is called the conscious mind. It is simply what is not conscious, in the very same place as what you experience. For example, the core beliefs and assumptions that source what you recognize as emotions and expressions are inherent in the emotions and expressions themselves. They are not somewhere else. They are simply an uncognized aspect of what is occurring in your experience. Since you don't need to know in order to survive, you remain unaware of them. As you contemplate a bottom line, keep a vigil on the tendency to think of this domain as elsewhere, and so not within the experience you are contemplating. 5 points of reference. 2248. Although we shouldn't confuse our attempts to organize our efforts with anything etched in stone, or as complete, we can use some points of reference to assist in pursuing this particular contemplative process. The foundation principles of contemplation all still apply to this effort and are the same, but here they manifest a bit differently. Rather than working to become conscious of something independent of your experience, the task with bottom-line contemplation is to uncover what is already in our experience, but simply unseen. 5 points of reference. Be honest, be focused, be open, be patient, be persistent. 2249. The main thing to do, and to continue doing, is to be honest. By now you understand that this depth of honesty goes beyond convention. Really tell the truth to yourself about your experience. Start with what's there. Admit what is really the case in your feeling and action and thought. This is not an opportunity to shore up your self-image. Just be willing to let the truth of what you're really up to come forward. Don't take for granted that you immediately know everything about what you're experiencing. Leave room for the fact that people inevitably and automatically distort their view of what's true for them. Spend time and be critical. You aren't trying to establish an ultimate truth here. You are simply attempting to strip away any distortion or ignorance and acknowledge what your actions and reactions really are. 2250. Once you've gotten as honest as you can about your experience, then you must focus on this experience as it is. Set out to penetrate into it, to discern what you've yet to discern. Look or feel directly into what's there, without turning away. Maintain your intent to discover what this experience is all about, what's there that you aren't cognizing. Keep your feeling attention focused on the experience, trying to get to the bottom of it. 2251. As you focus on this experience, develop openness and courage. Allow not knowing to bring you to a place of genuine openness. Generate the courage to challenge what you assume to be real, but don't directly experience as such, which, by the way, is everything. This will take some work, and as you go deeper and deeper into it, you will be confronted with the need to recognize core assumptions that exist as a framework for your beliefs, but of which you have been unconscious. These assumptions include what has been absorbed through your culture as well as the core beliefs and programming that form the foundation of your personal conceptual identity. Clarifying the core beliefs and assumptions that comprise the brick and mortar of your self-mind, you are better able to step into the unconventional and transformative work of dissolving the self-identity, taking it apart brick by brick. Even though you may be attending to this stage throughout your work on yourself, you will have more success at being able to recognize and disassociate from your self-identity as you awaken your deeper assumptions. 2252. You may not grasp the source of your experience right away, so be patient and persistent. Wait with it. Don't rush or leap around trying to satisfy some need to find a quick answer. Only the truth will do, and you must be able to make an experiential connection between this source and your reactions and behavior. Stay with it until you can discern what's most real or honest. Press on until you reach the rock bottom. It may take quite a while before you reach the source of your mind and character, why it is that way, what it is founded on or based upon. You may realize something quickly, but something else could take repeated contemplations over a longer period of time. Don't let up. Keep your attention on this experience until you grasp what it is all about. 22:53. These points are not a linear progression, but more like a cycle that requires much repeating. Each aspect assists and enhances the others. The more honest you are, the more capable you are of engaging and focusing on what is really going on in your experience. The more open you are, the easier it is to challenge your beliefs and assumptions. The more assumptions you recognize, the more you are able to dissolve aspects of your self-identity, and thus become even more open, and so on. Due to the complex nature and well-worn grooves of your viewpoints, using these few distinctions will assist you in the beginning. In time, and with repeated contemplation, you will realize that these distinctions are all simply facets of a single effort to reach the truth of your experience. 22:54. As you become adept in this domain of contemplation, your self-identity will begin to change. Since once you recognize something for what it is, you will tend to let it go. The more detached you become from self, the greater will be your capacity to contemplate what is true. If you directly experience the true nature of your own being, you will have an immediate increase in freedom from self and greater wisdom in your contemplation. Depending on the depth of this consciousness, however, you will still be left with many habits of mind and tendencies of culture that must be challenged directly in order to get free of them. Further contemplation in both of these modes will assist in deepening your consciousness of both being and self. 22:55. We can also use such contemplative skills to discover what is true about human emotions in general. Discovering the underpinnings of our emotions and drives gives us clues about the nature of the human condition. Transcending the human condition is a matter best addressed through contemplation. In the last chapters, we take a look into the very elusive domain of the nature of things. Part 6. The Nature of Reality. Chapter 23. The Nature of Emotion. 23:1. Assumptions don't just exist beneath the surface of our consciousness. They also occur in the form of shared ignorance. In our bottom-line work, it becomes more real for us that our self-mind is composed of unrecognized personal assumptions and core beliefs. But it is also composed of collective human assumptions that no one questions or even thinks to question. 23:2. Since our cognition seems limited to what we need to know, we generally take whatever comes to mind at face value. When we experience something, we assume that's all there is to know about it. Digging into these experiences, however, we find it's possible to make many new distinctions. We've been making new distinctions all along in our work to reveal unconscious aspects of mind. But new discoveries can also be made that aren't buried in the unconscious. They are simply unknown to humans in general. We're ignorant, but don't know that we are ignorant. 23:3. For example, the strongest forces that dominate our experience are found in our emotional states, and yet we know little about what these are. As a culture, we usually relegate the status of emotional impulses to what we think of as our more primal or animal nature. We've been taught that our emotions are fixed and simplistic activities, that our role in the matter is one of feeling the emotion and reacting to it. This is a small and limited view, making emotions very misunderstood. Because our relationship to emotions is limited to reacting to whatever they motivate us to do, We are off taking action or adopting dispositions, rather than understanding what any of these feeling states are really about. 23.4. It can be challenging to experientially grasp the activity of an emotion. What we experience as an emotion is the end product of a complex but lightning-quick process. We're simply provided with the motivation or impulse to orient ourselves in a particular way and take action accordingly. Just as in any other survival impulse, the whole of our experience, what we perceive, believe, value, and assume, as well as our memory, programming, self-image, and so on, is weighed against the current circumstance or perceived issue, and the self-survival disposition needed to relate to those conditions is summarized in a feeling. This is an emotion. 23.5. We can't tackle every human emotion and impulse here, nor do we need to. Using a sampling of the most central feelings that drive us, we open the door to understand all of the rest, either because they are merely variations or combinations of the same dynamics, or because we are now equipped with the tools to investigate different emotions along similar lines. 23.6. Here we will study the two most central negative emotions we have, fear and anger, and the two most central driving forces of the self-mind, desire and pain. These four are the basis for far more than people realize. They are a bit like the primary colors, which combine to make up all colors. With these four, we may not be tackling every primary color, but certainly most of them. 23.7. When we study the composition of what drives us, we discover some startling facts. The first surprising notion is that there are components to be discovered within emotions. When an emotion arises, we seem to know what it is, and leave it at that. We can recognize it and label it, and assume that's all there is to know about it. It isn't. As we'll see, there is more to this activity than we acknowledge. Just by calling emotion an activity, I'm already challenging the assumption that an emotion is something like a feeling object. We seem to have fear, anger, love, or sadness. They appear to reside in the body, and we perceive and react to them. Yet, as we study each of these four primary feeling states, we see there is much more to them. Fear. 23.8. What constitutes fear? I don't mean what generates fear, but what is necessary in order to create a state of fear. What are the components of fear? The mere presence of fear is usually enough information for us, and we act on it, trying to make it go away. This is where our consciousness stops in the matter. We don't know what fear is, nor its makeup. We don't even know that it's possible to know such things. We know a car has wheels, a source of power, steering capabilities, and so on. We know an atom is made up of a nucleus and electrons. Without these components, we wouldn't have a car or an atom. So, what constitutes fear? Discovering the components of fear requires making new distinctions, perceiving something in fear we haven't consciously experienced thus far. 23.9. When we look at fear, we see something unwanted, an uncomfortable feeling we'd rather not have. We find fear in many different forms: being worried, anxious, shy, startled, frightened, timid, scared, cowardly, terrorized, and so on. We imagine that fear is necessary because it keeps us from doing something harmful to ourselves, like walking off a cliff, right? Hogwash. Fear doesn't keep us from walking off the cliff. Knowing we would die keeps us from walking off the cliff. If we can't be trusted to keep our attention on this fact, and so arrange our actions accordingly, and strangely enough, frequently we can't, then perhaps we need the cattle prod of fear. But this only confesses our irresponsible and mechanical relation to the matter. 23.10. Since our cognition lives so much in the need-to-know level of consciousness, we simply accept that we are dependent on forces and impulses to push us around. All we need to know, in the case of the cliff, is that we are afraid, which provides the impulse of avoidance, so that we don't walk off it. Yet it's clear that merely being aware of the potential danger makes us capable of not walking off the cliff, and we need not be afraid. 23:11. The more secure we are in our ability to handle any given circumstance, the less we are afraid. Most of us aren't afraid to drive a car, even though if we swerve into oncoming traffic, we could be killed. Why not be afraid? Because we are pretty confident we won't do it, and we feel capable of steering the car properly. Someone who walks along cliff edges every day isn't fearful of stepping off the cliff. He might one day, as we might have a car accident, but we can do that without maintaining fear as a preventative measure, and we can be killed even if we are afraid all the time. Fear isn't the deciding factor. So, what is fear? 23:12. Well, take a look, or a feel in this case. When you are fearful, what's there? What does the fear consist of? Circumstances are usually cited as the cause of fear. Is fear the circumstance? As we've seen, the circumstance is independent of fear being produced or not produced. Some people are afraid of a certain object or circumstance, heights, snakes, public speaking, that others are not. So it's not the circumstance that causes the fear. What does? 23:13. If we could take fear apart, what would we find? This is a tricky investigation, since normally we see fear as a single unit of emotion. If we were to dismantle such a feeling, we would simply have pieces of feeling. But fear is not just a feeling. Emotion is not simply an interpreted sensation like feeling cold or feeling pressure on your fingertips. An emotion is more than the feeling reaction we receive in our awareness at the level of need to know. Beneath our awareness, concept and time play indispensable roles in creating emotion. 23:14. All emotions are conceptually based. They are complex rather than simplistic impulses. In the case of fear, we find 4 major components, 3 of which are conceptual. An unwillingness to have a particular experience, the possibility of a future, conceiving an unwanted scenario involving a particular experience, a physiological feeling reaction. 23:15. The first is an unwillingness or resistance to having a particular experience. When we imagine the consequences of falling from the cliff, for example, or smashing into an oncoming car, we see they are experiences most of us would rather not have. Actually, they are experiences we would try very hard to avoid. We resist having these experiences. We don't want them. We are unwilling to have them. 23:16. In simple terms, we don't want to experience pain or death. We've seen in the principle of self-survival that resistance can take on many forms. A threat to the self may not look like physical pain or death, but still be experienced as seriously unwanted or painfully threatening. Speaking in front of a crowd is so threatening for many that it is considered a risk closely matching death, and yet we find no physical danger whatsoever. No matter how it arises, there is always a component of conceiving something painful that we are unwilling to experience. 23:17. This doesn't mean fear is an intellectual matter. This resistance or unwillingness is itself an action, not just a thought, even though it is conceptually produced. This activity is inside of the emotion itself. It makes up, in part, the emotion of fear. 23:18. Unwillingness is not a separate activity, or a casual activity. It is fear, or I should say, one component of fear. This means that when we are afraid, it's possible to recognize this unwillingness taking place, in whatever form it occurs. Once we make this distinction, if we can eliminate it, in other words, be completely willing to experience whatever we're resisting, no fear can take place. 23:19. Sounds suspicious, doesn't it? Maybe, but it's true. If this unwillingness is actually a component of fear, then fear cannot occur without it. It also makes it easier to see fear as an activity. Test it out. If you become completely willing to experience falling from the cliff, dying, being injured, being ridiculed by the crowd, looking like a fool, or whatever it is you're afraid of, then you cannot be afraid. It says nothing about your safety. That's a self-survival issue. It only says you won't be afraid. This is true of all components. A component is part of the structure of the thing itself. Therefore, eliminating any component will eliminate the thing. 23:20. The second component of fear is the possibility of a future. A future has to exist in order for fear to take place. Fear doesn't take place in relation to the present, only in relation to the future. Yet, we seem to experience fear in the present. So what's this future business all about? The future component is frequently misunderstood at first, so hang in there for a moment. If we observe closely enough, we will notice that whatever is occurring as fear in the present is in relation to the possibility or notion of the future. Most of the time, it is clear that you are afraid of what you think is going to happen, or might happen. This means it has not yet happened. Without the future, or the past, which has already passed safely, there would be no possibility other than what is happening. So fear could not arise. 23:21. I first made this distinction while engaged in several days of intense contemplation. I was standing on an upper floor of a house that had a fireman's pole in the middle of a rather large hole in the floor. As I looked down through the hole, the danger of falling and getting hurt occurred to me. At this time, being a little afraid and also deep in a contemplative state, I suddenly realized the nature of fear and its relation to the future. So I decided to do a little experiment. Putting my hands behind my back so I couldn't grab onto the pole, I watched my mind as I let my body fall forward. Staying completely in the present moment, I was unable to be afraid. There was no experience I could have other than the one I was having, and so nothing to be afraid of. My body stopped moving when my head hit the pole. I stayed there for a while with my hands still behind my back, staring down below, impressed with the total lack of fear and excited by this new discovery. I don't recommend such physical experiments. I was a bit obsessive with my investigations. It works just as well with the countless number of social fears that don't put you in harm's way. The point is that without a future, fear is not possible. The future is a component of fear. 23:22. But when I'm afraid of a spider, I'm afraid right now, and the spider is right there. That may be so, but it isn't the presence of the spider that you're afraid of. It is the potential that the spider's presence seems to represent. In other words, it is what could happen in the future. In some cases, it may seem like the mere presence is causing the fear, and so there's no need for the future component. Yet, if the spider were in a glass cage at the zoo, would you still be afraid? Most people wouldn't. This demonstrates the future component, since now the spider is safely behind glass, and so it can't hurt you, and this hurt must take place in the future. Still, some may be afraid even if the spider is behind glass. We call this an irrational fear, because the evidence of safety isn't enough to eliminate the fear. Irrational or not, the future component still applies, since what is related to isn't the spider being there, but that somehow, even behind the glass, it will hurt you. Obviously, this hurt can only occur in the future, since it's not taking place now. 23:23. Sometimes people say they fear the unknown, but this isn't accurate. It isn't the unknown that's feared. You may not know the ultimate nature of the universe, or who dinged your car, but you're not afraid of these things, are you? It is the potential for harm lurking in some unsuspected place that is feared. But that's not exactly true either, is it? Some type of harm is suspected, and it is suspected in some particular place. You simply don't know exactly what it's going to be or when it's going to show up, but that's a far cry from fearing the unknown. If you're about to step into a dark room and you're afraid, it isn't because you don't know what's in there. It's the fact that you think something bad might be in there. 23-24. Whether perceived as present or not, the experience you're unwilling to have is always in the future. You fear experiencing pain of some sort, but it hasn't happened yet. If it has, you're not afraid. You're in pain. And the only way you can be afraid of what you're in pain about, what you're experiencing that you didn't want to experience, is to imagine more of it continuing in the future, or it getting worse, or the consequences of having gone through it. All of these are future events. You might say you are afraid of a tiger, but once again, it isn't the tiger you're afraid of. It's what the tiger could do to you. If the tiger is gnawing on your skull, then you aren't afraid of it eating you. You are afraid it might finish or continue to eat you. Or you might be afraid of having to live with half a head. But you aren't afraid of what the tiger is doing. You're in pain about what it is doing. Fear is a function of the future. Having made this distinction, if you eliminate the future, you will eliminate fear. Have no possibility of a future occur in your consciousness, and you cannot be afraid. Interesting, huh? 23-25. So let's look at the third component, conceiving an unwanted scenario. It's somewhat of a combination of the first two, but a new element is introduced. This component is generating a scenario that something unwanted will occur in the future. It is not simply unwillingness, nor is it just the future. It is the conception that whatever you are unwilling to experience will happen in the future. Frequently, this takes the form of picturing a negative outcome, a mate leaving you, losing your fortune, breaking a leg, falling off a cliff, and imagining it happening to you. If you are willing to experience whatever it is, you won't be afraid. If there is no future in which it can occur, you will not be afraid. And if you don't conceive of something bad happening, then you won't be afraid. Without the scenario, the particular thought, image, notion, sense, or whatever form it may take occurring for you, without the scenario, the particular thought, image, notion, sense, or whatever form it may take occurring for you, you won't be afraid, even if you would be unwilling for such a thing to happen, and you do imagine a future. 23-26. When we put these major components for fear together, we have fear, the sensation of physiological reaction of which manifests as a specific negative feeling. This could be called the fourth component. These components altogether are experienced or known to us as an emotion, an activity that is felt and called fear. Almost no one has even wondered what the activity of fear is all about. Contemplating these distinctions of the composition of fear allows us a very different experience of this activity. By making these distinctions, we can eliminate fear simply by eliminating any or all of the elements that compose it. This is so with any emotion. 23-27. Our next stop is anger. Anger also takes many forms, being enraged, pissed off, irritated, upset, annoyed, irked, fed up, furious, exasperated, irate, riled, mad, and so forth. Spend a moment to grasp how many emotions you experience that are a form of anger, or have anger as a component. Like fear, anger constitutes a large domain of emotions. Anger. 23-28. Recall some time when you were clearly angry. Concentrate on this feeling. What is necessary for the anger to be there? What is it doing? What is it accomplishing? Dissect this emotion for yourself and see if you can come up with the components of anger. 23-29. Following the same investigative techniques used for fear, we discovered that in contrast to fear's relationship with the future, anger exists in relation to the past. It is historically based, just as fear can be relating to the next millisecond or days from now. Anger can relate to something that occurred a fraction of a second ago or many years ago. But it is always about the past. Someone keyed your new car, leaving a scratch. It has already happened, and now you're angry. Your boss admonished you in front of coworkers, and you're seething inside. It happened already. You're not afraid because it's not something that might happen. You're angry because it did happen, and it hurt. 23:30. Anger is always based on hurt. Some form of hurt or pain is a component of anger. As with fear, in anger there is always something resisted, not accepted. Given that this experience has already taken place, its rejection shows up as hurt. Conventionally, this is rarely noticed. People go right to anger and never get that it is based on the fact that they are feeling hurt. Perhaps one of the main functions of an anger reaction involves ignoring or avoiding the hurt. Try an experiment. Find something to be angry about. Now stop being angry and feel the hurt that the activity of anger wants to correct or eliminate. See if you can feel the hurt and yet still be angry. Why would you be angry? You are already feeling the hurt. What good would anger do? It seems that one of the functions of the anger is to avoid acknowledging the feeling of hurt. What is the hurt about? 23:31. Once again, recall a time when you were angry. Try to feel the anger presently. Now, what thoughts preceded and accompanied this anger? What is the thought or statement that the anger is expressing? What underlies that? See if you can use your skills at contemplation to unearth the bottom line of this anger. What is it? 23:32. Beneath the hurt, you will find some sense of feeling incapable or unworthy in a very fundamental way. This component is not always easy to grasp, but a sense of something I'm calling incapacity is taking place. Imagine that you are completely capable in relation to what's happened. Someone dents your car, and you can magically remove the dent and restore it to its former beauty. Angry? Probably not. If you could correct what went wrong without pain, why be angry? Of course, sometimes things go wrong, or bad things happen, and we aren't angry. We might be depressed, or sad, or flippant, or embarrassed, but not angry. So why are we angry when we are angry? 23:33. Anger, like all emotions, serves self-survival. How does it serve our survival in this case? Obviously, something has occurred that you don't want to be the case, and you feel incapable of having it simply or easily be the way you want. Something or someone has impeded your will, your plans, yourself, and somewhere in there you feel incapable of having reality be the way that you want, whatever is seen as serving yourself. A personal deficiency has been demonstrated to you by some action or event that has brought to the fore a sense of incapacity that's normally buried deep within your psyche. 23:34. Deep down you are unsure of your capacity to live life. How could it be any other way? You don't know what life is, how you came to be, or that your survival is guaranteed. This deep sense of incapacity is drawn to the surface to some degree by a given circumstance. You want this circumstance to be another way, and you feel incapable of having it be that way, especially since it has already happened. This event can be about what someone has said or done, what you have said or done, or a circumstance that has occurred. It simply needs to bring up a sense of incapacity, which is resisted and so is painful. You'd like to set things right. You want to get rid of this sense of incapacity and the resultant hurt produced by the event that has occurred. 23:35. So how does anger help? Where are the feelings of anger directed? What would they like to bring about? With anger, we feel we are now taking some sort of action, at least internally. What is the purpose of this action? Anger is an attempt to feel capable, to restore a sense of capacity to oneself. At least the sense of being fundamentally incapable of life can be returned to its buried place in one's psyche. 23:36. Usually we harbor some thoughts and feelings about proving ourselves to be capable, like beating up a bully, doing damage to the boss, or hurting ourselves. The component needed is simply action that demonstrates capability, and what is the easiest way to demonstrate capability? Destroy something. Creating something would work, of course, but creating is much too hard and usually takes too long, and also holds the possibility of failure, revealing our incapacity, once again, way too much. Destruction can be immediate, and is the easiest thing to do. It's negatively based, like the feeling of hurt, but produces a result that feels positive, the sense of capacity. Obviously, these destructive thoughts, feelings, or actions are often directed at a particular reality that you don't want, but are also frequently directed elsewhere. The drive is to restore a sense of capacity. 23:37. Everyone knows how to destroy and feels capable of doing it. Crush a flower, kick over a chair, toss the chess game from the table, throw mud at a clean dress, create pain in your or someone else's body, take something of value from someone, say something hurtful, and so forth. There are many ways to express anger, some extremely devious and subtle, but they all have in common trying to salvage the self's sense of capacity, and the most common avenue by far is a destructive course. It could simply be giving someone an angry look, or having destructive thoughts or fantasies, yet the immediate effect is feeling capable of something, feeling or imagining oneself as having some power. Of course, if these attempts fail, one is likely to be sent into frustration and despair. But destroying is easy, so failure isn't likely, especially if it is only acted out in your imagination. 23:38. As with fear, 4 components seem to compose anger. Remember, these elements need to be seen as occurring in the anger itself, not as causing or contributing to the anger. Anger is about something that has passed, based on a feeling of hurt, revealing a core sense of incapacity, regenerating a sense of capacity through a destructive intent or feeling reaction. 23:39. Once again, eliminating any component of anger will eliminate the anger. If there is no concept of the past, there is no anger. If your experience is totally in the present, anger cannot exist. But remember, this means being present moment to moment, and the possibility of conceptualizing the past can include mind activity not easily recognized, so anger can be fuming in some form beneath the surface. In such a case, the bottom line work we did earlier is necessary to uncover and let go of the uncognized aspect of mind that remains locked in repeated past pain. In such a case, the bottom line work we did earlier is necessary to uncover and let go of the uncognized aspect of mind that remains locked in repeating past pain. Completely let go of whatever has passed, and you can't generate anger. 23:40. Likewise, if you do not create hurt or pain about something, you cannot be angry. Hurt can be difficult to avoid, but it doesn't have to lead to anger. Turn your attention fully onto the presence of the pain rather than trying to avoid it or do something about it, and you will interrupt the activity of anger. When the pain is fully experienced without resistance, there is no need to create anger. Further, if you can become conscious of the core feeling of incapacity that founds the anger and transcend this self-mind disposition, you won't need action, internal or external, to restore a sense of capacity, and so there will be no anger. However you go about it, if you interpret or eliminate any of the components that make up the activity of anger, you will free yourself from anger. 23:41. You can do this kind of investigation on all emotions, but I'll leave that to your personal contemplation. What's most important, however, isn't just learning how to interpret an emotion, but to understand experientially what emotions are and how they are created, thus changing a relationship to this dominating feature of self. By increasing the depth of your consciousness and sensitivity to what your self-mind is doing in this area, automatically but subliminally you develop a clearer and more responsible experience of the activity of your own self. 23:42. Now let's look at two very deep core impulses that are the foundation for most of our emotional reactions and survival perceptions. These are desire and pain. Certainly the opposite of desire is repulsion, or perhaps indifference, and the opposite of pain is pleasure. But these opposites are tacitly included in the activity itself and share the same nature. So by uncovering the composition of these two important impulses, we uncover so much more. I want to focus on the most primary feeling states that drive us, and we are clearly driven by desire and pain. 23:43. The impulse or drive to pursue pleasure, comfort, or good experiences is called desire, while pain is what provides the impulse to move away from anything deemed a bad experience. These are fundamental elements for self-survival: attraction and repulsion, positive and negative, are key to determining value and threat, and so are essential for determining how to be in relation to what's perceived. 23:44. We know that as a circumstance is being interpreted, the self requires from the interpretation some type of directed motivation regarding which actions will be appropriate to take. This direction arises in the form of feeling impulses that steer our mental, emotional, and physical activities along the proper paths for self-survival. They exist to serve that purpose. Understanding their nature should bring us closer to understanding the nature of the self-principle. Desire. 23:45. What does it mean to have desire? It seems that the domain of desire is one of being moved to have or obtain something, being attracted toward or wanting a particular experience. Desire and fear have a few fundamental elements in common, whereas with fear we resist an experience. With desire we crave or embrace an experience. We tend to overlook the implications of this fact. If we crave or want something to be so, clearly we are apt to have a negative disposition to the observation that it is not so. Which brings us to the next thing that fear and desire have in common. They both relate to the future. 23:46. One of the components of desire is that it is an assessment of what is missing now. Desire, like fear, is not about the present moment. It's about what is not occurring presently. Desire cannot be about now, because desire requires an assessment of what is missing now. Ergo, it can only take place in relation to the future. 23:47. With fear, we imagine something unwanted may come to pass that is not presently so. With desire, we imagine something we want to occur that doesn't exist now. Certainly, sometimes we perceive something and say that we desire it in this moment, but what we're actually relating to is something not occurring now. Think about it. If it were occurring already, we would be enjoying it, not desiring it. And if we are enjoying something and still have desire about it, then clearly what we desire is that the enjoyment continue on into the future. 23:48. If we find nothing missing in our experience right now, nothing that should be experienced that isn't being experienced, then we can have no desire. If we have no future as a possibility, we will also have no desire, no craving, no wanting. If we don't imagine any possibility other than what is already so, we will have no desire. we can see how desire and fear are polar opposites of the same impulse. 23:49. In fear we are pushed to take action, such as flee or freeze. In desire we are also moved to take action. This impulse to action is implied by desiring, since desire suggests something isn't as it should be, and so implies that we need to bring it about somehow. Action is not necessary for desire. It is simply implied. Sometimes we have confusion between feeling a desire and taking some action suggested by the desire. These are two different things. They only seem like one because the action is charged with relieving the pain of the desire. 23:50. Now there's another odd thing to say. The pain of desire? Generally we think of desire as a good thing or a pleasant feeling. This seems reasonable, since it is relating to something we want, some experience we want to have, to enjoy. Isn't that pleasant? Imagining the enjoyable experience can seem enjoyable, and any fantasy about having that experience would include imagining the pleasure or good feelings that we crave. Yet, what is also true is that we are in fact not having it. If this absent experience is contrasted with what we are having now, and we find our present experience lacking, this will tend to elicit a form of suffering. From this suffering, putting up with an unwanted experience, be it a dramatic suffering or a buried, almost unnoticed itch to scratch, we are moved to take some form of action to turn the not-so-enjoyable present into the enjoyable future. 23:51. So we can see that some form of pain actually accompanies all desire. It's just difficult to perceive because it's always buried underneath the anticipated pleasure. Pain provides an even stronger motivation to take action than simply acquiring something you don't have. We can imagine that if we were fully and completely enjoying the present moment, had pleasure coming out our ears, we would be less likely to desire anything, except possibly that this experience doesn't end. When we long for someone, however, and the relationship we desire doesn't come to pass, it's not hard to see that we will likely suffer in this longing. We could easily experience outright pain over this unrequited attraction. When we are very sensitive to every form of desire we have, we might indeed find that pain is always a component of desire. This makes desire a form of suffering rather than a form of enjoyment, as we conventionally tend to presume. 23:52. To exacerbate this unseen problem, we rarely make the distinction between the thing we desire and the concept of the thing we desire. We assume that our fantasy of the experience, imagining whatever happiness or pleasure the object of desire will provide, is the same as the actual experience or encounter. Of course, this is not true. When we get what was desired, it often turns out to be quite different from what we anticipated. Furthermore, since our beingness lives only in the present or actual moment, all conceptual activity that is directed toward the future is not directed toward now. The activity of desire contrasts what is to some preferred experience that isn't, and so in some way makes our present experience into a negative one. This subtle diminishing of the present is accompanied by another unnoticed existential consequence of desire. 23:53. We fail to notice the inherent unseen barrier that is created between our feeling of desire and whatever is desired. Simply the fact that we desire implies a separation between us and the object of desire, and between our present experience and the desired experience. If there were no such separation, we can see there would be no place or need for desire. We would not be desirous. We'd be enjoying or experiencing what is otherwise only a concept. This suggests that the very act of desire separates us from the thing we desire. To bridge this gap, we are drawn to take action. 23:54. Sometimes we take objective action. We go and get that tasty food, buy the new car, call someone for a date, or meditate for peace of mind. In this way, desire is associated with consumption, gratification, possession, and achievement. Since desire implies there is something wanted that we don't have now, taking action to get it seems the logical choice. Still, many times the first and only action taken is within the mind. We imagine, or fantasize, or make plans, and although this is often as far as we go with our desires, it may not be as harmless as we presume. It might produce a kind of suffering that is not immediately apparent. Confusing desire for intent. 2355. We frequently get our desires mixed up with what we actually want or intend to have happen. Doing something, anything, suggests wanting to do it. Every act you generate is something that you want to undertake for whatever reason, even though it may not seem like you truly desire the action or outcome. It may even seem that you hate doing it, but you do it anyway. For instance, imagine you find yourself stuck in a smelly outhouse, an unpleasant experience that you would say you don't want to have. But when you consider the fact that just outside is a pack of wild dogs that chased you in there, it becomes clear that you want to be in that outhouse. By the same logic, it's easy to guess that you do not desire to experience the pain of grabbing onto a hot poker, but seeing that it is otherwise going to fall on the baby, you clearly want to grab it. 2356. Those examples may be extreme, but they are clear and useful for helping us work out a distinction between what we intend and what we desire. The word want is often used as either intend or desire. Intention is committing to take a course of action. It is what we actually end up doing. And so in this way we can say it is what we want to do. Desire is imagining something we'd like to experience in the future. It is indulging a conceptual possibility, recognizable as the pleasure-charged effect evoked by imagining that experience coming to pass. This is different from what we intend to do, although there may be an urge or impulse to have a desired experience come about. Desire doesn't demand action. Intent does. We might intend to act on our desires, or we might not. If, say, we want to bring about our desires, or we want to do something else, we are talking about what we intend to do rather than what we merely desire. 2357. When we fail to make this distinction, we can easily fall into resisting what we're doing. This may be quite subtle, or we may feel clearly unhappy and stuck. Either way, it's still another form of suffering. I might say to myself, I want to go out and play, but I'm stuck here, forced to work. Not only is that a very sloppy statement, but my viewpoint, especially if it's habitual, creates misery that is entirely unnecessary. Actually, when I look into the matter, I see that what I truly want is to accomplish something useful and to make a living, so I intend to work. I want to work. 2358. At any given time, we can probably think up some experience that's better than the one we're having. I can imagine other things to do right now, but I don't actually want to be doing them since they won't provide me with what I indeed want to have happen in life. Besides, even if I were to go out and play, I could still probably imagine something more fun than whatever I would be doing. I intend to work. End of story. Complaining about my choice and generating images of more exciting activities only creates pain. Enjoying my work while I work and my play while I play produces no separation and so no suffering. 2359. The struggle to get what we want seems endless. But what exactly is getting what we want? Why do we need to get what we want? Why are we so driven toward wanting and obtaining? Culturally, we just take wanting for granted. It seems a natural human function, and so we either position ourselves to be unquestioningly dominated by this force, or we resist it in its raw form, usually through some sort of discipline, morality, or religious stance. Whichever direction we might go with it, the root activity is the same. It is the self chasing the cheese. 2360. Remember, the survival of self and self-concept is at the core of all desire. Clearly, the self is so confused with complex agendas regarding what should survive, in other words, what should constitute self and life, and what ought to provide a sense of worth and value, that our multiple and varied desires just seem like natural activities. They may often appear benign, but they are still a central aspect of self-survival and self-concern. As such, our desires contribute to our suffering. The components of desire. 2361. On every level and dimension in which self-survival exists, there is a forceful and irresistible core activity, one far-reaching aspect of which is desire. Although we tend to think of desire quite simplistically, it is not simplistic at all. As with fear and anger, desire is an activity that is founded on several components. One component of desire is the possibility of a future. Since desire does not relate to the present moment of experience, but instead involves imagining an experience that is not occurring, something enjoyable that we tell ourselves we want or deserve, this coveted experience is assessed as missing now. 2362. Another overlooked component of desire is pain, and the possibility that the very activity of desire produces much of our suffering. Desire is conceptually based, and it implies a separation between our current experience and the experience we crave. Although desire does not demand action, it tends to imply, motivate, or suggest action. This can get us into trouble when we don't make the proper distinctions regarding what desire is and is not. 2363. Below are the components found in relation to desire. As with all the emotional states we've examined so far, eliminating any one or all of the components that comprise the activity of desire will eliminate the desire itself. The possibility of a future, an assessment that something is missing now, concept of a preferred experience, separation between object of desire and self, feeling sensation of imagined pleasure masking overlooked pain. 2364. In this chapter, we've been making some new distinctions within distinctions that we've already made as a culture. Normally, the distinction of emotions like fear, anger, or desire doesn't occur for us as a set of components. They occur like the distinction of the emotion itself. Recognizing them as activities that are composed of several contributing factors allows us to have a very different relationship to all emotions. 2365. Usually we relate to any emotion as some simplistic force that is caused by circumstances. Frequently it seems as though an emotional reaction is somehow inflicted upon us. With such a perspective, our options appear to be limited. We can suffer its presence, we can struggle to suppress or control it, or we can simply give in and act out whatever it suggests. Making these new distinctions, however, allows us choices that we did not recognize before. We see that we don't have to suffer, struggle, or be swept away by emotions. Since they are activities we ourselves are generating, we can let them be, change them, or eliminate them. This new way of relating to our emotions creates a new perspective that leads us to a deeper experiential understanding of what emotions are all about and why they exist. 2366. So we see how emotions that appear as a single experience can be broken down into various elements, like molecules, which are made up of atoms. Making such new distinctions is extremely useful, but we also want to move toward understanding experience itself. To complete our look into the nature of feeling states, and to further our consideration of the nature of experience, we're going to investigate pain. Pain and pleasure are very basic aspects of our experience. They can't be broken down into components, the way we did with fear, anger, and desire. To investigate pain requires the more difficult task of directly discerning its nature, and this will provide us with an opportunity to better recognize the nature of experience itself. Pain is a good one to work with because it is so basic and primal, and perhaps the most central motivating force behind self-survival. Pain. 2367. Pain itself is misunderstood. We most often think of pain as a particular sensation in the body, and we assume that it is simply a physiological phenomenon. But we also acknowledge all sorts of mental anguish and emotional pain, both of which are obviously conceptual activities. How is it possible that we can feel so much pain, such as the loss of a loved one, arising simply from an activity of the mind? If we can see that pain is always generated as an activity of the mind, then this is not such a great leap. 2368. As I asserted earlier, pain is a concept. Such a statement clearly takes our concept of concept into a domain beyond our common understanding. Saying that all concept is produced by the mind and that pain is a concept suggests that pain is not what we've assumed it to be. I'm not saying that pain is intellectually produced. Pain is not just an idea. It is the very thing that hurts. That the very experience that we call a painful feeling is conceptually produced. It is not a thought, although we can generate pain through what we think. It is a specific form of interpretation. This is what makes something painful. The thing to get is that the very hurtful experience that we call pain is what I'm asserting is a product of the mind. 2369. When it comes to emotional pain, we can readily recognize that the pain in our heart is conceptually produced. But what about physical pain? We seem hard-pressed to grasp that physical pain is conceptual. This is because we don't distinguish the experience of pain from the sensation provided by the nerve tissue acting as pain receptors. The sensation produced by the nervous system is only the circumstance or opportunity for physical pain. Pain as an experience is actually an interpretation created by the mind. We confronted this fact when imagining a bear chomping on our bodies in Chapter 20. Pain interpretation can be applied to all sorts of input, physical or emotional, and wherever it is applied, pain is perceived. 2370. Pain doesn't exist in and of itself. It is created. Perhaps we can measure the nerve activity that is likely to be interpreted as physical pain, or note circumstances that are likely to be perceived as emotionally painful, but these don't actually cause pain. It depends on the interpretation given to whatever is perceived, the meaning that is added conceptually to whatever is objectively or subjectively there. If the conceptual activity that creates pain is not applied, no pain will exist. 2371. Sounds fantastic, doesn't it? Pain is a concept? Ridiculous. Still, it's true. In order to get this, we must acknowledge that such a concept is not a mere thought or intellectual musing. It is reflexive and automatic for the most part, and it hurts. That very feeling of pain is itself a concept. Stop generating the concept, and no pain will be there. A physical sensation might be there, but this is objective. A circumstance might be there, and this too is objective. Neither of these is necessarily painful. Without the ingredient that perceives such conditions as painful, there is no pain. 2372. Understanding this is grasping the essence of pain, what pain is. This brings us a lot closer to grasping the nature of emotion and of experience, which we will look into more in the next chapter. If we ask, what are the components that make up pain? We find that there aren't any components, which is why pain is more like an atom than a molecule. So we might ask, what kind of distinctions can we make within pain? We can make all sorts of distinctions in types of pain and degrees of pain and so forth, but the very distinction of pain itself is simply the distinction pain. 2373. No matter how many times I assert that pain is a concept, the idea is likely to continue to be resisted and misunderstood. Looking directly into the nature of pain isn't easy, since we have no conventional consciousness about it. We simply take it at face value. It's true that when we're in pain, it doesn't look at all like a thought. It is painful. That is the distinction pain, and that distinction hurts. This is what pain is. We can't say that it's an object, but we could argue that it can be objectively produced through the nervous system. Yet, as we've seen, we don't find pain there. We find an activity to which we apply the stuff we call pain. We can, in fact, have that activity without the pain. We can feel the sensation of nerve stimulation without having it be painful. 2374. If something does not exist in the objective domain, what domain does that leave us? The most likely candidate is concept. Of course, pain is a distinction, but so is everything else, even objects, but that's another chapter. Pain is produced by the mind. It is not an intellectual notion, but its nature is conceptual, which covers a much broader scope than people realize. If we're going to consider pain as conceptual, mind would have to cover a pretty broad scope, wouldn't it? Pain and now. 2375. We know that a memory of the past and an image of the future both acquire their existence through concept, as mental constructs of something that is not so in this moment. They must be conceptual, because such experience is not of the present, and so does not exist as something that is, but only as a representation of something that is not. But pain seems to occur in this moment, so let's look more closely at what we experience as pain in this moment. 2376. When we recall pain that has just passed, and also fear pain that is to come, we greatly increase the level of pain in our current experience. While pain itself does not consist of divisible components, we can see how memory and fear are superimposed on top of what would otherwise be simply this moment of pain. In fact, a great deal of what we know as pain is this amplification that we ourselves create through concepts regarding past experience and future possibilities. Since the conceptual amplification exists in a domain other than this moment of pain, eliminating past and future considerations may not eliminate the pain, but it will reduce it a great deal. 2377. Beyond reducing the pain we create by dwelling on past and future, it's also possible to eliminate the distinction of pain altogether. Since pain occurs as a process, granted a very, very quick one, we may be able to interrupt that process. I can say from personal experience that, because I recognize pain for what it is, I can also make the pain disappear. It's not that I suddenly become ignorant about the distinction pain, or that I suppress it. Anyone who's willing to recognize and fully experience the true nature of pain will realize that it is without substance. It's unnecessary. It doesn't need to exist. Another way to say that is we can locate the activity of creating pain and simply stop creating it. 2378. I have tested this no-pain distinction at the dentist by refusing Novocaine. As he drilled, sometimes right into a nerve, I would be completely sensitive to the sensations, and yet they were not painful as long as I refused to add to them the activity of pain. This takes some understanding of what pain is and is not, but I can honestly say that it was not a painful experience. Be clear that it is not a matter of ignoring the pain, or pretending it isn't there, or calling it sensation rather than pain. There was no pain. Were I to make the distinction of pain, it would hurt. Since I did not, it didn't hurt. 2379. Once I had a crown put onto a pretty badly damaged tooth. I was told it was going to take at least an hour to grind down the tooth and shape it for the crown. The dentist also needed to drill a hole into the middle of the tooth and insert a pin to add strength. I admit I found myself a bit nervous while I was imagining the future possibility of an unwanted experience. I'd never done this for such a long time. I wondered if I might get distracted or be unable to focus for so long. Still, I went forward and declined Novocaine. 2380. What I found was that not only was I able to experience the whole procedure without pain, I had the opportunity to play around a bit. As I sat there, not much else to do in the dentist's chair, I noticed that I felt I had to remain serious and control my mind. It occurred to me to ask myself, why? If I can keep myself from creating pain, why do I have to be serious and controlling about it? I can also stop creating the distinctions serious or controlling. So I dropped that disposition, relaxed, and began flirting with the nurse. This is hard to do with your mouth full of fist. Still, no pain. 2381. I tell this story to help demonstrate what I'm talking about and also to reveal that it is not a matter of suppression. It is simply not creating pain. Granted, a degree of sensitivity and direct experience is necessary to realize what pain is, or, for that matter, the true nature of any distinction, but freedom from pain is simply the ability to stop making a distinction that is usually made automatically. 2382. One might think, then, that I go around in a painless state. Not so. I have easy access to pain just like everyone else. The programmed function of pain is active, and it pushes and pulls my body into paths beneficial, hopefully, to its well-being. Yet the distinction of pain is recognized for what it is, an activity and impulse the purpose of which is to govern action, so as to be consistent with personal survival. And so my relationship to pain is transformed, and I don't take it so seriously. Pain may be so, but it's not true. 2383. An analogy might help clarify my unusual use of the word true above. If we saw something as an illusion or hallucination, we would still see and relate to it, but we would relate to it differently than we would if we saw it as objectively real. If we felt something and thought it was a spider crawling up our leg, we'd relate to it differently than if we knew it was simply some grass brushing our skin. And yet, the sensation could be identical in both cases. When we see something as harmless or insubstantial, we're likely to take it far less seriously. Even if we continue to have certain domains of pain, understanding that we don't need to have any of them lessens the impact of the pain. It makes a difference to know that any pain can be eliminated simply by not creating it. 2384. There are many painful experiences and reactions that simply need not exist and serve no useful purpose, except for the survival of a conceptual self. We can do away with those. There are many opportunities to eliminate the distinction of pain, as well as other distinctions, including many assumptions and beliefs. We can free ourselves from much suffering that we thought unavoidable, and at the same time get closer to a sense of real being. I invite you to look into it for yourself, to see whether it does indeed work that way. 2385. In this chapter, we've made some new distinctions in our experience of the feeling states that drive us. Most of the distinctions came about by becoming aware of the components that make up fear, anger, and desire. This allows us to recognize some things about our feeling reactions that we didn't see before, which in turn makes it possible for us to experience emotion in a new way. In previous chapters, we looked at pain in the context of suffering, which told us something about the purpose of pain. Now we see that the nature of pain is another matter. 2386. Our look at pain indicates a direction for discovering the true nature of experience. If we recognize pain in such a way that it is seen as created and otherwise non-existent, then we are on top of getting the nature of what we experience as reality itself. The main reason I used pain as a subject here is that it is so undeniable, so primary, and so respected as a real experience that it is just beyond belief that it could actually be insubstantial. Experiencing pain as a created activity of mind is truly a solid insight. And there is even more to get. In the next chapter, we will turn our attention more thoroughly onto the essential nature of all experience. Chapter 24. The Nature of Everything. 24.1. Our work in uncovering uncognized aspects of mind helps us to experience more clearly what drives us, and discovering the unseen components of our emotions puts us one step closer to understanding how these impulses come to pass. As we move toward grasping the nature of experience itself, however, as we did with our investigation into pain, we start to see that things may not be what they seem. If things aren't what they seem, then what are they? What is the essence of our experience of anything? How does reality exist for us? 24.2. These are pretty big questions, and trying to tackle such questions can be tricky on many levels. Moving toward a realization of the essence of anything requires an unconventional openness and a willingness to instantaneously leap both into the center of the obvious as well as beyond it. So if it seems like what I'm about to say is too simplistic at first, bear with me and imagine there is more to get than meets the eye. Remember, you are reading for an insight, not just for more information or an explanation. What is everything? 24.3. Our world consists of many things. A thing, in this case, might be a rock or an apple, a thought or speed, self-worth or the sky, philosophy or sound. Everything and anything we encounter or perceive. Within this world there are differences. Yet, regardless of the differences, things are what determine our world. Perhaps more accurately, we might say it is our perception of these things that determines our world. Altogether, these things are what we live within and are aware of, and so they constitute our experience of life and reality. 24.4. Sometimes we encounter a beautiful thing, the thought of a loved one, a magnificent vista, a flower, and sometimes a horrible one, the death of a friend, a monster in our dreams, a painful injury. As we've seen, when we encounter something, be it beautiful or horrible, this influences or dominates our experience, at least until we encounter the next thing. We've heard the idea that we can relate to each of these things in various ways, and that perhaps we can free ourselves from unwanted reactions that are bound to follow our encounters. 24.5. Is there something more we've yet to discover about our world beyond what we already perceive? Let's begin by laying a simple historical foundation for this question to set the stage for further investigation. If we assume, as common sense tells us, that everything is simply what we perceive it to be, a rock, an idea, a feeling, and that our experience is caused by its presence, then we are stuck with whatever seems to be there. In such a case, it seems that our only option for changing our experience is to somehow manipulate the things. But three other possibilities arise in relation to the possibility of experiencing beyond our immediate perception of things. Two of them, psychology and philosophy, are generally known, if not generally practiced, and one is virtually unknown and so not named or considered by us at all. 24.6. 6. Our first possibility arises from the world of psychology, which proposes that our experience of things relates to a personal history, and further asserts that certain unwanted reactions can be eliminated by uncovering the foundation trauma or program that determines our reactions. Our work on contemplating the unconscious aspects of mind seems to touch down in this domain of thought, suggesting that at least some of what we are experiencing isn't actually what is so. We acknowledge that our perception of the thing may be too heavily influenced by the past to be considered accurate, and could sometimes even be untrue. 24:7. Although the psychological domain is useful, the bulk of our reality in this possibility is still considered to be as we perceive it to be. Psychological thought also seems to relate primarily to our emotional relationships with people or things. This still doesn't tell us what anything is, just that it can be confused and unconfused with what once was. We don't want to limit ourselves to a psychological paradigm to search out what's overlooked in the obvious. 24:8. The second possibility is one that arises from a more philosophical investigation, or from the work of certain schools of personal transformation. This possibility arises from the observation that none of the things we encounter actually cause our experience of them at all. Our experience and our reactions are determined by our interpretation of what's there, and not from an experience of what's actually there. We touched on this possibility in our work on experiencing things for themselves, which eliminates almost all survival interpretations and so almost all effects, thus radically changing our experience of what's there. 24:9. As we consider along this philosophical vein, we can find our way to a greater degree of freedom in our relation to things. Unlike psychoanalysis, we aren't required to unearth every historical foundation for our experience. We simply perceive the thing as independent of our perceptions and interpretations. So we are freed from needing to react in any particular way. We can be unaffected by the presence of the thing by merely seeing it for itself, rather than reacting to the way it affects us. But the things perceived will generally remain as if they are still those things, since our assertion is that they do not cause our experience of them, not that we know what they are. 24:10. Beyond common sense, the domains I'm calling psychology and philosophy might offer directions in which to look to discover something about the obvious that's unseen, but they don't really tell us what something is, just that whatever it is separate from our history or perception of it. So, what about the third possibility? You're probably on the edge of your seat waiting for me to get to the point. But this possibility isn't so easily understood. 24:11. Consider, what if we could see that which is real and solid, seemingly immutably so, as essentially illusory? Certainly this might change our relationship to life a bit. What if, without changing a thing, there is a possibility to change how we perceive what everything is, such that it is of a truly different nature than what we have always believed? In this book, we've touched on the very foundations of our self-mind and our motivations in life. We've looked into some of our assumptions about it all. We've considered a few methods for approaching discovery and insight. Yet all of this remains in the domain of process and construct. This is reasonable, since the world in which we live is full of processes and constructs. That, however, is not all there is. 24:12. One possibility allows, without process, for pain to be unpainful, for meaning to be meaningless, for import to be without significance. It allows, in one instant, for the most horrendous or overwhelming thing to be nothing at all, and the most beautiful thing to be what it is, without fear of loss or distortion. What's more, it's easier done than said. Sounds good, doesn't it? It is. There's nothing like it. 24:13. Of course, we expect there's got to be a monkey wrench in the works here somewhere, and there is, but the monkey wrench lies in our own hands. For one thing, like the philosophical possibility, this third possibility is not particularly useful when it comes to self's survival, so the impulse to create and maintain such a disposition will not have self-support for long. Also, the third possibility is a challenge to understand because it stands outside of all that is conventional in our beliefs and experience, and therefore it is not easily graspable by the mind. 24:14. What is the third possibility? It is grasping firsthand the very nature of our experience of reality. No sweat, huh? Actually, don't despair. We can walk through this together, but it needs your participation beyond merely hearing about it. As with other things we've tackled, the words are only pointers, springboards from which to jump into a new consciousness, and this is a new consciousness for almost everyone. As I lay some groundwork, keep moving in the direction of directly experiencing the very nature of what you are perceiving. This demands insight, and you are capable of insight. The distinction. 24:15. Let's begin by tackling the nature of distinction. Our experience of absolutely everything, and in every way, is a matter of distinction. Making a distinction in our experience means we can now isolate and know something in our field of awareness. A distinction can be anything, any thought, feeling, object, class, category, level, measure, etc. If it is distinct from what it is not, it is a distinction. 24:16. For example, fear is a distinction we already make as a particular experience within the domain of emotions. In other words, we know the difference between fear and anger, joy and any other emotion. These are distinctions in emotions. We also make distinctions in kinds of fear, such as feeling worried, anxious, startled, frightened, timid, horrified, and so forth. In the last chapter, we looked into fear, anger, and desire, and made some new distinctions within those familiar distinctions that we probably hadn't previously made, and so did not perceive or experience before. This suggests a direction to look for the nature of distinction. But the nature of distinction isn't understood merely through examples, so we first need to know what a distinction is, and then work to become directly conscious of the true nature of what's there. 24:17. Distinction is everything. It makes up our entire world, and everything in it. A rock is a distinction. What distinction is it? It is the distinction rock, and since we said a rock, it is the distinction of that particular rock. We may also make a distinction regarding the color of the rock, the weight of the rock, the size and shape of the rock, the substance of the rock, the temperature of the rock, and any other piece of information or perception about the rock. Anything else we are aware of in relation to the rock is another distinction. Altogether, these are what constitute our awareness of the rock. 24:18. It might sound like I'm saying that distinction is concept, but I'm not. Imagine that. The thought of the rock is a distinction also. We observe that the object rock is not the thought of the rock, that these are distinct. They exist as two different experiences, even though they refer to the same thing. They are distinctions in our experience. 24:19. When we make the distinction object and get the rock as an object, we see that the air or ground around the rock is distinct from the rock. Air and ground are not the rock, and so we can locate and identify the rock. But distinction isn't just noticing differences between one object and another, the rock versus the air, or discerning various objective qualities, weight, shape, temperature, 24:20. Although we say the weight of the rock is distinct from its shape, they are not separate from each other. The weight exists in the very same place as the shape, and yet we say they are distinct. Weight isn't shape. This is true. We are making a distinction. In other words, we are aware of something we call weight and something we call shape. We see in this that we are also making a distinction between the object and any quality that we say the object might possess. Making a distinction doesn't mean any separation has occurred between one distinction and another. Separation itself is a distinction. 24:21. Further, there are domains of distinction such as concept, emotion, physics, sex, rules, fruit, and all manner of genera or classification. We can make distinctions of context, such as space, self, value, language, objective reality, and within these we experience many distinctions of content, such as distance, esteem, good and bad, words, or a number 2 Mongol pencil. We make distinctions in directions, stages, hierarchy, and more. Absolutely everything is a distinction. 24:22. How do you make a distinction? If you are aware of something in any way, if you can think about it, perceive it, imagine it, or know it in any way, you have already made the distinction. If not, then you cannot think about it, perceive it, imagine it, or know it in any way. It does not exist at all in your experience. This is why in our work you cannot understand anything that you do not create for yourself, and much of it must be created. Making a distinction is simply creating in your consciousness a particular awareness or experience. This is then that distinction. 24:23. When you smell the freshly baked lasagna in the kitchen, you make a particular distinction, the smell of lasagna. As you approach the lasagna sitting so invitingly on the table, you bend down and take a good whiff. Ah, this is lasagna. But being a gourmet yourself, and maybe slightly jealous of your friend's ability to cook great lasagna, you also search out the ingredients with your nose. What cheese is that? What spice is this? Isn't that a pre-made sauce? You start to smell many distinctive aromas within what was at first a single smell of lasagna. All of these are distinctions, the smells, the appetizing appeal, the jealousy, the lasagna. We make distinctions all the time. They are what constitute our reality, our experiences, our perceptions. 24:24. We can also bring to the fore distinctions made but generally ignored as unimportant. For example, most people have had the experience of becoming interested in something, like a new car, and then seeing that car all over the place where it seemed virtually non-existent before, or being able to notice details in the workmanship of some craft once you learn to do it yourself. We can also make new distinctions not yet made. We do this every time we learn something. We then perceive something we hadn't before. There are even distinctions such as vague, unknown, indistinct, and paradox. So a distinction itself needn't be distinct, as in the conventional use of that word. 24:25. Whenever we make new distinctions, we have new experiences and new perceptions. And since our interactions are determined by what we experience, we can also create new abilities. Every ability to interact effectively with the world around us or within us is determined by the distinctions we make. This would be seen as what we know and how we know it. 24:26. How we perceive events, what we perceive in the event, and how clearly we perceive it are all functions of the distinctions we make. If we make fine distinctions in balance, for example, we are able to balance our bodies much better than if we made gross distinctions in balance. It is the same with space, distance, movement, forces, thinking, feeling, communication, and so on. It is the prime ingredient of all perception, and therefore of all interaction, and so determines the interaction. This determination governs what can and what will occur in the interaction, and so determines the level of ability anyone will have within an interaction. 24-27. When we realize the prime place distinctions play in our lives, we realize that nothing can occur or proceed without them. They constitute our entire experience and every element of it. And although all power and ability arise from the distinctions we make, we should not ignore the fact that real personal freedom can only be had through eliminating distinctions. Power lies in making distinctions. Freedom lies in destroying them. 24-28. So, are you starting to get what a distinction is? If you are aware of something in any way at all, it is a distinction. It is what something is. The mere isness of anything makes it a distinction. When we ask the question, what is the nature of distinction? We're not asking for a definition or explanation, or even an example. We already have those. The question is, what is the true substance of everything that exists? When we ask this question, we're also asking, what is the nature of anything, since it is only as a distinction that a thing can be experienced. 24-29. The nature of distinction, and so the foundation of our experience, becomes even more mysterious when we realize that distinction is something that we create. Remember, in this question we're asking, what is the nature of experience? What is the nature of existence? Where does reality exist? Becoming clear about the most basic experience of everything puts us right on top of what is. Being on top of this isness, we can now better ask, what is it? What is the true nature of existence? Distinctions and existence. 24-30. One new distinction we can make is to realize the nature of everything itself. That's everything. Itself. This is difficult to grasp since it is not a common level of consciousness. It can only occur with a sudden increase in the depth of your consciousness regarding the true nature of anything. To communicate about this degree of consciousness is a challenge. I wish I could make it easier, more accessible, but there are no gentle steps that can be taken. It exists in a domain of paradox and is not subject to thought or perception. You just can't get there from here. So I will simply say it outright, attempting to be as clear as I can. Hang on to your hat. Here goes. 24-31. Consider the possibility that there is no difference between what you experience for itself and as itself, and what is there, that the substance of its existence is of the same nature as the distinction of its existence. Distinction is a function of consciousness, or to say it another way, distinction constitutes all that is, and in every way that it is, and yet the nature of distinction itself is not something that is. Its nature is nothing. Hearing this doesn't do much for us, except perhaps confuse us. What we need to do is realize it. 24-32. This nature I'm speaking of is not what is thought when we hear the word nothing. We cannot grasp with the intellect, nor with feeling, or even intuition what is meant by nothing. Grasping would be making a distinction, which is not the same as distinction itself. Said again, straight out, the very nature of consciousness and being is nothing. Nothing is the substance that being is, and also the substance of any distinction made in the domain of awareness. Realizing this nature turns anything encountered into something unconventional, yet also places it in the very place of itself. 24-33. Our experience of the distinction of an object for itself exists exactly in the place of the object. Otherwise, it is not an experience of that object, but an experience of another distinction, such as the memory of the object, or a judgment concerning the object. These can be conjured up anywhere, without the object present or existent, because they are concepts. Since concepts are not the object, they occur in the place where they arise, what we call the mind. But the distinction of an object is exactly where the object is. This distinction we call the object as itself. This is distinct, but not separate from, the perception of the object. It is not different or elsewhere. It is what that object is, and what the experience of the object is. The distinction of an object is its isness itself. 24:34. This doesn't suggest that the real object is somehow outside of or apart from the experience of it. If the distinction object is truly an experience of the object as itself and for itself, then it must be itself. Object is a distinction. The true nature of an object is a distinction. It does not exist, really, or one could say its nature is nothing. Yet this is not separate from the existence of the object. The object is just that, the distinction object, which is the same as nothing. The true nature of absolute existence is a distinction usually not made, so this is challenging to consider. 24:35. None of this is to be believed. It is in fact unbelievable. It is beyond belief, and must be made directly conscious. Otherwise it will always remain a mere rumor. It is best not to believe it, since believing such a thing does you no good and distances you from what seems an obvious contradiction in your experience. To say that nothing is real, or that reality is nothing, when in your perceptions the opposite is glaringly apparent, only creates a split between your common-sense perceptions and something you've merely heard about and believe. Such belief is only a step backwards. 24:36. As long as the distinction objectively real is made about things encountered, then that is what will exist in your perceptions. This real distinction, or the distinction real, must be grasped for what it is, as it is, despite conventional presumptions to the contrary. This can only be done with direct insight. Believing doesn't help. As a matter of fact, if you superimpose a belief onto such an obviously contradictory perception, how can you draw your attention to the true nature of the distinction being denied? You can't. 24:37. We need to create the possibility, perhaps backed by some personal breakthroughs made in this matter, that the fundamental nature of things is different from what is normally presumed and taken for granted. This possibility can then provide some genuine fuel for contemplation. There is no inconsistency, however, between the distinction of what is and what simply is. What is perceived as this or that, a tree, pain, laughter, is indeed that. It exists as that distinction. When the distinction is being made, or, as we would normally say it, being observed, we are perceiving its existence, since that is what it is. Hot is hot. Real is real. Pain is pain. Joy is joy. The very experience that they are is what they are. Pai Chang wished to send a monk to open a new monastery. He told his pupils that whoever answered a question most ably would be appointed. Placing a water jug on the ground, he asked, "Who can say what this is without calling its name?" The head monk said, "No one can call it a wooden sandal." Kai Shan, the cooking monk, tipped over the jug with his foot and went out. Pai Chang laughed and said, "The head monk loses." And Kai Shan became the master of the new monastery. 24:38. I know all this may sound like nonsense. That's probably why truly wise people don't talk too much. Not being truly wise myself, I gab a great deal. But you can make use of this chatter if you use it to dive into your own contemplation and have genuine insights. As was true from the beginning, this work can only be done personally and honestly in your own consciousness. 2439. This communication about being and nothing may elicit various reactions, from interest to frustration or objection. Yet, if what's true is that it seems to be some other way than what I'm claiming, then that's where you stand at present. It shouldn't be denied. I sympathize with the challenges of tackling such seemingly ridiculous assertions, especially when the only conventional tools you have at your disposal are intellect, emotion, intuition, and instinct. None of these are up to the task, nor can I explain the matter. I only bring it up to provide a springboard from which to consider a radical possibility, a possibility that provides real freedom. But, as I've mentioned a few times, it's okay to not know. 2440. We need to have something take place here, other than what we can figure out with our usual methods. There is really only one communication in this book, and yet it will never be said. This is not because it's withheld. It's left unsaid because it cannot be said. The usefulness of this book must be extracted through the process of doing the work. It starts to be grasped by using what is said, and by figuring, thinking, feeling, observing, and confronting what we are really up to here, but also by having something else take place that is beyond all of this mental activity. Ultimately, the only way to really understand it is to have a direct experience of the nature of all this for yourself. Whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent. Ludwig Wittgenstein, 2441. But making use of this new domain of distinction doesn't demand a direct consciousness of the nature of being, or grasping the true nature that is nothing. We can still make a great deal of progress simply by realizing that we don't know what anything is. This sets us on a similar ground, although not as solidly as does grasping the nature of being itself. 2442. A deep and genuine willingness to not know provides us with some nothing from which to come. This can transform our experience without changing anything perceived, because standing on nothing, we view everything from a different perspective. We're not drawn to presume that the mere presence of something demands we react to it, since we can recognize the possibility that it is empty and arbitrary. From this perspective, we are also empowered to drop any distinction or create new ones, bringing us closer to truly getting that our experience is of our own making. Consider once again this quote: "Power lies in making distinctions. Freedom lies in destroying them." 2443. In the next chapter, we will continue our look into the nature of being and consciousness. Is it possible to have consciousness without knowledge or sense perceptions? If so, we must imagine that this form of consciousness is different from what we usually speak of as our conscious experience. It would have to be more fundamental than whatever occurs within our minds or perception, and yet not separate from it. It couldn't look like anything, or appear to be some way, since the nature of such consciousness is absolutely nothing and infinitely everything. Chapter 25. The Nature of Being. Among the great things which are to be found among us, the being of nothingness is the greatest. Leonardo da Vinci. Meaning doesn't mean anything. 25:1. What is the meaning of life? Such a question might provoke discussion and debate for a while, or maybe cause us to ponder the significance of our lives, but we will soon return to the job of living life rather than questioning it. Do we really care what it's supposed to mean? When we go to work or relate to our families and friends, the meaning of life seems implicit in the goals we've set and in the emotions we feel. Next to the real concerns of our lives, questioning the meaning of it all seems like merely an indulgence in philosophy. 25.2. Earlier, we touched on the idea that we are inherently meaningless, and that's likely one of several ideas that doesn't sit well. We are troubled by such questions whenever they come up. The meaning of life, the significance or worth of ourselves, what existence is all about. Our desire for answers might lead us to some doctrine or personal conclusions, and these might suffice for a time, but the real questions will continue unabated in the background, despite any viable-sounding ideas that come our way. 25.3. What if we just sat with an experience of having no ideas? Forsaking all ready-made conclusions reveals our discomfort with confronting the reality that inherently we have no genuine answers and find no intrinsic meaning. Our inability to assert from our core the meaning of self and life suggests that we might be looking in the wrong place and for the wrong thing. Perhaps this occurs because where we need to look is not only unacceptable to the human mind, but also very difficult to grasp. 25.4. Since self is the center of, as well as the context for the human mind, meaning is an essential aspect of all our interpretations. Without meaning, there can be no preference or charge, nothing to tell us the import of the thing interpreted, and this is a necessary function for self-survival. In relation to oneself or life, when meaninglessness is encountered, it is often a source of much suffering and depression. Meaninglessness is intolerable to the self-mind. It is resisted, ignored, suppressed, overcome, and denied. Rather than confront this meaninglessness head-on, we're apt to seek some kind of consoling beliefs that will help us find meaning again. 25.5. Life, self, and the universe are all absolutely meaningless, and the fact that it doesn't mean anything doesn't mean anything. Notice that, despite the word within the word, meaninglessness does not denote less meaning. It refers instead to no meaning. Meaninglessness is not a negative or bad thing, since that connotation would itself be meaningful. It is simply what it is as it is. So, meaningless simply indicates a condition of being without meaning. We ourselves are meaningless. If we believe our purpose in life is to pursue meaning, to discern and exist within life's inherent meaning, even an honest and intelligent effort to fulfill this purpose will lead to disappointment. 25.6. We've seen that being cannot be either inauthentic or worthless. Since to be is itself and has no meaning, it is an authentic event because it is the first event. It is the mere existence of something. The truth is, you cannot be worthless because you have no worth to begin with. Being exists prior to worth or value, which are always applied to things. They are never inherent. Understanding this might help in overcoming resistance to the idea of being without meaning. But merely hearing about it isn't enough. What's needed is a direct conscious experience. 25.7. Meaninglessness needs to be grasped as a fundamental truth of being, and this can only be done directly. Perhaps we could say that truth transcends meaning. At least that sounds better, doesn't it? A deep and direct conscious experience of this kind may still not seem possible in our search for the truth about our own existence. This could be because, as a culture, we've restricted such a search to the domain of hearsay. In other words, we assume that the only possibility open to us is to believe something about it, which rules out the possibility of a personal direct consciousness or even profound insight. Such a perspective owes its origins to a long history of attempts to understand our own condition. In search of absolute knowledge. 25:8. From the time of the ancient Greeks through the era of the Renaissance, many debates and earnest efforts were undertaken by great minds to discover, or to prove impossible to discover, a genuine direct knowledge of reality. From this struggle various philosophies emerged, as did the basic doctrine of science. 25:9. Even though religious and metaphysical concerns dominated much of the ancient thinking and perception, a group of thinkers known as the skeptics arose as a viable and undeniable force of reasoning dating back to the early Greeks. The skeptics' argument had such strong validity that even reasonable men of faith were compelled to respect and consider it. What the skeptics pointed out is that knowledge cannot be trusted. They asserted that true knowledge, direct consciousness of the true nature of reality, could not be ascertained through the senses or reason, that all such perceived phenomena are always separate from the truth they purport to be or to convey. The extreme academic skeptics concluded that all true knowledge is impossible. 25:10. Throughout the following millennia of Western culture, knowledge of God, or some comparable metaphysical component, was considered of utmost value, and most people believed it necessary for defining what it is to be and live as a human being. In any culture where such beliefs were dominant, the stance of the ancient skeptics was seen as very negative. As faith replaced reason in the centuries to come, knowledge of God was taken for granted, and questioning or doubting the validity of this knowledge was heresy. When reason began to take hold once again, with the emergence of the Renaissance, many arguments were proposed by those stuck between faith and reason, trying to reconcile doubt with belief. They desired to provide a solid ground upon which the possibility of true knowledge could stand, beyond the barren, unmanageable quagmire presented by absolute skepticism. 25:11. Emerging from centuries of such debate came a book by Marin Mersenne, La Vérité des Sciences, Truth of Sciences, 1625, in which he provides an argument for scientific thought and methodology by sidestepping the irrefutable observations of the skeptics. He suggests that the use of science is limited to the appearances of things and does not deal with the metaphysical or yield knowledge about any transcendent reality. He proposes that our senses do not inform us about the real nature of anything, but that this does not prevent the formulation of theories to account for observed events. 25:12. This was a turning point in the evolution of the debate, and it is perhaps what allowed for the flourishing of the world of science as we know it. Unfortunately, another conclusion that Mersenne drew, mimicking the skeptics, was that knowledge of absolute truths is not possible. The space or context created for scientific pursuit still follows the same assumption today. These conclusions, however, are based on a reaction to powerful observations made by the ancient Greeks. The initial proposition appears to rest on the assumption that consciousness is limited to knowledge, and it was in that form that it passed through many centuries of intellectual debate. But it's clear that this assumption regarding knowledge did not come about through direct consciousness. 25:13. Now, that's sort of a funny thing to say, since direct consciousness is what is in question. and what has been asserted as impossible. Yet we must consider the stance that asserts the impossibility of direct consciousness is the same one that made a distinction between the world of appearances, or an ordinary and useful world, and the world of absolute truth. It seems this was done to appease both blind faith and the arguments of the skeptics, thus providing a place in which science could be seen as a viable pursuit. Today we see science as a most formidable pursuit, probably the most valued and respected source of knowledge currently available. Yet we also have fallen into the very assumption handed down from the 17th century when arguing the merits for the existence of science. As a culture, we have taken on the assumption that direct consciousness is not possible. 25:14. In Asia, the question regarding the possibility of direct consciousness took a different direction. Gaining great strength from the communications of Gautama Buddha, it became almost universally accepted that direct consciousness is clearly possible. As a matter of fact, for the people within the cultures that embraced this possibility, working toward what became known as Enlightenment became the most honored and revered pursuit. But as is true of all human endeavors, most of this possibility became wrapped up in dogma and forms of knowledge and hearsay. We shouldn't confuse any system of belief, any traditionally religious notions or beliefs, as accurately representing this possibility. By its very nature, no system or method can be the same as direct consciousness. Direct consciousness stands on its own as a possibility that can only be realized, not systematized. 25:15. Whether conclusions are reached through lengthy debates by powerful minds, or simply through beliefs adopted by the faithful of some system of thought or dogma, in the end it is all really just indirect chatter or hearsay. None of it is a first-hand consciousness of the truth. By all means, climb the ladder of argument for a new perspective, but where the ladder ends, you must step off. The possibility of direct consciousness. 25:16. But is direct experience possible? Well, it is either possible or it isn't. If it is not possible, then we are stuck with not knowing the true nature of existence as an immutable and universal truth, and equally stuck with beliefs, and perhaps viable theories and formulas as our only avenue for knowledge. If it is possible, then we can personally become conscious of some or all of the absolute truth. 25:17. Over and over again in this book, we've confronted the fact that we do not directly perceive what anything is, not a chair, not a self, and not consciousness. Try as we might, it seems there is some impenetrable wall between our consciousness and anything of which we are indirectly aware. At this point, we are not, and it looks like we probably can't be, directly conscious of what something is, but it is possible. 25:18. This possibility doesn't occur through believing that something is true, or as a fantasy or a conviction. It exists in the exact same place as its impossibility, that very impossibility that we confront every time we set out to experience the truth is where the possibility lives. If not, we wouldn't notice that it is impossible. If we didn't already hold that such a possibility can exist, then our attempts to realize it couldn't be frustrated. It's not necessary to look elsewhere. It is right here within this impossible task of knowing the true nature of existence. 25:19. It may seem like this possibility is destined to stay within the impossible forever, even though I say it is possible because I have become directly conscious of the true nature of being. I could be lying, or mistaken, or hallucinating. How would you know? It's hard for me to tell you why I am certain, since within the world we share everything is known only in relative terms. Absolutes are not part of our shared world. In any case, it is hearsay for you, and so not a direct experience. The fact that for thousands of years people have occasionally made the same or similar claims, asserting that direct consciousness has occurred for them, still does nothing to enlighten you. It remains hearsay, although it does empower the notion that direct consciousness is possible. Others say they have done it, and for the most part, isn't that the reason we would venture down such a road for ourselves? 25:20. The people who claim to have had direct experience generally seem to be honest and sincere sorts. Their candor is such that they are believable. But this doesn't offer any proof. The only way to prove this one is to do it yourself, and the proof cannot be shared since it is only experienced directly. Whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must remain silent. Ludwig Wittgenstein. The nature of being. 25:21. The more often we set out to become conscious of our own present existence, for itself and as itself, the closer we get to a different kind of awareness. Our awareness becomes extremely simplified, and the content of our experience seems to disappear or become unknown. We don't seem to be able to say anything intelligent about this experience, or to pin it down in our minds. At the same time, something remains in our consciousness. 25:22. When you were a child, did you ever ponder the infinity of space? Perhaps you asked, how is it possible for space to go on forever? Certainly it must end somewhere. Yet, if it ends, what is on the other side of the end of the universe? So you come to see that it must go on forever, without end, infinitely. Unimaginable and inconceivable. 25:23. We cannot conceive of something without end, because it has no boundaries. We conceive of space only because of the distinctions we make, such as from here to there, or this and not that. Without any end we cannot in any way perceive infinity, and so we cannot conceive it. There is no picture or image we can conjure up, no idea or notion that can match it, nor any sense or feeling that is big enough to encompass it. Yet we are pressed to admit that space must be infinite. 25:24. What's overlooked here is that infinity, like any absolute, is not itself limited to our intellect or cognition. Only we are. Infinity is the same as nothing. How can that be? How can it not be, is more like it, since we conceive of nothing as the absence of anything, not filled, emptiness, or what not, and we conceive of infinity as larger than imaginable, going on without end, and so on. They seem to be different, even opposites. Yet this is neither nothing nor infinity. As absolutes, both nothing and infinity are not different at all. How can you place them in different places or separate them in any way? Nothing has no end and no beginning, just like infinity. Infinity itself actually has no size or amount, and so is just like nothing. Absolute nothing and absolute infinity are the same. 25:25. One reason we have such a hard time coming to grips with the true nature of things is that it does not fit into our ability of conception and perception. The nature of absolutes is absolute, and so paradox here is not a problem or a mistake. An absolute includes all possibilities, which is why we call it absolute. So, although nothing is indeed nothing, it is not elsewhere or separate from anything. I know this kind of talk can be irritating, but it's true nevertheless. 25:26. Nothing is not the same as no thing, or the absence of things. It is no more possible to conceive of what I mean by nothing than it is to perceive infinity. But let's have a crack at it anyway. When we consider the essence of nothing, we might imagine space without anything in it, or the absence of objects or light, or perhaps an infinitely small point. None of these are nothing. Nothing really isn't anything at all. Absolutely. Try this just for fun. Notice what you are thinking right now. Relative to a word you are about to read shortly, notice that you have nothing there in mind. Now read the word giraffe. Prior to reading it, what did you have relative to giraffe? Nothing. Not a giraffe-shaped hole or the absence of giraffe. There was really nothing there. I'm just trying to point to nothing instead of the different kinds of somethings that are mistaken for nothing. 25-27. Nothing is in no way a negative or a positive. As we saw with the words not knowing, any negation depends on something first existing so that we can negate it. Prior to knowledge is not a negation of knowledge. It is what so, or the being of whatever is true before knowledge. In this way, not knowing functions as a doorway to a greater consciousness, or knowing. Yet this consciousness doesn't exist in a known form. This is a domain accessed only through direct consciousness. Just so, nothing is not in relation to things. It is existence prior to anything, including space, objects, distance, thought, beingness, or beings of any kind at all. But it's even trickier than that, since nothing is not separate or different from anything that is. The very object of a cup is exactly in the same place as nothing, but that's impossible to communicate in any way since we have no shared experience that can relate to it. 25-28. Nothing is the nature of existence before there is existence. It is also the nature of existence after there is existence. Just like not knowing is the nature of consciousness before consciousness is filled with knowing, yet this not knowing doesn't disappear in the presence of knowing. We miss that this is so, and that it is so right now and will always be so. The not knowing and nothing natures of consciousness and existence didn't go away. It is that way right now. 25-29. Just as objects cannot exist without the space in which to be, something cannot exist without nothing. And yet, the moment you imagine space without objects, space itself becomes an object. If you can hold space as not just a big empty area, and so an object, then you will have a new perspective on space. If it isn't like a big object or vast area in which objects reside, then it isn't located anywhere either. We can see how this relates to nothing, which is also not an object, and not located. This place of no space or nothing is the original place, or being without content. It is the location of existence prior to anything being, and so is the very same place as being, and of you and I. It is what and where we really are right now. Interesting, isn't it? 25-30. One of the challenges we face in trying to understand this stuff is a little like mistaking a model of a molecule for the reality of a molecule. When we hear the argument or logic presented for these apparent metaphysical concepts, and to be clear, they are not metaphysical. They are as much physical as they are non-physical. It's what's simply true, even if difficult to grasp. We get caught up in intellectual attempts to conceive of what's being said. These attempts to construct mental models of understanding are abstracted from the reality that's being addressed. You have to think what you cannot think. 25-31. In school, when the science teacher was discussing molecules, he'd bring out a wooden model of various colored spheres connected by dowels. We could see shapes and distinctions in a carbon molecule or a glucose molecule, and speak about them intelligently. Yet we might fail to notice that the model isn't in any way like a molecule. This might seem a dumb thing to say since the model is supposed to represent the molecule. Yet there are no balls in a molecule, no mass or structure similar to the model, and certainly no wooden dowels connecting them. Fixating on the accessible model, as humans are apt to do, we might fail to make the leap away from the model and into a more direct or authentic experience of what a molecule actually is, or at least is likely to be. 2532. With these assertions about nothing and infinity and being, your job is that much harder, since there are no models that can be used successfully to illustrate such consciousness, much less help you make a leap to a genuine understanding. You'll just have to do it anyway. 2533. Infinity, nothing, consciousness, absolute existence, and being are all of the same nature, and in the same place, so to speak. The essence of being and consciousness is nothing, which is the same as the absolute nature of existence. It is prior to anything, and so it is the first truth. It is beingness without beings, existence without space or objects. It is also beingness with beings, and existence with space and objects. It is also present and now. 2534. Consciousness is not some thing or object, and it is not an activity of mind, nor is it mind. In the place of its nature or essence, consciousness occupies no place. It is not located within what we are conscious of or in the act of being conscious. These are functions of mind and perception, and they are cognition. Consciousness in and of itself is an absolute. It is the true nature of this moment. When we include time within our consideration, it is the same. It seems that now exists as a point in time, but when we recognize that time always and only exists now, we can see that now is an absolute, and so it is of the same nature as the others. It is all absolute being. 2535. When we think of the existence of something, what comes to mind is the distinction that it is and allows for it to be perceived or brought to mind. Yet the true nature of existence isn't dependent on anything that exists. It just is. Is. Is never changes or comes or goes. It is what is. There is no persistence of is, since is never remains, nor can it not be. Persistence only applies to what cannot exist, and what will not exist, and so must persist or perish. This is not the nature of being. Being is, absolutely. 2536. This place, this moment, this existence are all based on and a function of what is absolute, infinity, now, and being. It is all the same. It is this, and none of it exists. This doesn't negate existence. It just points out its true nature. Do you get it? Perhaps you can see why not knowing is such an important aspect of mind, since for the most part it is the human's mind's only window into such matters. 2537. Of course, all of this is simply an attempt to get at this matter using our intelligence, and so cannot actually create the conscious experience that a direct insight into the matter can. I am working backwards, so to speak, from the direct consciousness that now tries to find a way to lead the mind into understanding. This, of course, will fail. It is not possible via the intellect, but it is an interesting attempt, don't you think? You can have a direct consciousness of the matter in any moment, including this one. At least this kind of discussion creates an opening and basis from which to confront the truth on its own terms through contemplation. When contemplating, however, go for the truth, and keep none of this chatter in mind. Form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is precisely emptiness, and emptiness is precisely form. The Heart Sutra. The Paradox of Being. 2538. Although it may seem like we're talking of absolute being, as though it's non-objective, We cannot separate consciousness from object or separate nothing from something. Absolute nothing is not anywhere or elsewhere, and so is not different from anything, nor is it anything. Nothing is an absolute. If it were different from anything or different from something, then it would be a something, wouldn't it? It would be the thing that is not whatever it is different from. 2539. We've seen that distinction doesn't mean separation. That's true even of being and self. Simply because we're conscious of what being is doesn't mean it is separate from self or somewhere else other than the self. If our true nature is an absolute and isn't located, then it is also not elsewhere, since elsewhere refers to some other location. This means that being is also self. They are not separate. This doesn't mean, however, that as a self we are conscious of the nature of being, or that our experience is a reflection of this nature. Self is a distinction of mind, not a direct experience of the truth. 2540. I've used the phrases conceptual self and false self to reveal distinctions that we are doing, and in this way being. And yet it doesn't mean that the very place of such activity is in another location from being. We are simply ignorant of what we are really doing and what we really are. You can't do being. Being just is. You can only become conscious of what being is, and this changes what you will identify with, and so what you tend to do. But being is only what you are, and not something you can do. What you can do, along the lines of trying to experience being, is be real, be honest and straightforward, and you can contemplate. Being and Self. 2541. As a self, our purpose is to pursue our survival, in whatever form that takes. We can change what it is we maintain or be by changing what it is we identify with and preserve. The more conscious we become, the more we can identify with what's true. This is called transformation. Relative to the self, our job is to become conscious of what's real and what's false, to uncover everything that dominates our personal experience and awareness, and to transform our identity piece by piece into what is real and true. But this doesn't change the truth or the nature of being in any way. Being doesn't require any action or maintenance or doing to be. 2542. Relative to being, our job is to become conscious of our true nature, to directly experience what the truth is, what we are. This in itself will create instant clarity, since it is a direct consciousness of the truth, and within such consciousness the mind will relate to reflections of the truth, rather than inventions of the self. Again, this is impossible to describe or understand intellectually. 2543. Self is never far away, however, even after such profound realization. The very same impulses and drives that created the self in the first place will likely still be in operation after any direct conscious experience, since our entire mind and system of awareness and cognition have been designed around self-principles. Even following a profound Enlightenment experience, it is unlikely that this whole system disappears completely. It is possible, but very unlikely. 2544. For a period of time after realizing the true nature of being, the self-mind fades into the background. It is without import and engenders no pressing survival activity. It becomes just a tool to use rather than to be used by. Still, as long as any self remains, regardless of its attributes, survival in some form will in time reassert itself. We will once again become attached to and identified with something, either old habits and patterns or new ones. The dynamics of survival will be the same, even if the experience is different. 2545. Until we can consciously realize that self doesn't really exist, it will remain the central feature of our lives. Once a charged field of perception has been created, enabling the self to relate to and manage its environment, internally and objectively, this becomes and remains the reality in which we live. Judgments and emotions, reason and instinct rule the day. All this exists to serve the self, and so our very thinking, behavior, and our awareness are dominated by the context of self-survival. Consciousness, on the other hand, is a matter of the truth, what something really is. It is not subject to perceptions stuck in the context of the self-principle. It is free of any filter or perspective, any belief or purpose. It exists only for itself and as itself. It is about what is true on any level. 25:46. Becoming more and more conscious is the goal here. Becoming more conscious is not about acquiring more beliefs, or education, or knowledge, or intellectual understanding, or even becoming aware of something. It is consciously grasping the real nature of something, anything, from a habit, an emotion, or relational dynamic, to an object, existence, or reality. Repeated enlightenments or direct experiences generally become deeper and more inclusive each time they occur, and begin to produce greater wisdom and consciousness, and so continue to transform anyone who remains committed to this work. 25:47. This work shows up as becoming more conscious of personal traits and their origins, becoming more conscious of the nature of the forces that run you, patterns of thinking, assumptions, and core beliefs. It shows up as becoming more conscious of behavior patterns and why they exist, internal states and what they are, and so on. It shows up as becoming more conscious of relationships and what is really going on, of one's agenda in relation to others and life, grasping the design of the body and movement, the principles of effective interaction, the nature of manipulation, the nature of social survival, the consequences of lying, the nature of maturity and honesty, the nature of communication, etc. It shows up as becoming more and more conscious of the nature of self, the operating principle of self, the nature of life and existence, the true nature of being and reality. It shows up as becoming conscious of everything. 25:48. As conscious attention is placed on one's own experience and self, on every level and in every domain, this experience and self gradually become seen for what they are. Direct consciousness is always sudden, but human transformation is almost always gradual. The insights and enlightenments that create an increase in consciousness greatly empower the work of becoming more conscious of the mind and the subconscious, of self and life. As any aspect of the self-mind becomes conscious, seen and experienced for what it is, some transformation in the person will take place, a little or a lot, depending on the depth of the consciousness and how much it changes one's awareness. The work feeds the work. Commitment is rewarded with greater insight, and with occasional leaps in conscious awareness that make even further leaps and insights possible. 25:49. Over time, the path of increasing consciousness moves one's identity from a false self toward an honest conceptual self, and from this conceptual self toward the true nature of being a self, and from being a self toward the true nature of being, and from being toward absolute consciousness. Sudden insights may occur and are necessary for transformation, but a very grounded and experiential understanding of the nature of every aspect of existence is necessary in order for true transformation to occur, and the immensity of this task usually requires time and commitment. But what else are you going to do? Until you die, you've got nothing but time. You may as well use it to become conscious of the truth. It's what is right now. Chapter 26. Being and Life. Neither a lofty degree of intelligence, nor imagination, nor both together go into the making of genius. Love, love, love. That is the soul of genius. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. What now? 26.1. After such a barrage of in-depth information about almost every aspect of yourself and your experience, you may be a little confused about what to do with it all. The first thing to do is to read the book again. I know that may not sound like much fun. You just managed to get through an entire book that admittedly isn't easy reading. Do it again? I'm sure you realize by now that this communication isn't easy to grasp or hold within your daily experience. It will not be fully understood with one reading. 26.2. We're attempting to crack the shell of the human condition, to get at the heart of a matter that has not offered itself up for easy comprehension for as long as humans have pondered their own existence. This material needs to be studied, revisited, contemplated, and experienced by you. As we used to say at the center, you need to do the work in order to do the work. You need to read the book in order to understand how to more powerfully read the book. Still, back to the question, what to do with it all? Where do you go from here? 26.3. Become more conscious. There is no shortage of questions to ask about yourself and life, so ask them. Ask again, and then ask even more deeply than you did the last time. No matter what you are experiencing or what circumstances are present, you can always ask, what is this? This puts you in an appropriate frame of mind for creating a deeper and more conscious relationship to whatever seems to be so. The matters addressed in this book require a great deal of study and insight before they become truly clear. The good news is that, since these matters are about you and your experience, there is always something at hand to work on. Simply commit yourself to becoming more conscious, period. 26.4. Be ready to take on confusion and paradox, and remember that increasing consciousness rarely follows a linear progression. This work, and even great insights, can sometimes appear incongruous at first. Once you become conscious of the true nature of the matter, however, you're not likely to be confused. But if you happen to fall short of a deep, direct consciousness, yet still get a hit on something genuine, the truth may seem inconsistent at times. Like trying to recall a dream, your insight may fade from view even as you grasp for it. Keep going for the truth, regardless of consistency, or whether it matches your picture of how things should go. In the end, it will all work out. Just keep your attention on what's true, and then on what's even truer. 26.5. Take care that you don't harbor a background conviction that becoming more conscious is somehow elsewhere or beyond your reach. It's not. It is right there in your present experience. You, just as you are, can become conscious in this very moment of what you are. You can, without doubt, grasp who you are, what mind is, and what life is really all about, right now. Enlightenment and deep conscious insights usually occur through leaps of consciousness or breakthroughs, but personal transformational progress is most often made in stages, increasing the depth of your consciousness step by step as you go. In either case, just hold that it's possible to become conscious and keep pushing for an experience of what's true. 26.6. It is to be expected that, at some point, you will run into challenges or seem to hit a wall beyond which you find it difficult to proceed. So stay there a while. It's all right. Become as conscious of yourself as you can. Tell the truth, and keep contemplating. When you hit a wall, simply keep staring into it. Eventually, it will crack open, and you will realize what it is that your mind failed to grasp. Continue in this way even when it seems you can make no more progress. Have good trust in yourself, not in the one that you think you should be, but in the one that you are. Matsumi Roshi. 26:7. Let me offer a story that might confuse things further, but then again, it could also provide a new perspective in which to hold your efforts. Gautama Buddha was someone who is said to have had complete enlightenment, meaning there was no more left for him to become conscious of regarding self, life, or the nature of reality. This is difficult to imagine, and we have only hearsay to go on, but let's consider it might be true. 26:8. Gautama was said to be truly compassionate, and yet after having attained complete consciousness, his first impulse was to wander into the mountains to finish out his life. It was not to teach or help others. When one of his future disciples asked him to share his enlightenment, his response went something like, "Why? No one will get it." But the disciple said, "Someone will." Gautama replied, "True, someone will," and so took up his teaching. Gautama gave his life completely to teaching what he had learned to others, simply because someone might get it. 26:9. Now, since his first position was that people just won't grasp this depth of consciousness, we can imagine it's probably not easy to grasp. Not only that, but throughout his first years of teaching, he was silent. So what was he communicating? Further, one of the people said to have deeply gotten it did so during this silent period. So what was going on with all this? Obviously, we're not dealing with a logical subject matter that is readily understood with conventional thinking, but it is gettable. 26:10. There's something worth noticing about Gautama's teaching and the teaching of other historical founders of participatory consciousness work. Consider the evolution of their work during their lifetimes. After great insight, such teachers are usually very clear and direct in their facilitation, attempting to convey the source of their understanding. Yet, gradually over time, they seem to become more and more structured, directing more of their communications to what amounts to rules to live by. My guess is this is done out of compassion for the majority of people who just won't grasp the deepest aspects of the communication, and so is an attempt to provide these people with something to improve their lives, or rules to live by, which essentially boil down to something like, be good. 26:11. Another benefit to these rules, however, is that they put one into a more propitious state from which to recognize and really do the work of increasing consciousness. There are powerful principles to live by that empower personal growth and assist in creating a ground from which to more clearly see what's really going on in one's life. I recommend studying and adopting these principles, yet ultimately my work is to facilitate those willing to grasp for themselves some of the deepest levels of consciousness about life and reality. What anyone does with this consciousness is up to them. Our life is shaped by our mind. We become what we think. Gautama Buddha. Life Principles. 26:12. There are any number of intriguing belief systems, spiritual, philosophical, even scientific viewpoints, that we can adapt to change the way we experience life. But for the most part, after our initial infatuation subsides, the fact that they are externally obtained and require a belief in what others say begins to erode any deep sense of validity. We don't feel completely authentic in the matter, since we have not experienced for ourselves the truth of that matter. 26:13. In contrast, notice that we are completely and undeniably certain that we don't know. This not knowing is ours, and it's deeply personal. It is valid and requires no belief or hearsay. We can stand in not knowing fully and without doubt. Strange as it may seem, from here we can more genuinely take on any other principle upon which to live. 26:14. Direct consciousness of who and what you are is possible, but as long as a self is the dominant factor in your experience, the operating principle of this self will remain self-survival. Yet the principles upon which this self stands, or that one is committed to in being a self, can vary widely. 26:15. Even within the domain of self there is a vast array of possibilities. The one most of us are stuck within is a self that is personal, individual, highly conceptual, and sometimes false. This is a very closed and limited system to maintain. By nature it is exclusive rather than inclusive, but is this the only way to hold self? No. A self could be identified as almost anything. Through programming and custom, we certainly identify with the cultural norm, the internal and separate ego, and the body within which this ego seems to reside. This is only convention, however, and although it may be a difficult shift to make, it is possible to re-identify what self is, or at least commit whatever self seems to be to something other than the cultural norm. 26:16. For example, instead of identifying self as an exclusive individual body-mind, we could identify self as all of humanity, or as life itself, or even as absolute consciousness. Such a shift from the individual to a larger context radically changes what we experience. The petty struggles of the individual become insignificant and are replaced by a much broader struggle far outside one's exclusive mind. Our actions become aligned to principles of an inclusive self-sense, without the pressure or demand that anything work out for us as an individual. When we consider a shift from the exclusive to the inclusive, very different principles become the foundation for our awareness, mind, and actions. 26:17. By contrast, as self-serving individuals, our survival often involves such activities as misrepresenting ourselves to get what we want, taking care of our needs even though it may hurt someone else or the environment we share, competing with others for resources, and so on. We're likely to view things relative to our own small world and exclusive needs, but these self-serving activities may in some ways be even more detrimental than we comprehend. Because we identify with such an exclusive self-sense, our efforts can be misdirected relative to the whole, and in this way limit our own health and well-being. A more inclusive self-sense would offer a different view, and so a different relationship to all that we encounter. Cooperation would naturally replace competition. 26:18. Shifting the context in which we hold ourselves evokes a different domain of experience and will produce different actions. For example, if our self were to identify with consciousness, and our objective was to promote the growth of this consciousness, survival in a broader sense, our focus would change remarkably. We would find such principles as honesty, communication, learning, teaching, and cooperation to be indispensable. They would still be actions taken to support what we identify with. Only the self-identity would change, not the basic dominance of the impulse to persist, but this impulse would be turned toward very different pursuits, perhaps even some that are inconsistent with self's needs. 26:19. There are empowering principles that are inclusive of a self, but not limited to or completely centered around the individual. Principles such as compassion, integrity, authenticity, communication, learning, and peace. The reason these are not exclusive by nature is that they require the inclusion of and openness to concerns of others, ideas, and actions that are not just self-serving. Such principles frequently demand that self serves something outside its own needs and mind. For example, real communication is clearly not limited to oneself. 26:20. Communication requires the inclusion of another person, and listening to truly get his or her experience as it is and for itself, without reacting to it or turning it into something it's not. Communicating your experience to someone necessitates honestly presenting what you actually experience, without serving some other agenda or manipulation. So we can see that real and honest communication isn't exclusive to the individual, and from time to time may even interfere with self's desires or needs. It facilitates a true understanding and connection with another consciousness, and this may or may not be consistent with one's exclusive agenda. It is the same with all inclusive principles. Committing oneself to any such principle creates a different context for the self, which will show up rather differently than the introverted self-constriction usually slotted for the job. Before we can become who we really are, we must become conscious of the fact that the person who we think we are, here and now, is at best an impostor and a stranger. Thomas Merton. 26:21. There are also principles that are independent of the self and self-survival, such principles as real inner freedom, deep questioning for the truth, committing oneself to enlightenment, and taking on an ever-deepening honesty are all non-self-oriented. For example, we've seen that honesty doesn't support the self. It supports the truth, and such a pursuit can readily diverge from what a self wants. A commitment to honesty can often be inconsistent with a commitment to the needs of an individual self, whose complex matrix of attachments can easily undertake various courses of action and communication that are designed to misrepresent. We can see that honesty as a character trait could be an aspect of a self, and to the degree that one genuinely attempts to conform to this quality, the self will be bound by the limits of honesty. In other words, we will have to give up any action or communication that would require dishonesty or misrepresentation, and forego any results that we might desire if they are inconsistent with being honest. 26:22. Yet, as merely a character trait, the depth of honesty will only go as far as the image of honesty, whatever that particular person imagines is meant by being honest. Honesty beyond self, or honesty as a principle, is a practice of getting to and representing the truth. All communication and even all thoughts undergo the demand to be absolutely truthful. We are also charged with being open and not assuming that we know what the truth is. This becomes an ongoing practice, since when the truth is unclear or unknown, then the commitment is to discover what the truth is. When the truth is known, or to the degree it is known, then that is what the self must serve, compelling one's actions, thoughts, communications, and relations. We can see how this commitment would interfere on many occasions with the normal activities and drives of an individual ego self. 26:23. We should be clear that all of this can still exist within the context of the self principle. It simply won't be self as we know it. Although such a new self-experience may seem transcendent and beyond survival, it is not. It is simply beyond the survival of what we conventionally are, an exclusive ego self. Shifting from exclusive to inclusive will shift experience and relations to a greater context. It may destroy the particular self that was, but it does not eliminate the principle of survival altogether. Getting beyond survival is another story. No matter how massive and detailed and complex and real your house of self-concept seems, it is not and never will be you. You can walk out of the house at any moment, and you know what? You won't miss it at all. 26:24. Independent of any self exists a consciousness that is in no way bound to perception, mind, or survival. This is the stuff known only through direct realization or enlightenment, becoming conscious of the absolute or true nature of reality, realizing that one's self, no matter what is identified as that self, is this very consciousness, reveals that the self, and therefore survival, is already non-existent and unnecessary. This transcends survival, since there is no self to survive. There is only being. 26:25. Self-survival is not wrong. It is not right. It just is. So in this way, even self-survival is being. At the same time, our experience within the context of self-survival is so dominated by right and wrong that we're unable to recognize this principle for itself and as itself. Although the self-principle is necessary for a self to survive, when we consider that self is whatever is interpreted as self, then we also see that self can be almost anything. Self is a distinction within consciousness. 26:26. When the distinction of self is applied to particular aspects within the field of perception, those aspects are then identified as the self, and the impulse to maintain them arises. If self is wrapped around a specified number of cells, then that will be what must persist. If self is wrapped around a set of ideas or characteristic behavior patterns, then those are what need to survive. Within the context of the self-principle, a distinction is made that categorizes everything as either me or not me, and then goes to work to make sure me survives. If self includes absolutely everything, then no self-distinction can exist. Self, everything, and nothing are all one and the same. 26:27. But as long as you are identified with a self, you need to tell the truth about that. To move in the direction of freedom from this self-constriction, you can take up disciplines toward that end. But your participation in these should not be mistaken for being outside the survival impulse. When self-survival is no longer the operating principle, then the act of being is no longer restricted to the concept of a self or the concerns of self-persistence. Attention is elsewhere, so to speak, and being resides nowhere at all. But such realization needs to be had by you. Merely hearing about it does no good, and will be misunderstood. Instead, what will do some good is to contemplate, and take up the discipline required by principles and practices that are not self-oriented. Life may be found in the little things, but it's how these circumstances are held that determines our sense of satisfaction. 26:28. Committing to any non-self principle always empowers your life, and it also becomes an extremely powerful tool for discovering everything about yourself. But it's very challenging to stay with such principles because, even though taken on intentionally, they rip the shit out of the self. As you follow them and delve into them, you find they go deeper and deeper and continue to overturn previously unseen rocks of ignorance, revealing aspects of yourself that you never knew were there. Your goal should be to increase your consciousness of the truth, no matter what it is you're looking into. Committing to a powerful principle outside and independent of the self allows this course to be taken, and for your contemplation to be more fruitful. 26:29. As Leonardo said, among the great things which are to be found among us, the being of nothingness is the greatest. Said another way, this consciousness work is the best thing to do. But will such work make us happy? Since life is lived within the ordinary day-to-day activities we engage in, no matter what our goals or aspirations, we all want to be happy. So let's take another look at this business of being happy. Many persons have a wrong idea of what constitutes true happiness. It is not attained through self-gratification, but through fidelity to a worthy purpose. Helen Keller. Happiness. Don't want it. 2630. Once again, let's address one of the assumptions that keep us confused in a deep way. Even now, it may still sound strange to hear that our purpose in life is not to be happy. Life as a goal of persistence demands that our commitment and attention be devoted to survival, and our perception be designed toward this end. Since mind serves and is generally considered to be the self, this self-mind is where all experience arises from and relates to. Our constant thinking and chatter, our emotions and reactions, our underlying drives and instincts are all designed for and committed to the persistence of this self. Nowhere in any of this is happiness the purpose. 2631. The devotion of mind and body to the persistence of ourselves is not a devotion to happiness. As a matter of fact, for reasons other than the simple fact that it is not, survival cannot be directed toward happiness. Happiness is not found in the pursuit of happiness. Strange as it may sound, wanting happiness is itself unhappiness. 2632. We've addressed this contradiction before, and have seen that wanting implies a separation from the thing desired. So wanting to be happy suggests we are not happy. The very act of wanting happiness is an act of suffering. Happiness, on the other hand, is only found in being happy. Although we looked at the relation between survival and happiness in Chapter 16, we were bombarded with so much information that this important point may have slipped through the cracks. Another reason to read and study the book again. A quick review of some of the cultural assumptions related to happiness helps bring it back to mind. 2633. Since we've noticed that getting something we want frequently brings a sense of pleasure, we reason that attaining everything we want should take pleasure to some ultimate, permanent level. If we think that an abundance of fulfilled desires indeed brings happiness, it makes sense that one of our culturally accepted goals is to get a lot of everything we want. An abundance of love, success, wealth, or even enlightenment. Without investigating it too much, we naturally assume that making everything work out and obtaining all that we want will bring the happiness we seek. 2634. But we've seen that the fundamental operating principle of self, which dominates our every perception, thought, reaction, emotion, and action, makes this reasoning incomplete and happiness unattainable. Getting or maintaining what we want is a function of survival. It is not the pursuit of happiness, even though it seems like it is. Remember, the mouse is never meant to get the cheese, only to persist by running after it. 2635. Ordinarily, we tend to focus on acquiring whatever will fulfill our needs. With experience, we notice that our needs are never finally or ultimately fulfilled, no matter what we accomplish. We begin to suspect that our activities and impulses may be cyclical, that they may even somehow cause our distress. This awakening suggests a high degree of sensitivity and alertness on our part, but still we find ourselves unable to step off of the mouse's wheel. 2636. Unfortunately, our attempt to handle our many needs doesn't come to us like a cheese-chasing metaphor. It comes to us like life. Yet no accumulation of wealth, knowledge, status, or obtained desires will create happiness. We may be happy to have those things, but without being free within, we won't actually be happy. Happiness is as much about being free from ourselves as it is about being free to be ourselves. Try as we might, we still struggle with this as a possibility rather than live within it as a reality. 2637. By now we know that navigating through the ups and downs of circumstance and the good and bad of our internal states is self-survival in action. If we're upset when something doesn't go our way, How can we be happy? We imagine it is a temporary glitch, and once we fix this problem, we can then be happy. Usually the problem is seen as standing in the way of our happiness, and so must be overcome in order for us to be happy. Yet it does not stand in the way of happiness. It stands in the way of self. This is a big difference. We've confused accomplishing survival, which shows up as getting what we want, with being happy. 26:38. Survival doesn't make us happy. It keeps us alive and persisting as ourselves. In the realm of survival, happiness is an illusion. It's some of the cheese that keeps us running on the wheel, and so is just a tool of survival. Actual happiness is not something to pursue for itself. Happiness is better seen as being happy with whatever you are experiencing. This obviously is not the goal of survival, which must divide experiences into good and bad. Imagine being happy, even though your experience is sad, or upset, or afraid. Imagine being happy without desiring happiness. Imagine being happy regardless of how you feel. This is true happiness. Doesn't sound like what we're used to as happiness, does it? We aren't used to happiness. We're used to victory or defeat, and victory is always temporary. 26:39. Earlier I pointed out that no matter what is accomplished throughout life, no matter how successfully you meet all of life's challenges, the end of the story is that you will fail. You will not survive. All goals accomplished and ordeals overcome will fall away. That may be a depressing and unacceptable fact for itself, but to being, it doesn't matter. If happiness is dependent on successfully realizing your goals, then ultimately there can be no satisfaction. On the other hand, if you are happy working toward your goals, then your happiness is not reserved for attaining them. If you are happy with whatever you experience, then you are happy. Being happy is a matter of being happy, period. As far as being happy goes, your true nature is already happy. Simply let it be. Realize that this is true, and then it is true. It doesn't matter what comes or goes. 26:40. It's an odd thing to say that life is already complete, and that at our source we are already happy. Perhaps happiness is an inherent aspect of being, just as suffering and struggle are inherent aspects of self-survival. Don't fall into the trap, however, of thinking it is either one or the other, happiness versus suffering, but rather as being happy in the struggle and with suffering, and being happy without them as well. 26:41. Strange as it may sound, I love to work with people on the nature of suffering. I experience such joy when I do. I'm often laughing and thoroughly delighted, not as a cruel joke, and not from a lack of empathy, but because the matter is so obviously non-existent that such work focuses my attention on this and puts me in the place where there is only joy. My experience of this seems to arise freshly when sharing it with others. Suffering isn't something to be resisted. It is to be fully experienced and understood. Just as happiness isn't something to be desired, it is also to be fully experienced and understood. Being conscious of the true nature of things elicits joy and humor. I don't know why. Perhaps the miraculousness of it all always blows away the human mind, and freedom within shows whatever is there as unnecessary, and so our long suffering then appears, although not without affection, as rather humorous. Someone may be able to take your life away, but they can't keep you from enjoying it as it is. Discipline and freedom. 26:42. In our culture, we often think of freedom as being able to do exactly what we want whenever we want. This is not freedom. Are we free from the drive to want? Are we free to be happy whether or not we get what we want? When we realize that doing what we want is a programmed impulse, we see that we are not actually free. We are limited to and imprisoned by impulses, reactions, fears, desires, etc., that push us through life. These forces and activities simply befall us, seeming to occur naturally and reflexively without any choice, creativity, or consciousness on our part. This is why discipline is frequently an aspect of any work directed toward growth or transformation. Discipline has an integral relationship to freedom. Without discipline, we can't tackle anything other than what befalls us. Discipline is taking on an activity outside of what would naturally arise for us without such a discipline. Think about it. 26:43. If you are driven to eat, but also want to be thin, then you take on a discipline of not succumbing to the impulse to eat. In this way, you are free to eat or not eat, and can choose what to do in the matter. If you want to know who you are, you may wonder for a moment, but if this produces no results, then you'll move on to other things. Ask someone, or just go have lunch. If you discipline yourself to contemplate the question, you aren't stopped by the wall of not knowing. You are free to pursue a direct consciousness of who you are rather than be controlled by the forces of boredom, distraction, frustration, and the like. 26:44. If you choose to master some art, how could this be done if you are constantly subjected to the momentary whims of your desires? Clearly, you'd need to discipline yourself to engage in activities other than your whims or succumbing to your fears and resistances. In this way, you are free to take on mastery, to create something that wouldn't just befall you in the course of answering the call of whatever impulses or fears enter your mind from moment to moment. This ability to create a discipline is what allows you to get free of your own immediate self-drives. Without discipline, we find no access to freedom. When truly free, we don't need discipline, and yet are free to create any discipline. Genius is eternal patience. Michelangelo. The Lava Syndrome. 26:45. Even among those who have had genuine enlightenments or deep insights, most overlook a very important relationship between consciousness and mind. Consciousness is actually not a function of the mind, but the mind is profoundly influenced by any leap or increase in consciousness. Because the mind, what appears within one's experience via perception, thought, feeling, and the senses, is what is known in a conventional sense. It appears to be reality. I've seen person after person have an enlightenment or increase in consciousness, and then promptly confuse the actual consciousness with the impact this consciousness has on his or her mind. It can be difficult to discern the difference between becoming conscious and the effects that such consciousness may bring. This confusion occurs because nothing's there that is consciousness, and so the mind's attention readily falls onto what is there. 26:46. You may have heard that absolute consciousness is not anything perceived. It's not something seen, or felt, or thought, or intuited. This is true. Consciousness has no quality, and is not ascertained through the senses. And yet, how many times do you hear notables refer to the truth or the absolute as some sort of perceived experience, like seeing a bright light, or feeling some great ecstasy, or even something silly like grasping a blue pearl. Repeatedly, gurus and teachers of spirituality speak of all sorts of phenomena as if it's the truth. It's not. I'm not doubting they may have experienced these things. I'm just saying they are confused. These are all experiences. They have shape and location, or sense and distinction. They have form. Consciousness is not an experience. It has no form and is not separate from form. So when you hear of someone speaking of absolute consciousness as if it is perceived, formed, or has a quality to it, they are wrong. Of course, you need to make a distinction between assertions of what is and metaphors used to make a point, but be wary of those who say consciousness is this or that. 2647. The relationship between consciousness and mind is perhaps best gleaned through using a metaphor I call the lava syndrome, which is applicable to enlightenment or to any kind of insight or breakthrough you may have. Our experience could be likened to a mountain of rock, forming the perceived reality of the moment. In this metaphor, a breakthrough is seen as a volcanic eruption, breaking through the known rock that shapes current perception and opening it up to a new possibility. But what happens to a volcano after an eruption? The lava that came with the breakthrough, often confused with the breakthrough itself, forms a new layer and simply reshapes the rock that was there. It becomes the newly formed mountain of rock. 2648. What's almost universally overlooked is that every breakthrough or insight will itself form new rock that will need to be broken through. This always happens. An actual insight or increase in consciousness isn't formed, and so cannot be held or known in a conventional way. What we can cling to is the lava, the new concepts or experiences that arose as a result of or in concert with the insight. In this way, we say we know something. It is wise, however, not to confuse what has become known through a formulation of mind with the consciousness that evokes such formulations. The fundamental delusion of humanity is to suppose that I am here and you are out there. Yasutani Roshi. A final word. 2649. The most basic truths about being a self may be hard to understand and experience, but not acknowledging them puts us in discord with our own nature and gets us into trouble. Simply because absolutes are difficult for the mind to grasp doesn't make them untrue or elsewhere. Who should be closer to an experience of our own being than we ourselves? Who could possibly have more authority in the matter of experiencing our own true nature than we do? 2650. Experience for yourself the true nature of your existence. Whenever you look to others for assistance in this pursuit, make a distinction between what only sounds good and what actually makes a difference. There's a lot of fantasy surrounding these issues, and a great deal of opinionating and storytelling. Many people fall into the trap of thinking that if similar-sounding words are used, or ideas proffered, one is the same as another. Rarely is this true. When you strip away all the fantasy and take out all the good-sounding ideas, ask yourself, what is the real communication? What's its purpose, and does it deliver? 2651. It isn't the information that you need. It's a personal understanding, a personal experience of what's so regarding this information. In the end, it is always up to you. It is your own awareness and experience that must become conscious, and only you can do that. This book adheres to the principles and spirit of real self-discovery. It's not meant to be taken as a new dogma to be believed, but instead as an invaluable hand offered to you in your own efforts. What has been shown to be possible by one of us means that it is possible for all of us. Our task is not to assess whether it is possible or not. If it has been done, it is possible, and most of what people want in life has already been done at some time by at least one of us. Our task is to determine first what we want to accomplish, and second, how it can be done. 2652. Imagine that a secret is held within these pages that will only be revealed through personal investigation, experiential experimentation, and lots of contemplation. The book's communications must be seen as real in your own experience and as taking place in this moment, or they can't be truly understood. Become conscious of what is so about your own experience, and remember, the ultimate goal is freedom from all of it. Such freedom can't be had without grasping at the root bottom what all of this is. So at this point you have a choice. Having read through the book, you have an idea of the work and what's involved. Now you have to decide. Do you really want to take on this work, or just toss the book aside and go on as you always have? I recommend doing the work. It is really worth the effort. 2653. This work is devoted to penetrating the human condition. Make sure not to confuse the many challenges of this endeavor with some new struggle and suffering. Granted, consciousness work can be daunting, and at times difficult to the point of being overwhelming. But even in the midst of such challenges, the mere possibility of the freedom that's available is cause for celebration. You can't transcend anything that you don't acknowledge and face head-on. The objective is to become conscious of what's so. Confronting what's true may not always be easy or reveal what you want to find, but it is still the truth. The good news is that in the end, it will set you free, and this is joyful beyond any fantasy. If you understand, things are just as they are. If you do not understand, things are just as they are. Zen saying. 2654. There are many doorways through which to pass to reach the depths of your own consciousness. In one way or another, they are all opened by some form of contemplation. Although contemplation shouldn't stand on its own, it is the key to this kind of consciousness work. When the purpose of your contemplation is to discover your true nature, remember, if you can't find your being directly, then the most genuine experience of you is found in not knowing who you are, and at the same time in the experience of you being in this moment. Don't jump to conclusions, or try to fill in the blank. Simply be with the present experience of you in this moment, and not knowing what it is. In this way, you remain closest to your most genuine experience. You don't know who or what you are, and it's okay. This is the place that is most genuine and true, and it is also in this very place that you can find out. But whether you do or not, be happy. You are being. Being and self are not separate. This audiobook of the Book of Not Knowing, exploring the true nature of self, mind, and consciousness, is copyright 2010-2017 by Peter Ralston. All rights reserved. No portion of this audiobook, except for brief review, may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form without the written permission of the publisher. Published by North Atlantic Books, Berkeley, California. For further information, visit our website at www.northatlanticbooks.com. For more information about the work of Peter Ralston, visit the website www.chengxin.com or www.peterralston.com.